Hello, everyone. I want to welcome you to my Google Hangouts this evening. This is your host, Steve, and still waiting for people to arrive here. I'm going to show you something different this time. Let me share my screen here for a second. I actually need to shut down some of the windows here, not to be controversial in any way. First, I wanted to kind of show you, I think I've showed this before, that I had my Commodore 64 hooked up to my PC computer recently. And I was delegating this last, or 2 weeks ago, I think it was, in a Google Hangout to show people this. So also you may notice something different. I'm gonna show you for a second here. As I move over here, you see that? You see how you're seeing the multiple windows here? This is what happens when you only have one monitor. And lo and behold, I'm happy to report I got a new monitor this week. So now you're not going to see the fussy, ugly screen anymore. You're going to actually see exactly what's on my desktop. So I'm operating on one screen where you can see the mouse moving here, and the other screen is the projection of where the Google Hangouts is broadcasting at. So that's an improvement. And my monitor is pretty cool too. It's actually an Acer monitor. I'll switch the camera over here and show it to you in just a second. And it's a 27-inch compared to my 24-inch. So let's get the camera back active here again, which notice it's not plugged in. Let me get this running here. Okay, so you see the camera there. The software always starts up like this, and there's the monitors. You can see them both right there. See how one's bigger than the other one? But see how there's one that's projected? This one right here, for example, this is where my hand is. This is the one that's where I kind of work with. At this point, I can kind of work with everything here. And over on this one here, you see over here, this is where the projection from Google Hangouts is taking place. So I could probably swap them too. I think, nah, I try to do that. I might try that later, but right now I've got it projected on this screen for now. So that would show that to you. So I'm going to switch back to the desktop here. Okay, and I'm going to shut my camera off here. So my audio is still going, and I'm going to start inviting some people here. This is always the part I have to kind of wait on. Set the link up there and get the people on the channel and draw them in. Okay, trying to figure out why this one didn't launch. Oh, it's this one right here. Okay. So I need to test the audio here. Just think it's good. Okay, trying to figure out why this one didn't launch. Oh, it's this one right here. Okay. So I'm going to post the link the audio here. Just think it's good. I'm going to mute this. It's working. I'm going to post the link here so people can see this. Just have to figure out how to do that. I had the same problem last week. It seems like when I try to post the link, it doesn't let me put the link here for some reason. So we'll still be waiting for Darren to join us. He's the one that was created the Breakout clone. And I'm going to keep working on this to try to figure out. What I'm going to do for now is I'm going to post it in the old videos I have here because people sometimes go in there and they catch it there too. Streaming now. This might be where I need to put it. me just put it here. Maybe they'll see it here. Let me see. No. This is a streaming. Okay, so I need to go back to the video manager for now. I'm gonna put it in the last one I did, and go to this channel, or this YouTube page, and I'm gonna post it here. People can see it. Okay, so if they go through there, they should be able to see it there. In the meantime, I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna add some people. Stay away from public. So no, I put public on here, I draw the wrong attention, so I don't want to do that. My circles, and I just type in Commodore stuff here to bring up some of the Commodore world. It's kind of cool because you can just type in stuff here and it'll pick up different things. C64 Grandmaster, I don't know what that's for. That's actually a lot of C64 stuff here. Kid Innovations, Commodore 64. I'll try that one. I'm going to put the other regular people in here again, try to get them here. I know Eric Smith is at Whitestone. And just anybody else who wants to come in here, let me just kind of go through some of the videos here and I'll see what other people were watching and commenting and stuff like that. I think I should better get that right here. And Michael Tackett was asking me questions recently. Add him. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for the people that might have contacted me recently here. See if I can get them in the list here. This guy's not even on a friends list, okay. I remember John Pearson. Okay, so that should be enough for now. We'll see how many people join us to chat here. So let me show you what I've been working on while we're waiting for other people to join here. So what I've been using is my capture card or my capture stick from Pinnacle, and I've been capturing Commodore screenshots here, so I'm going to move so you can see this. This is actually plugged right now into my Commodore 64 computer live. So, well, actually, no, wait, this is the video. Excuse me. Well, I don't have it plugged in right now, but earlier I was, last night I was recording it. This is actually the final cartridge you see here displayed right now. This is what I use to hack into those games, like the Pitfall game, the Double Dragon, all the stuff you saw me doing on my channel. This is what it does. It acts as a device to allow you to break in. Now, you can also do this in Vice, but I mean, on the hardware, this is the way to kind of get started. There's other ones out there, too. I can't think of the other one. There's an Action Replay cartridge, I think it was, and some different ones you can use to hack into the Commodore 64. I was just kind of demonstrating some of the features in this video, so we're kind of skip ahead here. And then these are the assembly listings. So let me just go back here where I go to the basic right here. This I wanted to show you. I'm going to pause this for a second here when I get to the exit section here. Right there. If I go back. Right there. And you'll see me select monitor here. As soon as I keep my mouse on it. You see where it says monitor there? When I select that, it's going to immediately go into basic. And I'll let the video continue. Now it went into basics monitor. And this is the monitor built into the final cartridge. And this monitor allows you to actually view assembly language listings that are running in the background. So in other words, BASIC itself is one gigantic machine language program. You can view BASIC here. You can view the ROM here. This section I'm showing you memory. You can go through and you can view memory. Make this a little bit larger. And what I do is I use that cartridge, or the cartridge here, and I use it to break into the computer to be able to see actual games that are running. So, for example, if I wanted to see the listing for, I use Impossible Mission, even though I couldn't break into that one. Impossible Mission, I would plug in the cartridge. I would go to the freezer mode by clicking the reset switch on the back. So let me switch over to camera view here and I'll show you more what I'm talking about. I know I demonstrated this in the last video, but I wanted to show you anyway, so I'm going to switch over to camera view here. We're going to pause this for now because the screen's going to go down here anyway. Oh, I keep forgetting I need to activate my camera. I have it running, but I need to keep it on the screen and just like minimize it or something. So I'm going to switch over to the camera view here. Okay, so now I've got the camera up here and I wanted to show you the cartridge here. Need to expand this a little bit. So right here, this is the, let me see that. My camera will take probably a moment to adjust. But I think you can kind of get it. It's the final cartridge 3. It's supposed to be a really good camera. But anyways, on the back of this here, if you look on the back, you see those little things right here. These are the switches I'm talking about. So if you press this one, it goes into freezer, or this is the reset. You press this one, it goes into freezer mode. That was that green screen you saw earlier. And plugging this into your computer is what allows you to, see the monitor and essentially be able to break into the Commodore 64 games and to be able to just start assembling and doing whatever you want. Like, I'll show you an example. I'll switch back over to sharing the desktop again here. And I'm just going to pull up an old video on my YouTube channel to show you what I'm talking about here. I think I'm going to leave this one open for now. So we'll go here, we'll go back to my YouTube channel. And videos. And I don't know if I can search this or not. Maybe do it up here. I'm trying to do a Commodore 64 hack. I guess I just have to go through the videos. I think I might have it if I go through the playlist and get it that way. Let me see. Let me see if it's in this section. Oh, it's not in this one. There it is. Actually, I do have one. C64 hacking. So this video right here was my first attempt to demonstrate hacking. I'm going to pause this or mute this to show you. This was actually when I hacked in the pitfall game, and I'll show you here a hack I did there. You can kind of see what I did there. I garbled the screen there. You see how it's all blue at the top there? That's basically just the raster line. The water in the game is just a raster line splitting up the screen. And what I did is I basically increased the starting, or I changed the starting position of the raster, which is why it's getting a weird position here. So that's the kind of stuff you can do during hacks. I also went in this video and I changed some of the characters, although in this example, I don't think it was a really good example because I really didn't understand bit manipulation then. I just thought I could instantly just play with any and or, but I got a lot of comments on that, by the way. Now I understand you have to specifically set the bits You don't just go in here and just type in and 212. That's not specifically how it's done. That wouldn't have anything to do with the correct manipulation of the bits, since there would really be no bits that add up to 212. You have to look in the book, and you can kind of see them by example. But anyways, that's just kind of a rant there on myself. Just kind of lessons I've learned in my path of becoming a better assembly language developer. You know, my journey, I like to say. Steve Jobs used to say the journey is the reward. I love that. So I'm going to switch back to desktop view or camera view. I just shut down my camera again, didn't I? Oh, actually, I already have it here on my screen, so I should be able to get it right back here again. So I'll switch back to the camera view again here. So I wanted to show you what I was talking about earlier. First of all, let me just go back to that in this book here, this tablet I've been working on, to show you what I meant by the bits here. Hopefully this one comes in. You see at the top there where I wrote bit 1, you see where it says bit 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. Those are the bits specifically set in memory locations that you can use to alter and allow different features to come on during different registers. And I tried to show this too in the video when I created that Excel document, which, where did I put it? Here. Before we get into a lot of that, I just wanted to kind of explain that's the whole purpose of the bits. The bits are what actually allow you to go ahead and alter. And I was just showing you this example, but that's what I did in that pitfall too, is I went in and I changed some of the bits. So now I know if you just done like bit 2 and 2, that wouldn't create a correct alteration of like a sprite. Like when I was trying to mask out individual bits, like if you use and, you're basically masking out bits. If you use the or, O-R-A, with a number beside it, you're basically setting bits. And what I was trying to do is I was trying to mask out specific bits to try to get plenty of extra characters. But the whole purpose I learned with bit masking, and there's a great website on here, which I read recently, Dust Master or something, I forget what it's called, Dustbuster or something. But it's got a really weird name. The whole purpose of bit masking or bit manipulation is turning on specific bits that allow different functions. For example, if you have one sprite enabled on the screen and you want to maybe be able to expand maybe 2 other sprites and not affect the other sprite, you would use the and, I'm sorry, you would use the or to turn on the other bits, or maybe even an and if you needed to mask out another bit. Basically, the bits would control what's going on in those registers. So let me switch back to the camera view here, since I'm going to the desktop anyway. So now to see my ugly face. Okay, so I need to get back to the screen. Oh, actually I can just minimize. I already have the screen up here. Okay, never mind. I just share it there and I'm good. I just realized I was looking at a black screen this whole time. This is what I also like about the Google Hangouts, is I can always see what you're seeing now. I can't sit there and have to ask people or guess at it. Since I'm looking at 2 different screens, I can really see what's going on. So there'll be no more questions about that anymore. Hey, I think Darren just joined us. But anyways, let me switch back and show you what I was talking about. I wanted to show you that website before I forget. I gotta keep moving everything back over to this screen. I keep forgetting. Okay, so it's called 64 dust something. Let me see. Dust layer, that's it. This is a great website. This guy is really good with Clone.4. But anyways, I just go in here and I just type in dust layer, and then you could do something like or a, that should get right to the page. Right here is bit manipulation. This is a great article on bit manipulation, and this has taught me so much in just a matter of short time. I finally began to understand the specific bits that are set on these chips, why the purpose of understanding bit manipulation is important, and basically something I've never really understood before. I've got assembly language listings where I saw them, you know, or in certain bits, and they would just have nothing to do with memory addresses. I didn't quite understand it. Now I understand you can set bit manipulation to do different controls. Like if you're trying to print a number to the screen, you could turn off a certain section and just zero out and maybe show the 1 at the beginning, and then start, you know, or mask That's about setting the bits so that you could turn on numbers. So if you have like a score counter and you're adding numbers to it, you can easily do that. So that kind of stuff is good for it. You can also, like I said, control different things, enable sprites on the screen, enable multiple sprites, do different things with it. It's a great article, so I definitely encourage you to go ahead and read this. Man, I'm loving these two screens. So I'll do a test to see if Darren's here. Darren, can you hear me? You might still...
I can hear you. Can you
hear
me?
Yeah. Okay, you're there. Okay, cool. So, did you know what I was just talking about?
A little bit.
Say that again?
Your audio is breaking up.
It might be my fan, too. It's so hot tonight. I'm going to turn the volume up here. Can you hear me now?
It's like it's distorting.
Distorting.
Uh-huh.
I can hear you.
Yeah, do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
I wish you could hear what I'm hearing on my end because it's, it's kind of distorted.
But you're doing your Wi-Fi from your laptop again?
No, I'm on my, I'm wired into my main, I'm on my main computer again. I got everything back up and running.
Huh. Well, that sounds good to me. I can go to the, I would like to go to the YouTube channel and kind of test it out there too, to see what it, let me go back there again here.
Yeah, are you capturing video of this? Can you listen to your capture? And maybe it's just me.
That's what I'm going to find out. I'm going to go back to, yeah, I have to go back to the page, I guess. Let's see if I save it.
So bit masking sounds really useful for, say, we have in our breakout game, we've got a ball sprite and a paddle sprite, and we want to manipulate that most significant bit for the x-axis of the sprites. You know, the 0 sprite is in the first bit, and then the paddle sprite would be like the 1 sprite,
yep,
on the second bit. So you would want to be able to, individually address those bits as they go past 255 on the x-axis, for instance.
I think I followed that. It wouldn't have anything to do with like the high or anything. Bits. The whole purpose of this is like if you wanted to like set a different enabling, like I always like use sprites as an example. You have 4 sprites on the screen, maybe one is one certain size, and you wanted 2 other sprites to be bigger, or you didn't want to affect the other one. The whole idea is it allows you to switch those bits around, and you have to use that map in the Commodore 64 book to see what's the correct, view of your sprites in that.
Right. There's one byte, there's one byte that is the enable for the sprites, and you enable it by setting each of the 8 bits in that byte. So bit 1 turns on sprite 0, bit 2 turns on sprite 2. Yep. That's why if you want to turn them both on, you put a value of 3 in there, which is 1 plus 2. That's your first bit plus your second bit are both on.
Yep. But you can also mask out certain bits, like if you didn't want certain sprites to show up, you could only have maybe sprite 3 and 7 showing on the screen. And you do that, you can't just do that just by setting the bit. You have to actually, you can't just go to the register and put like a 3 or 4 or whatever in there, because it's only going to turn on that bit. But when you use the OR, which is the setting bit, or even the masking of the AND, that's going to allow you to manipulate which sprites go doing what, basically.
Yeah. Well, you could just put that value in there, but I think it's going to be more straightforward to just turn on the bit that you're interested in. Then you don't. If you did just set the value, you'd have to do a lot of logic to figure out the math, to make it come out so that the right ones are turned on.
Which can be complicated. Yeah. And sometimes it doesn't always work right, because I've ran into many problems like that before in the past and could not figure out why it was doing what until I finally understood it. Whatever you want to call it. That's a great article, I thought, that Dust Layer had there. I don't know, have you followed that website before?
No, I'd never seen that before. I would not have suspected with a name like Dustlayer that it had anything to do with Commodore 64
Yes,
language.
this guy is definitely knows what he's talking about. So if you read some of his stuff on here, he talks about different stuff. This one's just about the numbering systems and stuff like that. Talks about what I was trying to talk about earlier about creating numbers, which is what we're going to eventually need to do again, is create like a scorecard for it, you know, a score counter for it or whatever. And he talks about all that here too. What do you think of the fact that, you know, you don't see like 15 different screens on my screen anymore?
That is great. Yeah, you had quite an upgrade, it sounds like. You got another monitor and you got a capture card, right?
Well, I had that. Actually, I took one back. I got one and it didn't work, so I returned one of them recently.
Uh-huh.
I was talking about earlier is the one I already had.
So now you got one that works anyway.
Yeah, it was hooked up to, it's still hooked up to my counter right now, but my counter's on the bricks right now, so you can't leave it on very long. I think the PLA chip shuts off or, you know, does something funny to the screen. So I was reading an article, watched a YouTube video, and the guy says the PLA chip could be causing that problem. So I don't know, but I don't.
You should get one of those Super PLA replacements, like I have in the Reloaded. It runs significantly cooler than the real thing.
Oh, really? Well, that'd be a cool thing. PLA replacement. I have to remember that next time. But yeah, so thank you for the idea of getting a second monitor. Although I didn't want to go out and spend the money. I went out shopping and they were like $300-$400. I'm like, I don't need a monitor or speakers. Finally, I just decided, forget the speakers, you know. And then I found one for like $200. It's a 27-inch. It's a Acer.
Oh, okay.
So I'm pretty happy with it. And I noticed a huge difference, not just in size, but even like the clarity and everything is so much better.
And your video card was able to run 2 monitors. I see. That's good.
Yep, for sure. That's the first thing he told me, to making sure that you can run. He said, "Do you have a 3D card?" I go, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, you should be good." So that's cool. I'm pretty happy with that. And now the thing I like about it is I can look on the other monitor. I can always see what the viewers are seeing.
Uh-huh. Can you listen to it? Can you hear if the audio's okay?
Oh yeah, we're just gonna get back to that. Got to sidetrack a little bit. I have it up here, and we can just kind of turn on the video here. It should be playing behind.
It won't feed back.
So it might be actually useful for, say, we have in our breakout game, we've got a ball sprite and panels.
It sounds distorted even.
Yeah, it's working. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I was listening to the video there for a second.
Yeah, that was me talking, and it sounded.
Yeah. It sounds like you can hear me somewhere.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
Hey, Mr. Bo dropped in. Awesome. Notice anything different, Bo?
I notice I don't see the tunnel.
What do you think that means?
Oh, I've been watching your stream, dude. I know what's going on. You got yourself a nice monitor.
Yeah, I got 2 of them now, so I'm pretty happy with that. Because I can always see what's going on in the second monitor now.
Does he sound distorted to you? Because, Bo, you sound great to me.
I can hear him.
Yeah, it's on a video too. It's kind of like a little bit.
Now that time you sounded distorted.
I did?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. My computer is being a piece today. I don't think I'll be able to do any screen sharing. I just want to kind of hang out and see where you guys are at on the development stuff.
And we took a break last week because he didn't have the CBM hooked up.
Yeah, my computer crashed. I lost my main RAID array. When I rebuilt it, I got rid of the RAID. I just went with an just a single big SSD.
Oh, I got you. Well, what I saw last time, I think I seen something. You were moving a sprite around, and it was changing the color of the text or something like that.
Moving the sprite around.
Yes, the sprite at char. That was a basic program that Steve had where you used the joystick to control a sprite, and then on the background was char character data that he was changing to red to kind of show you the path that the cursor had taken on the screen, on the in relation to the background.
Oh, okay, I got you.
You're talking about when we were switching over the basic to the assuming language using the indirect addressing. Is that what you were talking about?
So that's what I did, Steve. After that is I took that playfield example and used the indirect addressing and sort of made a table of memory location. So I didn't have to do bit math, and I was able to playfield that way.
Oh, okay. We'll have to check that out. But you got your CBM hooked up tonight?
Yes. Yeah,
Oh.
I got my main computer going again.
All right, so excuse the little semi-language moving here. That's actually, I wanted to demonstrate that. You're seeing right there, that was my capture card to my Commodore 64, so I wanted to show you that. It is working. That's just a listing of an actual live game.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
That's what it looks like. I just don't have, like, the big capture one you showed me where you could, like, zoom in on a book or whatever thing. That's the thing I don't have.
Oh, yeah, that video visualizer, video overhead projector type thing.
Which I thought was pretty cool. But it's like, I wouldn't even know where to put it. I got so much stuff on my desk right now, like, wouldn't fit anywhere.
I've got it full. I tore it down. I got it folded up and under the desk.
I do.
I was trying to get that. I got those 2 VIC-20s and that 1 Commodore 64 and 2 disk drives too. Out of all of them, the disk drives work, but one of the VIC-20s is completely dead. The C64 is dead, but one of the VICs, it at least puts out a video signal, but it's all garbled. If I put cartridges in it, those do work. So I put a post up on Lemon64 asking for troubleshooting help, and they pointed. There's a VIC forum on Sleeping Elephant, so I posted up over there as well.
Nice.
Yeah, hopefully I can get it going.
Was that the one you showed me last time?
Yeah, that was all that stuff that I picked up in Chicago for $20.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Still.
Of course, none of. Well, I guess the disk drives worked.
I mean, even if it didn't work, you can just buy the components for it. You know, that's a steal.
Yeah, I'm finding that these have obviously been worked on. The C64 had a reset switch installed in it. Was missing the fuse. One of the VICs was missing the fuse. The VIC that is working has got a fuse that's too big in it. Actually, in the box, I found an extra VIC-1 video chip, but I'm not sure if it works because I don't have a working VIC-20 to test it out in.
Nice. I was going to show you something. I found this program. I think it was on Lemon 64. I never got it to work right, but it's supposed to be I was talking about a number printer. But watch when I run it, what it does. It doesn't. If you try to change the numbers, it doesn't work right for some reason. It'll print numbers on the screen. But if you see this right here at the top, it says load the cumulative number 180. That's supposed to be where you pass the number into, but watch, it won't put 180, it puts B4 on the screen. Can you see that?
So it's putting the hex value on the screen.
Yeah, maybe that was what it was supposed to do. Maybe I misunderstood it. But what if I change this to 181? Maybe that's what it's for. Maybe I got the wrong program. I don't know.
Well, no, just see when you hover over there, just see that 180 is B4 in hex.
Yeah.
It probably show B5 this time, huh?
Yeah.
It is. It's probably just a hex. Yeah, it's just a hex printer, I guess. I wonder if we could convert this just to be numbers. It would probably have something to do with this value right here. So right now, what is that? Is that 10? I need my calculator. I knew I was going to need it. So F is 15. Now, I saw this in a book before that this 22 printed the correct numbering. That changes it. I didn't do nothing but garbage.
Looks like it changed to 5 into an @ symbol now.
Yeah, it's like there's two values here. I noticed there's the table, and then there's the second one. Yeah, this one right here. Do you follow this logic? Oh, I need to.
That's a really small routine to basically print the number on the screen. Huh.
Yeah, that's the example you showed.
Oh, well, I see a bunch of bytes at the conversion table bytes down there.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it has something to do with that. I know there's no thought of that.
Yeah, there's 16 values in that byte table, so I guess that's the 16 digits for hex, right?
Okay, now it's starting to make more sense.
Yeah, that would make sense. 0 through the letter F or whatever.
So this is 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. So these are the correct actually values for it.
A couple of weeks ago, I took a little bit of time. I was working on a routine that could flip bytes, for example, to do like a mirror image of a char or a sprite.
A mirror image.
Yeah, like say you make a sprite of a character facing to the right, and I was looking at what would be a good routine to be able to mirror the sprite so that he turns and he's facing left without having to have two sprites for it.
Oh, cool. Is that the OR used? Because I know that'll flip it.
No, there's no easy routine to do it. It looks like the easiest way to do it is to have a 256 byte lookup table, which just flips the byte for you.
Which is why it's so important to really follow this bit manipulation stuff. Which is what I was talking to Darren about. I'm finally starting to understand the purpose of why they did all this. And, yeah. I noticed also the way they set the action table up kind of works for that bit manipulation too. But it's like mirroring how the bits are being matched and stuff like that. Otherwise, you couldn't print numbers side by side if they weren't all lined up like that. But did you watch the last video, Bo?
Yeah, I kind of watched a good amount of it, skimming around through it and stuff like that.
Did you see that game that we got running at the end?
Yeah, with that crazy airplane.
I've got the full listing of that source code. That game is so hard to play, but I thought it was really a great example to learn from. It's got a score counter, and it's just uses a lot of bit manipulation and stuff like that. But there's a lot of physics involved in the code too, which might come in handy for the breakout too.
Yeah, I think you were looking close at the the heat-seeking AI of it, like the programming that has the missiles chase the plane or something like that.
Yeah, that's it. I guess to get started here, we could probably have Darren throw up his code or pass it on to me or whatever, and I can throw it up on the screen. That's so we keep promising the viewers and keeps delaying.
What? $51,000? Oh, that's the Indiegogo. I thought that was the price of it, Steve. Or Darren.
Do you see that on my screen?
I said put your screen up here.
Yeah, you had me confused for a minute. I thought that was the price of it. I'm like, what?
You have two.
I'm really tempted to put money down on this, but the more I learn about it, the less thrilled I am.
Wait, what is that? It's not pulled that up. C64 computer handheld console.
It's like a Game Boy for the Commodore.
Oh goodness.
So they're doing two. They're doing one that has the keyboard, and then the other one that's the handheld.
Oh man, have to use like a. How small is that thing? Like a keychain?
Well, when I first heard about it, I heard that it was the same people that did the DTV. So I thought that it would be like the DTV would be an FPGA type solution, hardware emulation. But it looks like they're using the same processor that's in a Raspberry Pi. So a lot of people are saying, well, this is basically a Raspberry Pi case.
Right. Right. That's really all it is then, because you can get a Raspberry Pi for like $25 or something, and then just put it into whatever you want, make it emulate whatever you want. I'm glad they got a lot of money raised up.
And but this is a prototype, and there's no telling that that's actually going to be what the keyboard looks like.
That's interesting.
It comes with a Competition Pro joystick is one of the options.
Oh, is that the? Oh, I saw like two of them side by side. Was that the one they're making versus the original?
Yes.
Okay, so okay. I was thinking it was going to be like this tiny little thing. It's just okay, cool.
It looks like an original C64 keyboard.
It sure does. It's like a C64 Slim. But yeah, if they're using a Raspberry Pi, that's almost cheating because
Right. They kind of it's not. So originally it said that it would support dual SIDs, which kind of made it seem like they were going to have real SID chips in there, and a cartridge slot. But it so it looked like it would support Commodore cartridges, but I guess it's not a Commodore cartridge slot. It's a different slot, and they're going to release games for just the system that use that slot.
Hey, Darren, I don't mean to interrupt, but it looks like your screen's not showing. It's like you finally figured that part out. How do I get your screen to show? I clicked on it.
you can't see them. I see it.
I go to YouTube. It doesn't show on the YouTube.
Oh, it's not showing up on YouTube. Oh man. So I guess I'm the only one that gets to see it, dude.
It's showing your picture, like your icon.
Uh-huh.
So do you have to share something, or?
It says I am screen sharing.
Yeah, I see it. I even see he's got Vice up and it says ready with a blinking square there.
I'll go back to my screen and show you, like, go ahead and talk. And, like, here's your screen right now. That's what it's showing.
Huh. I don't know if there's something I have to do.
Maybe just turn it off and turn it back on, the screen share.
I'm just glad I'm able to monitor that better now.
All right, turned it off and turned it back on again.
If that changes it, and then I click on you, right?
Uh-huh.
I click on you, so in a few seconds it should switch over. This is live, basically.
Yeah. Well, you
Yeah, my voice does sound kind of garbled.
more straightforward to just turn on the pictures with it. And you did just set the value. You have to do a lot of logic to figure out the math, to make it out. So I'm like any complicated.
Hey, you know what?
It doesn't always work.
My voice does sound
I've played that before in the past.
Hold on. Did you hear that? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It sounds real garbled on YouTube, you're right, so I don't know what I'm going to do, probably just reset my speakers for a second. But it's all running through my camera. That's where my microphone's coming. Maybe I just unplug that and plug it back in?
Yeah, maybe, because you're garbled pretty good. And it's not like lag, it's like...
Or turn off the video here I have running too, that might do it. Test
It
that.
actually sounds distorted.
The two monitors wouldn't have anything to do with that, right? Let me just test it again. Test.
What do you think of the fact that you don't see like 15 different screens on my screen anymore?
That is great.
Okay, I don't know why it's bigger.
That's
Maybe that was earlier.
Competition Pro joystick.
You guys sound good, but I sound like a mess.
I actually kind of cleared up now. At least just now.
I just noticed my speaker wasn't on. The one wasn't connected. Maybe, does it sound better now?
No, it's still distorted.
Yeah, you're still distorted. Oh man, oh man.
For a second it was there when I played with it. Any better?
No,
Nah.
but it does make a heck of a racket whenever you're jiggling the cable.
Yeah, it makes it it's always done that. I'm gonna plug it back in. Testing, any better?
No.
So I didn't plug in the camera, I guess.
Maybe in Google Hangout, if you mute your mic and then unmute it, maybe that'll help. Because when you first started the stream, for the first minute you were clear, but then you opened up a couple of windows and stuff, and then you went distorted after that. Oh no. Hope I didn't make things worse. I seen you unmute, but now I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything either.
No, now you have no audio, Steve. I can see you though. No, not at all. Well, as usual, I broke everything. Yeah, never follow my advice. Just
Are you back, Bo?
yeah, I tried refreshing to see if it helps. Anything.
You sound fine to me. It's Steve that was distorted.
Going to switch to another camera. Okay.
Do you ever watch H3, that YouTuber?
I was just watching a friend of mine. He's talking about H3 a little bit.
Well, this week he went on Omegle, and I was remembering, I think you said that you go on Omegle and dress up like Dracula.
Yep, I sure do.
Everyone that he talked to didn't have pants on.
Yeah, that's the thing about that Omegle site. You go on there, you see a bunch. It's crazy. You'll see a bunch of kids who are like 12, and then you'll see some people that are like in their early 20s. Then you'll see like people on there fapping and showing, like, exposing themselves on there. I'm like, what is with this site?
Yeah, it looked pretty crazy.
It's fun though. It's just something I do as a side hobby.
Yeah, that does sound like fun. Good, clean fun. So they want $150 for this C64 emulator keyboard thing. $170 for the portable.
Not a completely terrible price. I mean, What's it called? The
It's
Commodore
called,
64 handheld. Okay.
yeah, it's called D64. So apparently they did not license the Commodore name, but somehow they did license the Commodore BIOS. And like I said, they were advertising it like it was the DTV people, but then Jerry Ellsworth, the designer of the TV, came out and said no, she's not involved in it at all. I guess it's someone else who was on the team that they've got involved in it.
Yeah, I'm assuming if it's a Raspberry Pi, all they did is they just went to a place and said, "Hey, can you manufacture this? Can you manufacture this keyboard?" And because all you gotta do with a Raspberry Pi, you put Linux on it, and then you can put Vice on it, and that's
Uh-huh. Yeah, and they specifically say gate arrays are too costly, which the DTV was a gate array, the field programmable gate array. And I think that's why people liked it, is because it was very hardware accurate then because of that.
Yeah, that DTV was pretty cool because it pretty much matched to the Commodore itself really good, but then it also has its own mode where it has like even more colors and features. So they actually used like higher end hardware than what was needed to make it.
Yeah, there was a guy for a while who was hacking them into laptops. So he had like some netbook or something that had a screen that he would hack apart a DTV and make it into a portable Commodore 64. It had more than it needed for just the joystick games, right? It had everything to be able to.
Right.
He emulated the 1541, with the SD card, and was able to hook a full keyboard up to it.
And I seen there was people too that made like demos for it, but they were 256 color demos because the DTV actually has the 16-bit color or 8-bit color or whatever.
Huh.
But then you can only run them on DTV. You can't run those demos on a real Commodore because it was made for the actual DTV and its additional
Columns, yeah.
Am I live on audio? No, still can't hear you, Steve.
Saw you there for a second.
As far as I know, like if you copy this, Steve, I don't know if my screen is sharing or not. If you copy the URL of the Google Hangout, you can close everything out. The Hangout will still be running with me and Darren on it, and then maybe you could reboot.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You have.
Yeah, my computer's been going haywire lately too. Yeah. Oh, you can see like the little green bars on your square down there. Yeah, I don't see that though.
Yeah, I don't see it on your. I don't see any green bars on your square.
Yeah, I'm with you on that Commodore thing, though. It's like a half and half. Like I'm thinking maybe putting money down for it towards the, but then I'm not too excited about it because I could just do it myself, or I could go.
Right, with a Raspberry. I've got several Raspberry Pis around here already.
There's a bunch of YouTube videos too that shows how you could take take an old Commodore keyboard and pretty much just make it into put a Raspberry Pi in it.
Yeah, the guys that did, I think it was called Kira Commodore 64. Yeah, individual computers. That's the Reloaded guy. Jens, I think is his name. He's got this where you can plug a Commodore 64 keyboard into it and connect over USB. I think it looks like it also has joystick ports.
If those guys are smart, that's what they're putting into their Commodores.
Well, that means it would be an original Commodore 64 keyboard, which I would love for them to make again, right? But I don't know if that is really cost effective. Same thing was, it originally said it was going to support multiple SIDs. Well, emulated SIDs, not real SIDs.
And they do. I mean, they don't do too bad with the emulation, but it's not the same. You can tell the difference. Okay, he'll be back soon. Maybe it'll work better. I feel so bad when stuff like that happens. You get all set up and get started, and just everything just goes wrong.
Yeah. I hope it's not his second monitor. Maybe he's chewing up more CPU and is not able to keep up with the streaming now. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. 'Cause, like I said, when he first started, because I had the YouTube video up ahead of time, and I was just doing some other stuff. And then I heard Steve come on, like when he started broadcasting. And for the first minute or two, he sounded fine. But then he started opening a bunch of windows, and that's when the audio went bad.
The other thing I was trying to do was, in the example that you worked on with us with the bouncing ball, you had cut the resolution of the x-axis in half so that it could fit into the 8-bit register. I was trying to figure out how to do it without, with full resolution, being able to put that anywhere.
Right.
And set them, basically use in two bytes in the 0 page, sort of to hold the address was what I was thinking. But I guess I can just, what I was doing is I was just querying directly the memory locations of the X position, and then there's the most significant bit for that sprite. So that rather than we were saying when it got halfway, we were flipping it.
Yeah, I think what a common way of doing it to have the full resolution is, say, when you increase the X of the ball, you check the carry flag, because if it flips from 255 to 0, 255 plus 1 and it goes to 0. I think if you check that, you could just turn the most significant bit on, and if you're subtracting X and it goes from 0 to 255, then you clear it. I think that's how a lot of people do it. I think it's the carry flag that tells you if that happens.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. The only that's what you were. So that you were actually doing something. You were doing the ECS. I guess that's the carry is set, and then the BCC is the carry is clear.
Mm-hmm. Branch of carry set.
You're saying just right after I increase it, what does it compare against? So it looks. It seems to me that the comparison
testing.
and a subtraction, I guess.
There you are, Steve. We can hear you now.
Awesome, it worked.
Yay!
Steve might be able to explain this better than me. I think if you do an addition, I think it sets the carry flag, but if you do an addition and the number's smaller than it was before, like say the memory address is set to 32, and you add 5, and now it's 37. It sets the carry flag to say, hey, there was an addition.
What if I'm just using the INC to increment the memory address?
I think once you INC it from 255 up, from there it goes to 0. I think the carry doesn't set. I think the carry clears when that happens. Is that right? Is that right, Steve?
Do you think I should just do a?
What are you guys trying to attempt? I'm not following this. I just jumped in on this.
Well, Darren wants to have the full resolution of the sprite X without using that multiply by 2 trick we were working on before, and we're just kind of talking about that. And I was curious, Steve. Say a memory address is set to 255, right? The max value.
Yes.
If you INC that memory address, so it'll flip back to 0. You know, if you does that like do something in the status registers? Doesn't that clear the carry flag or something?
Actually, give me 1 second. I know what you're talking about. It says actually in this book, to be more accurate, the Machine Language for Beginners book. There's a page in the back. I think it's in the back of the book. It talks about exactly what you're talking about, so I can give you the right information. I just read that today. I remember where it is.
Because if we're able to tell when it crosses from 255 to 0 or back, that's when we know when we can set or clear the most significant bit.
Yeah.
It says it does. As the carry flag.
I'd step away for a minute here. My cat is freaking out.
Oh.
Yeah, I heard that his cat was going crazy last time. So, do you have that book, or I could just pull it up on a PDF here, the Math Machine Language for Beginners? Let me just pull it up, I guess.
Yeah, pull it up. Now, though I can hear you, I'm not able to see what you're doing, Steve, at this point.
Oh, that's right, because I don't have my screen on yet.
Oh, okay.
So I'm much better. I'm more clear now.
Yeah, the audio's in good shape, so.
Good. It was that reboot that it needed. Okay, so let me just pull up. Can you see my screen now?
I cannot.
Now? Maybe I have to present to everyone. I forgot. Oh.
Now it says you're presenting to everyone.
Are you seeing it?
No.
A black screen.
What the heck?
I don't even see your icon. It's just blank.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. It's coming.
Is it there now? Yes, no?
Yes.
What about you? You good, Bo?
I can't see it, so I'll reboot real quick. Be right back.
Having all these problems today. So, you have this book, Darren, but I was going to pull it up for him, the Machine Language for Beginners. Do you have it with you?
I do. I was looking at page
129 for Appendix A. Hi, Kat. I'm sorry I forgot your name.
Yeah, I was gone all day, so she's mad at me.
What's the name of your cat? I don't know if you mentioned it last time.
Her name's Hot Stuff.
Hot stuff. I love how you can just name an animal anything and it just takes.
She's hot stuff, I'll tell you.
So let me see if this is where it is.
So this looks like all the opcodes in Appendix A.
And if you look there at the top where it says status flags, that should answer your question of what status flag is being set. When you use add with carry, it does set the carry flag.
So if
So-
I do an INC, you said it did?
Yeah, but the CLC is there to prevent it from, like when you do a high bit and it kind of messes with the memory. If you go to CLC, you'll see what this is why I really like this. Well, it sets the carry flag with the CLC. Sometimes the carry flag doesn't get set. That's why you got to use CLC. I don't know why, because other registers can change it, I guess.
Ah, so maybe that's how it works. When you do an INC, and it crosses over from 255 to 0, maybe it just does not set the carry flag.
Exactly.
Otherwise, if you do an addition, it does set the carry flag.
Yep. Well, I'm trying to find where I put this book. Apparently it's not here. Computes Machine Language for Beginners. I don't see it here anywhere. You can see my screen though, right?
No, I still can't.
Like, can you, Darren?
I see a file directory listing. Looks like some Word documents.
Can you see it now?
Mapping I see computes mapping the Commodore 64 PDF there.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. I'm trying to find that PDF here.
The Machine Language for Beginners.
Yeah, I thought it was right there, but it's not. Maybe I have to download the dang thing again. I'm not going to spend an hour trying to find it. I'm just going to go to the website.
I need to step away again. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
This is for the viewer's enjoyment. So where is that book? Wait, I always thought it was a bomb jack. Hold on. Could I be wrong? Alright, let's see here. My bad, it was never a bomb jack. I always thought it was a bomb jack. Okay, I guess I'll just have to look for it somewhere else. The thing that always gets me is I always had people contact me wanting to learn machine language, but they never joined my Hangout. I haven't figured out why yet. Like, okay, you guys want to learn it, why don't you join me, and then we'll teach you. Right here. I don't like this one. I don't think it has a PDF. It's just you have to kind of go page by page with this thing. Well, actually, this is Amazon. That's not what I wanted.
Yeah, I got a PDF of the
Here somewhere.
programmer's reference manual and the beginner's guide, and it doesn't let you do searches or anything. It's pretty much like a straight scan of the pages and just put into a PDF.
Oh yeah, that's a cool book, by the way. Hey, where's this book at?
Dang it, I still can't see your screen.
Yeah,
Don't do anything, though, because if Darren said you can see it, then it's on my end, not yours.
I just think Google's having trouble because, I mean, you know, last week everything seemed to be good. Let's see if this is it. Okay, so here's... I don't know how many pages it's going to let me see here.
All right, I'm back.
You still see my screen, Darren?
Yes.
Because mostly you can't see it yet. Oh man, this doesn't have the whole book?
Yeah, I guess it'll pop up for me eventually. But if Darren can see it, then don't do anything because it's a problem I'm having. So.
It's in Appendix A. I don't know, how do I go to Appendix A here?
So I guess what you would end up doing is, looks like you got a check MSB subroutine there.
Right.
And I guess in that check MSB subroutine, you would check if the carry set was not clear. Or, I'm sorry, if the carry was not set. And if it's not set, then you set it. Looks like that's kind of what you got there.
This is from you, Bo, from 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
This is exactly from the bouncing ball one that we did.
Okay.
I did a different sprite on it. I did a multicolor sprite on it.
Oh, I like that sprite. It's changing color. It looks like a pool ball a little bit.
Yeah.
That was one.
Multicolor, it kind of makes sense because the sprites, the X is twice as wide, right? They're 2 pixels wide on the X.
Yeah, so then technically, if you move it by single increments, you're actually doing sub-pixel movement. Because they're double wide for multicolor.
Right, so doing it double will go from corner to corner. If you did it pixel accurate, you would wind up like down here, right? You'd end up, it wouldn't be directly across the screen.
Well, what could happen is,
Rectangular
because
screen.
we're moving it by 2 pixels, it actually matches up because they're 2 pixels wide. If you move it by just 1 pixel, then that means you're able to move it sub-pixel accuracy, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so
The one I want to use is more like that's what I started this ball to. It's going to be the smaller one that is just a single color sprite. Small ball.
Okay.
hey, Bo,
Yeah.
it shows one viewer, so that must mean is that why you can't see the screen?
Well, I'm not on the YouTube page anymore.
Oh, that's just the YouTube page. That's right. Okay, never mind.
So if you got 1 viewer, that's not me, because I'm not on there. I'm in here.
I was trying to figure out why you couldn't see the screen. It sounds like you can see Darren's screen now.
Yeah, I could see Darren's, and Darren said he could see yours. So, and earlier you said you could not see Darren's, but I could see Darren. Oh.
What a crazy night. Let me see if you can see mine now. Let me just share it again. Can you see mine now?
I do.
Negatory. Oh, there it goes finally.
Okay. So we got that working. That's the appendix I was talking about earlier. You can look in here and it'll look up what each status flag does just by going page by page. And they're going to be right here at the top.
Okay, go ahead and pull up the INC command.
I went too far. Right here.
Okay, so the status flags, it says...
Zoom in on it. So it sets the 0 flag and the negative flag. So it's negative, 0, carry flag, interrupt, decimal. B is, I forgot what B was already.
Okay, so what I said was wrong, then it's not the carry flag, it's the... What would cause these flags to be turned on by the ink command?
By an increment?
Yeah, what would cause the either negative or 0 flags to be set by doing an increment?
0 is if it's less than 1, and it goes into the carry bit, because remember, it's always moving along that line, wherever it ends up on that line. Like when you're doing a 16-bit math, it'll go into the carry because it's already flipping over to the next bit.
Okay, so you just got to check if that one sets itself if it goes past 255.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't check the carry flag, check the 0 flag.
Yeah. Increment's pretty straightforward. I never really had to do anything with that one. It's just the advocate carry. You always have to set the carry flag and or clear the carry flag. I'm saying set. We're saying it wrong. Clear the carry flag. Set is SEC. which I can go here and show you that too. That's for subtraction.
So rather than doing an INC, should I set up an add with carry? So I can.
If you want to, you got to work with the accumulator then, instead of X or Y.
Just depends on what you want to do. What's the easiest way to go?
Bo had the idea that every time I move the ball right, every time I increase the X, I need to check the carry flag, and if the carry flag was set, then I know that I overflowed the bit or the byte. I need to set the most significant bit for the sprite.
I didn't quite get all that. I got bits and pieces about someone moving the sprite right, setting the carry flag.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think the ADC command will do that. ADC.
Add with carry.
Mm-hmm. But what will happen is then you have to load the memory location into the accumulator, and then do ADC to it, and then put it back into the memory location.
Yeah, because it clears the carry flag.
Yeah, because ADC works with the accumulator, but not with direct memory addresses.
Well, you can work it with direct memory, too. Immediate. You can also do it with absolute. That would be direct memory.
All right. So instead of doing this,
Oh, you can. Okay.
That's right.
so I do an LDA to load the accumulator, and then do I use the parentheses to get it from the address?
You might not have to do that. What's the absolute
Just type the
version
number
of ADC?
and the number you want to type in, the memory address you want to access.
Oh, I can just do a ADC and then.
A 16-bit number.
Well, it's.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. ADC in the memory location.
This is a memory location, right, Sprite? This is.
Maybe switch back to your screen. Let me just switch back to it.
Yeah. Sprite_X should be the memory location for the Sprite X register.
Yep.
So okay. Yeah. I guess you could do the ADC.
Do an ADC.
Yeah, you can do that.
And then so I can do a branch if the carry is set. I want to set the most significant bit, right?
Is that how you check the overflow? Check for overflow?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
What you're trying to do in this case, I'm trying to understand. Move ball right.
When we do an increment of Sprite 0x, if it overflows beyond 255, we want to set the most significant bit. So we want to make sure we know how to check to see if we overflowed that memory location.
I'm trying to figure out why you guys are doing this.
So we can
because
move all the way across the X.
yeah, so we can set the most significant bit for the Sprite X if it goes for
Oh, MSV. Okay.
So then if you do an ADC on Sprite 0x and it overflows beyond 255, does that set the carry flag? Or
Yeah, I think you can try that. I've seen people do that before, without the CLC. Did you run it? Rerun it yet?
No, I haven't run it yet. And then I guess the else condition is to clear it.
Else condition?
Well, so so I'm going to branch if the carry was set to set the most significant bit.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not set, then I want it clear, I guess.
Then
Right.
that's it.
yeah, if you're moving to the right,
Well, I guess
only time you gotta bother if it underflows is if you're moving left. So it's never going to underflow if you're moving right. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just try to run it.
Yeah, that'll work.
Didn't move.
Oh, it didn't move?
So maybe it's not the carry set we gotta check for. Is it to check if the carry is clear?
Well, I don't know. What am I adding here? Whenever I just hit ADC,
I don't know. What is Sprite 0_X?
that's a memory location.
Which one is it?
It's the X of
X
Sprite
register?
0.
That's the 53248. Okay, so that makes sense. So you're incrementing 53,248, but why are you add the carry? Why are you not just incrementing it?
Because
So,
eventually it's going to.
And where
Here's my original code down here.
you got to store it somewhere afterward. Where are you storing it?
I wasn't storing it anywhere. I was just always checking that memory location.
Oh, because it has to know where to store it. You have to store it back into the memory location because it
That
doesn't.
is the memory location. I was incrementing it directly.
Oh, so it does work that way. Okay, I see what you're saying, but it's still not going past the low point of no.
Right.
Okay, I didn't see it could do that. I've never seen that done that way before. Okay, I've always used increment before that. Okay. Oh wait, no, you do have an increment in there.
Yeah. So, but it's incrementing this memory. It's taking this memory location and just adding 1 to it, right?
Okay.
So whatever's in this memory location, add 1 to it.
But that's
But I
all.
want to know if it goes over 255. So that's where we were saying rather than do an INC, we would do an add with carry, and then branch if the carry set with flag to set the most significant bit. But this didn't seem to do anything. And I wonder what got added to this since I never loaded the accumulator with anything.
It's looking inside of 53,248.
Ooh, that may be what maybe load the accumulator with 1.
Yeah, so
That's what I was thinking that I needed to do is I somehow needed to add 1 in here.
do this. Remember the break test? Do the BRK after it and see what's in that value. Remember how we do that with the Vice?
Do this right here, break there.
Yeah, and then check that memory location. You might need to store it somewhere because if you don't, otherwise you got to look up the code and see what's in it. I usually just pick a memory location to store it in, like 251 or a free memory location. And then you can check that memory location and see what's the value there.
I think I'm using 251.
Oh, then you can use any, I found that you can use any basic ones that are not being used. Where's my book?
Well, maybe no, I'm not using 250.
You can use, there's a giant area free, I think it was a 182 somewhere. Let me see. Like, anything that was basic, you can use it because we're not using basic anymore. No, I can't remember where it is. I think it was in 130 something. I'm going to find it here in a minute. You can use 115 through 138. Those are all used by basic.
We'll just use 251, like that.
Yeah. I mean, you're breaking it, so it's not really going to matter. As long as, at that point, you're already advocate, so it should take the value in sprite 0 and cast it into 251. Oh, no, not media. Just put 2, take out the number. Because you're just looking inside that memory location. The media is when you're putting numbers in there that are, 8-bit.
And then what? Print peak 251.
Well, then you have to click on the. Got it. No, not that one.
Not that one?
No, that's just the XY register and all. It's not going to show you. It's the one beside it there. I don't know what it's called. I think it's the memory window where you're looking. Right there. It's right there. It's already open there. It says memory right there. That one.
That one.
Yeah, and then scroll down to 251. I'll look up the hex. I don't have it memorized. It's going to be
251 is going to be like FD or 00FD.
FB.
Or F.
Pretty close. That's good. You can read those. I can never read them.
I went way too far.
Yeah, you would. It's like toward the beginning, 0 page. Yeah, you're already going into page 3. You can also use the page up and down to get through it faster. So what's it show there? I can't really see that. Is that 26?
Yeah.
That's storing a 26 in there. That would.
Where I start.
So that's your X location and is 26. So I think what is it in line 118, line 118, put LDA number 1.
Like right before it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you still have to. Yeah, that makes sense because you never loaded in the value. Well, why are you doing number 1? That's always going to store 1 in there every time. Is that what you want to do?
We just want to add 1.
Well, if you load the accumulator with 1, and you do an add with carry to sprite 0x, that adds 1 to that memory location, right?
Yeah, but that's always going to leave a 1 in there every time. We can try it. I mean, it's not hard. I just don't follow that. Might be an example in this book, actually.
No, I didn't do it.
Because I'm only seeing that as taking load accumulator with 1, and it's not storing it anywhere. Add with carry is just, it's not affecting memory. All it's doing is it's incrementing memory, but it's not saving it anywhere. You have to store it somewhere. So probably put 53, is that the memory 53 to 48? Yeah, try that. But you got the 1 in there now, so it's already going to put it at 1. That's what it's going to do.
I just see what it did.
I didn't see what it did, no.
It goes really fast.
Let me just see what it was. Oh yeah, it kind of sped it up. So it's basically probably multiplying it somehow.
Well, if we work with I and C instead, Steve, what happens if it overflows?
Back to my book.
Because I and C works at moving it right, so we might as well keep it with add, if we can.
If it overflows, it doesn't ever set the clear the carry, so it's just going to go back to 0.
Well, INC says that it can set both the 0 flag and the negative flag in certain instances.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. That was an increment.
So if you increment beyond 255, causing an overflow, of course it'll put the memory value back to 0, but then does it set a flag so that we could check, did we overflow?
What you're asking for is it needs to carry the 1 or whatever, so it adds it
Well,
on.
yeah, then we're going to put that 1 into the most significant bit, the MSB.
I think you have to set it in 2 separate registers, though.
Well, then what causes the 0 flag to get set when you do an increment?
0 is just whenever a value reaches 0. It goes back from 255 to 0.
Is there any way to directly interrogate that flag?
I mean, you can watch it. Now, when you run it again, go check the status flags and put a break in there. Actually, you could do this. Wait till it gets to 255 and then set a value and then break at 255 after you get past 255. And then check it there. Because we're breaking before we're getting there.
Well, I mean, if I put a break right here, I think it'll stop.
Yeah, that'll work. And then you can see what it shows. And make sure you store it in 255 again if you haven't done that.
Oh, so I didn't store it. You wanted me to store? What do you want me to store?
Let's see what the status flag says now.
You can always see what it shows. The value. Oh, you don't need the value. You just need the status flag. I'm sorry, I'm getting. Yeah. So it should show with the status flag once it goes and you run the program. What does it show? It shows a 37 in there. What's a 37?
Is that it there, the 01? I thought it would be one of these.
Isn't that the flags on the right side there?
Yeah, isn't it 0 and carry right here? It looks like 0 is 1, so it's 0. That's that.
So you just got to check if the 0 flag is set then, huh?
Yeah, how do I check that?
It is setting the 0 flag then. I could really see that. Too bad I didn't create a zoom feature on that stuff. I'm trying to see if I can find an example of this. I know I saw it somewhere. Might have been in that code example I was looking at earlier today. I took apart a program on an Atari computer and I created like an entire flowchart for it because I wanted to see how it works. And I think I came across that today.
Oh, do you think there might be a command that checks the 0 flag for you?
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
Oh, you know what? For move left, I can't just check if it's 0. I need to check if it's 0 and the most significant bit is not set. But here I only need to do a double comparison. I need to make sure two things are true.
Well, when you're moving right, you could assume that you're never going to have to turn off the most significant bit.
Okay.
And when you're moving left, you could assume you never have to turn on the most significant bit, right? Because, you know, if you're moving, unless you're moving left so far that you cross all the way back over to the other side of the screen again, which you probably want to avoid for the, you don't want the ball to go all the way off the screen, you know.
And I do have a separate direction variable that I'm checking here. That's for some reason I thought I was checking the value of this, but no, that's not what's happening. I should be moving right.
An example here while you guys are doing that. I'm looking at that heat sinker stuff.
Sorry, I'm not too helpful here. I've always just used that. That's why I just did that multiply by 2 thing. It's just it made more sense to me that way.
That's like you, and that's how I did that game I did back in the 90s too. I just cheated because I didn't understand all this other crap before. Like one guy got on YouTube, he says, "You're a beginner with this stuff." I go, "Yeah, I guess I am."
Yes, I'm an absolute beginner.
So here it shows what they're doing is they're loading in MSB, which is 53264, and they're masking it with a 1. Isn't that interesting? And that seems to set the carry flag. I'm going to put that code on the screen here. Let me find that example, which I probably remember what the website was. Mission image for beginners. I still have it up here somewhere.
Someone's a rapper gangster fan.
Okay.
Is there a command to check the 0 flag? I guess you could just check the status register memory location itself. I'm not sure.
There you go.
Where is this at?
And there a mask makes sense to see if one particular bit is set.
So I'm not familiar with a command to do it, so that's probably how they did it then, is checking the status flag memory location and masking it out to see if the 0 flag is set.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Back to this crazy stuff again.
Yeah, this is the world's worst PDF reader. You can't even jump to a page.
My screen?
Every page.
Yeah, I hate these things. Like, how do you really scroll through them? Can't scroll through them. You can like search. Oh, even the search is pathetic.
Yeah,
It
text of a bullet, I think, that they just took.
That's not the right section now.
And loaded into a PDF without any sort of optical character recognition.
Yeah, this way. Author is Tim Victor.
That's the problem I got when I got PDF versions of the original, like the book that came with the Commodore 64, the beginner's guide, and then the programmer's reference manual, like the second version of it.
Yeah.
The PDFs I have, they don't have any. They don't. It's just like basically scanned in the pages of it, and there's no searching or nothing available for it.
Right. Well, yeah. Without the actual text, you can't search it.
Yeah. Even this one takes forever to search. It's better just to go through the arrow keys. If I could page through it. Yeah, I actually am paging through it. Okay. Now we gotta go through the first one, the second one, campaign manager. There it is. Okay, let's see where I'm at now. I knew I was going to lose my spot once I was looking through it. Okay, it's in page 176. Let's see if I can zoom in on this. I cannot zoom on this. Can you guys see this at all? It's so tinky. You can download this, right? Somewhere? Can you? Download it? Anywhere? Killer?
It's got a speaker icon that can read it out to you.
Yeah, that's going to help. I wonder what this will do. I'm too afraid to click it and then start all over. It's right here. Can you see this where it says mark it and turn it on? And it says same side of, I think it says seam. And you see what it says LDA, MSB, and number 1. Can you see this? Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, LDA, MSB, and number 1.
That's how they did it. So it seems like the and is a trick.
Yeah, if you and number 1, that masks it out for just bit 1.
Would that make sense?
That's always flipping it though, right? That's if you and 1, you're always going to get the opposite of what was in there.
Well, if you and 1, it'll wipe out all of the other 7 bits, and you'll be left with just bit 1, and that could be either a 1 or a 0. It doesn't actually. It changes all of the other bits to 0 and leaves just bit 1 on.
Is that
If
why?
it's on. If it's not on, then it's still not on.
What's the next command that they're doing there?
Well, that's what I mentioned. EQ branch is equal to LL1. So they were checking to see if there's a 1 there, and if there is, it goes to LL1. And I know you probably can't see that, but it's transferring, I think it's Y to the accumulator. Yeah, Y to the accumulator. And then it masks what's inside of that MSB and stores it. And somehow that seems to work. Because we saw the game, it clearly uses it with the whole screen. I wish I could make it bigger. Oh wait, I just now found it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that you got a thing down there. Little magnifier.
Yeah. Now the page disappeared. Where did it go? Or it's right, like way at the bottom? Okay, hold on. It's like on the side here. It says mark it and turn it on. So if I zoom there, it goes off the page. Did you see that? It's like way over here now. If I zoom again, it goes off the page. You don't see it anymore now. Okay, maybe if I make this larger. Ah, there you go. Okay.
So LDA number.
Still off screen. It's over here because it's like got them both side by side. See if I. Oh, it's too big. Well, I guess that'll work like that. Can you see that better?
Yeah, that works. So it's LDA MSB and number 1 and branch if equal to a subroutine.
So try that one, Darren, and see if that'll work.
Here, can you see my screen? Tell me what to type.
I'll flip back over. Oh, can you see mine?
Yeah.
Just right here where it says same side of seam. The MSB is the 53264. And they kind of emulate what that code shows there.
I'm not sure what that code does.
Yeah, me neither. But if you want me to, I guess I can.
Because what is MSB? I mean, what is it? It's not
The most significant bit, I guess. I mean, I've got the most significant bit here. It's called MSB-X in my example.
okay.
That
This is allowing the SpritePad to do that 255.
number 1, and a branch not equal. Now it's branching to a subroutine I don't have. So what is it doing in the branch not equal?
It's just storing. Where do you store the MSB? Use that routine.
I either set it or I clear it.
Okay, so here it's just storing it. You don't need to set or clear. It's just doing both here. So you can just. So in your case, you could use either set or clear.
Oh, okay. So you're saying to store MSB.
Yep.
Okay.
So everything you're typing in is where the LL1 is. In that section. Or
No.
so TYA on my screen. Here, I'll move the arrow right here.
So in addition to storing the most significant bit, I need to do something else. What do I need to do?
Well, right above the store MSB, you're going to use the AND MSB. And then you're going to use the TYA. I don't know why they transferred the Y to the accumulator. Oh, because they must have used it earlier somewhere. Let's see.
I'll be right back in a second.
Yeah, I think they used it at the above there at the top part. We might not need the TYA for now. We can just leave that out, I guess. We'll come back to that. And then right above that, you would type in AND MSB. In your case, AND MSB underscore X. And then in the routine above that, where you have the load MSB underscore X, you've already got all that in there. Okay, that looks good. Oh, so if you got B and E, you need to change that to BEQ. And also, if the mask is not set to 0, then it's supposed to do the ladder. It's supposed to set the load bit underneath the store MSB. You're going to use that load mask temp. So basically, you have to create a value for mask temp. Or the correct root is create a symbol table for it, or symbol for it.
Where are they putting it?
Just any location that's free of memory. So if you want to use a free one, I gave one earlier. I think it was.
How about 684?
Is that being used by anything? Yeah, you can use that. It doesn't. You don't need a high and a low. You just need one value for it.
Do I initialize anything?
Call it mask temp. Yep,
Yeah.
like you got it.
Should I initialize that to something?
No, that's good. Because we're not. We're just going to be. Actually, you know what? Let me see. Because up here they store mask temp. Now that you said it, you got me thinking here. Hold on. This is where it marks it and turns it on. So this is turning on. Dang it! You mean we need this code too? I guess we have to type in this code too. This is right above all this, and this makes sense because this is where the Y came into play. So this must be what this is all about. So this is flipping the bit from 255.
Yeah, if you do an EOR FF, that's flipping every bit that's on to off and every bit that's off to on.
So that's probably how they're doing the mask. Oh, this code is complicated, but yeah, you're going to need that whole section. Sorry about that. And another value for in use, because they're using that there too, which is probably just another place we need to figure out where that's being used. Later, I'll try to do a whole disassembly of this, game so we can figure out better what's going on. Maybe we can figure this part out for now. I notice the mask temp is just being used to check different things, so it might not be pertinent in this example. I cannot figure out what mask temp is for, though. They don't have any documentation under it. I'll have to start getting my paper out and start doing some calculations here, figure out what they're doing with these bits.
Well, I mean, what we know then is if you increment the memory location sprite 0x and it overflows beyond 255, it sets the 0 flag. So what we want to do is check if that 0 flag is set, and if it is, then turn the most significant bit on.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here.
You know what that memory location is?
For which one?
For the for the status register, right?
I don't understand what you're asking me.
How do we check if the 0 flag is set or clear?
There's no memory location for that.
There's not?
No. That's just accumulator.
No, there's a memory location for the status register that has all the flags. I just don't know what it is offhand.
I got to get out my Excel document. Look at that. Which I still need to finish. I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm trying to figure out what this in use is being used for. You see this right here where it says in use? And in use, store in use. I don't know why they're using that. But this section right here is turning on the sprites. That's what the sprite enable. This is enabling probably certain sprites to turn on. We might not even need that code. The only reason I was saying to use this code is because down here the mass temp isn't being stored anywhere, but up here it is. So I didn't quite get if we even need that in there. Maybe we can just take those out. What do you think? Drop the mass temp.
I'm not 100% sure what the max temp variable is representing.
Yeah, it's not linked to any memory location, so it's something that they're using. It's just a user-defined value. It's just a byte 0 when I look at the value that they initialize it to. That's why I don't think we need it. It might just be used for their turning on. Because if you remember the game, Darren, remember it's shooting out those missiles, and there's like 7 of them at the bottom, or 6 or whatever. It's turning on which one I think is shooting each time.
Okay, on this page here, Darren, if you maybe search for status register.
Well, I have that right here. I'm going to look that up. I just get distracted here a little bit. Shucks, I probably didn't get to that part of it.
I thought it was called the status register. Maybe it's called...
Is it maybe the storage area for the register? I have storage area for the P status register, and that's 783.
Well, where can we find what the 0 flag is?
I got to come back on the screen again.
Because maybe it's not even called status register.
Here, I'll show you. Can you see my screen now?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's right here, 783.
That's for the P?
Yeah.
What's the P?
Processor.
Oh, okay, so all the flags are stored at memory location 783? The 0 flag, the carry flag, the negative flag.
Some more on it just than that. I kind of shortened the documentation. Yeah, there's a bunch of bits in here, so I'll have to add certain things and show you what's going on here. You didn't want to type all this in.
So which bit in that memory location is the 0?
Bit 0. That's a carry.
Because I want to do, so then I want to do an LDA of the,
These are the bits right now I'm typing in.
and then I can do an AND to mask it, but which bit is it?
It's actually 0.
So bit 0 is the zero flag.
Oh, wait. Bit 1, I'm sorry. That was the carry I was looking at. I knew I should have typed these in. 5, 4.
Right.
Yeah, because you want an LDA 780 number or LDA 783, and it to whatever bit is the 0
Uh-huh.
flag, and then it'll tell you if it's on or off at that point.
Uh-huh.
Theoretically, at least.
Right, skip 128, 64, 32, 60. What did I skip? Yeah, I wanted to work on it again anyway. See, bit value 1 is a 0.
Okay.
Okay, wait a minute here. You're missing value of 2 there.
Yeah, I skipped over it, didn't I? Yeah, it's actually 2. I'm sorry. I'm too anxious. I'm trying to get this done. It's bit value 2. But it's still bit 1.
So then that means you gotta do an and number 2 to check that.
Yep.
Wonder why they did an and.
Later has that bit in there, so now I can do the branch.
And that's why they did the and 1. Oh, this sets to 0. Okay.
Does the AND one set to 0?
Yeah, and this fuck right here.
Well, and 1 will return if the bit is on or off. Or I'm sorry, if you do an and bit value of 2 to memory location 783, it'll tell you either the 0 flag is set or not set. It doesn't actually change the 0 flag. It just tells you. It masks everything else out and just tells you what the 0 flag is.
One way you could find out is you could look at the value in 783 and break it at that point.
So you can LDA 783 and number 2 compare to 2, and then branch if equal to set the MSB.
The compare would be if it's off, though, right? It would be the 0.
Now you've got and number 2. Yeah, you want to do a CMP CMP number 2.
I don't know, it would be the 0.
Well, bit 0 will always be clear once you do an and number 2. So you compare it, and if branch if equal to, yeah, that should be right.
No.
What's your store MSB?
This is not being used now.
Oh, okay, then you want to change that branch if equal to a different.
Oh. Yeah. I want this. And set it, right?
Yeah. Okay. And you got a break in there. We'll know it works if it breaks right when it reaches the right side, I imagine.
So I thought this should be 0. Because I want to know if the bit is off. Well, it just went right there.
So what happened? You're doing an AND too?
Well, what he wrote there is increment the sprite by 1, load the accumulator with the status register, mask out all the bits except for, you said it was bit 2, or number 2 for the zero flag. And if the 0 flag is set, it's supposed to branch to set the MSB, but then it's never branching. So.
Oh, maybe you misunderstood what I meant earlier. Can you see my screen again?
Yes.
Okay, so these are what right here. These are the status flag. It says status register has 7 different flags. These are the bit assignments that you want to do, and this is what happens. This is the result. So the 0 is actually bit 1, but it's bit value of 2, is what I said earlier.
That's what we're working with. Is 2.
You want to use these bits, remember? Always use these bits. These aren't bits, these are just the documentation.
Well, bit 0 equals 1, and bit 1 equals 2, and bit 2 equals 4, and bit 3 equals 8. You know what I mean?
And if you set bit 2, it's going to set the interrupt disable. I don't know. I mean, I guess.
Well, check if bit 2 is set. You don't check 2, you check the value, which is 4.
Oh, okay, that's right, because we got to add them together.
So bit 1 is the 0 flag, which is a value of 2, bit value of 2. So that should be right. If you're ANDing 2, that masks out all the other bits except for the 0 flag. And then we're comparing it to see, that's saying, is this on? Is that bit set to on? And if it is, it jumps to set MSB, but it doesn't seem to work this way. Yes. Something went wrong.
Yeah, let's never get to our set the MSB break.
What did you look like when you looked at it?
Well, see, what should happen right now, as soon as the ball goes all the way to that right, it should break, but it never breaks.
So it's not even getting there, it's just going all across your saying. So it's not reading that section, essentially.
I thought this was going to be 1.
That's what I thought. That's what but the 1 didn't work?
Well, bit value of 1 is your carry flag.
Well, so I thought that I had ANDed everything out except for 2, so that the only thing that I would see would be a 0 or a 1.
In that bit location, though, it wouldn't move it all over to the right side. You know what I mean? It would be.
It'd be nice if I could do something like this. Yeah. Turn that one on. Turn on the second.
Do you know if this 783 is used by machine language or is it just used by BASIC? I always used it for BASIC.
Well, unless there's a command or another way to check the 0 flag.
Yeah, I don't think this is used outside of BASIC. I've never seen it used in, regular sim language listings. I just went there because you mentioned that, and I thought it might work. But it might not be what we need. So what happened when you just used the and one without the compare, like the book showed? Did that do anything? Did that find it?
When I did this up here, no. This didn't work.
No, that was our early code. I mean, from the book earlier, when it said check the most significant bit, load the value to the most significant bit, and then end it with 1 and see if it sets the character light.
You're saying and it with 1?
Yep.
Just do a branch equal?
Take out the status register. You would load the MSB in that place. Where's the status register? Because you're checking that value. That's what the book shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not LBA.
That.
Yeah, that's it. And I think once we do that, we'll probably have to flip the bit over and get back to my screen here again. It says load MSB and with 1, branch is equal, go to LL1, and then they're basically masking what I see. They're masking the value that was cast into there, which should be the carry bit, and storing it to get it back to the screen.
Here, Steve, you want to see what happens when I run this?
I think we might need the intersection, but we'll see. It'll probably won't flip because we need the intersection, but go ahead.
It doesn't do anything.
It doesn't move?
Just draws it up there. I can see it flip, blip in the corner, and then it just dumps out.
Do it again. I had something in front of my screen. I didn't see it.
You gotta watch quick.
Yeah, I had the calculator on the other screen.
Don't blink. You'll miss it.
It's really fast.
It just like goes right to a break.
Yeah.
Oh, you still got the break in there. It means it went to the MSB. Yeah, I think it's going to work. What did it do now? What's it doing?
The ball is moving so fast that it's in 2 places at once.
It's immediately setting the bit, probably, which is why.
Every single time it keeps resetting the bit on and off so fast that it's redrawing it twice.
So it's not even moving it, basically. Do we have the ball incrementing though? Let me see what your code looks like there. You're incrementing right 0. So it's almost like it's checking it instantly. It's not checking how far over it is on the screen yet. So that must be what that other bit is. Because how does it know when you get to the edge of the screen?
That's why we want to check that 0 flag, because then that's what happened when it went all the way to the right. The 0 flag got set.
Right here's where it changes directions.
Because I need to work a little bit more on this code and see what they did here. So this is probably being called from another routine. Let me see if I can find it. It's called L lunch up. Actually, I wrote these down in a book so I can save myself some time.
Well, I don't think I want to look at the most significant bit here. I think I want to look at the 0 register.
That's what the code shows.
I mean, this is basically saying, look at the most significant bit. Is it set to 1? If it is set to 1, then set it again to 1.
But it actually moved it to the other side of the screen. Did you notice that? That's why it appeared on the other side of the screen. So it was able to set it.
I think it appeared on the other side of the screen because it's the actual value is the left, and as you flip the most significant bit, you're changing where it appears on the screen. It's not actually moving, you're just moving the most significant bit.
But that's what we want to do, though, right? We want to get it up to the reset 53264 to 1. That's what we're trying to do.
Right. So before, what I was doing is I was incrementing it, and then I was checking to see, is that value equal to 255? If it is, then set the most significant bit. And then if it is, I guess, under the setup. Actually, I think this was 254. I don't know. This was a branch with the carry set. I think that means that it overflowed versus the carry was clear.
And that's checking out how far it travels across the screen. Maybe
How
we
far it travels across the screen is checking up here. So I look to see, is the most significant bit set? If the most significant bit is set, then I want to look it to the left side. I don't want to look right. So I basically skip that part. Skip this part and just look left. So if it's not set, then I look to see, is it to the right all the way, which is a constant that I set up here, 1, which is really 256 plus 81, 337, which should be the right-hand order. So that's how I'm flipping it back and forth. And if I was going back and forth before, started messing around with all this stuff, I could probably get it back to the behavior that I had it.
I got the. Uh-oh.
Yeah, there I can get it. Yeah, so there it goes back and forth. Here's what you had, Steve. You said check the most significant bit.
I got a wiki here from the zero flag. It kind of. And it does say that ink does affect the zero flag.
Does it say how to read the zero flag?
ink affects the zero flag.
In this little bit of code here, is my screen showing up for you guys? Okay.
Let me click on you. Yeah.
In this little bit of code here, he loads the X register with the value of 10, and then he's decrementing it in a subroutine. And keep branching if the zero flag is not set. So what happens is, when X flips from 255 to 0,
Oh, because they'll flip back to 0. I see what you're doing.
the loop continues until the X register reaches a value of 0.
I was trying to figure out a way to do it without doing that, but you could do that too. Because it'll always flip from 0, and once it gets to 255, it'll automatically flip back to 0. But then...
And when it does that, that's when I want to set the most significant bit.
So basically, you don't have to check the status register. If you do a BEQ or BNE, that automatically checks the 0 flag. So
That's a good point.
branch if not equal and branch if equals checks the 0 flag. Okay, that's the two commands. That checks it.
That's the same thing as checking where the position of 53 and 48 is on the screen, and once it gets to 255, that's what I did in my game.
Because in this example here, you know, if you're decrementing your sprite X, you can do a branch if equals to clear the bit if it equals 0, so it reaches 0.
Yeah, because increment does use the 0 flag. That makes sense.
Yeah, because if you overflow an increment from 255 to 0, that once it hits 0, it sets the 0 flag.
Oh, you're using decrement X. You're not using increment. Hold on. Decrement sets the 0 flag. Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, increment can too. If you do an increment or a decrement, if the ending result is 0, then the 0 flag is set. Which means if sprite X equals 255, when you do an increment and it changes to 0, the 0 flag is set.
So maybe this example in this book was for something else. Like I said, I didn't disassemble this. I don't know exactly what this is doing. I thought that was it. That might just be putting on the MSBs for the other sprites.
So even if we use the 0 flag to check this, it's not going to be the best option, because what if you want your ball to go faster than just 1? What if you want the ball to go 4 pixels? It might skip the 0 every time.
All we can do is try it.
So unless you only want the ball to always move only 1 pixel at a time,
That's a good point.
we'll have to do a different option, different way to go about it.
Or we could think it all night. Let's just try that. I need to put his screen back up.
So I do an INC. If the carry flag, if the 0 flag gets set, which branch do I use to detect that?
BQ.
BEQ?
Yep, right.
Yeah, BEQ.
All right. So then it goes down to set MSB, and it'll
Yep.
set MSB. Okay.
Now keep in mind, once you set that, the 52248 is going to be in a different position then.
That didn't work.
Now, if your ball is still switching directions looks like when it hits 255, it's wanting to switch directions.
Why is it doing that?
So that might be interfering with the code that you're writing right now.
Yeah,
We want it to keep going past 255 without bouncing back too early.
where is it flipping it back? He's got a good point.
So it's only supposed to flip it back whenever it hits 81,
So that has to be changed.
right?
Change that to 255 and see if that'll work.
Well, so let me see if this makes sense to you. So move the ball horizontally is the routine that we're in. I look to see what direction we're going. If this is 0, that means we're moving to the left. If it's 1, then we're moving to the right.
Okay, that's the ball right. All right.
Right. So we're going to move the ball to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Increase that location. We're going to check the most significant bit. If this flipped over to 0, right, then we're supposed to go down here to set the most significant bit, return back up here. This returns.
So after that RTS, where does it go? After the RTS from move ball horizontally?
Well,
Wait, are you loading in the MSB before you're doing the increment? What's
here's where it checks for wall collisions.
No, we're using the 0 flag to check to turn on or off the most significant. Okay, so then
Here's where it checks for the wall collision. The first thing it does is it loads the most significant bit, sees if it's set, right? So if that is equal to 1, then I know that it's been set. So I skip this next part and I just look to the left side, and I look to see, did I hit the left wall? If I did, then I set the direction to the right. Right. If the most significant bit is not set. Oh, hang on. So
yeah, so as soon as it's set, the first thing, so you got the code telling it to switch directions when the most significant bit gets set.
before it gets there? Okay.
Yeah.
So we want to change that to, instead of checking the most significant bit, we want to check the sprite X itself.
Yeah, he did that earlier so he could move it all the way across the screen when he was bouncing the ball.
Now the difficult thing here is we have to check, is the most significant bit set? Yes, it has to be. We're not going to be moving left if it's not set, because we're not all the way to the right. So that first part's okay, but if we check the most significant bit is set, then we got to check what is the sprite X.
Yeah, because we don't want to keep going back the other way.
All right. So here I do that. I load sprite X and I compare it to right. And right is 81.
Oh, that's the value. Okay.
Okay, so maybe
It's
is that the value? Do you want to increase that value then, right?
yeah.
So
That's
81 with the most significant bit set is supposed to be 256 plus 81, or 337, which is supposed to be, all the way to the right.
Hmm. So that's the right value then, but so then apparently it's wanting to still switch it back too early though.
Yeah, the sprite can still go from 0 to 255 before it flips over. So you're waiting till it gets to 81 and then flipping it over, or flipping it back. So it's that 81 that's sending it back.
The most significant bit is 1.
That means it's already on the other side.
Yeah, so if it's set to 1, you check if it's 1. If it's not 1, then skip the rest of it. And what you're doing if you don't skip it is you're loading it and you're checking it if it's 81. Huh. So why is it not? Oh, it's CMP number. It's a pound right, isn't it? It's got to be pound right.
No, he's doing it from the absolute, so he can still do it that way.
Well, because if right equals 81, then you do CMP 81. What you're getting is aren't you getting a CMP checking memory location 81?
No, he was doing the number. He just showed it a second ago.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Do you think I need to put a pound there?
No, you already got the pound.
It's worth a try.
Yeah. You might get an error if you do it that way. You might say double pound or something. Or it might not.
Yeah.
It didn't help any.
It figures out either way. Because it's still looking otherwise. I still think it has something to do with that, because when you get an 81, it's saying how many positions has the sprite moved over? Now he's at position 81. What are we doing with him once he reaches position 81? We're moving him back left again, according to your code, it looks like.
Right, but
Why are you moving him back left? I know that's what you originally did, but if you wanted to pass over, then wouldn't you just keep moving him right?
well, that's the first thing he checks is you make sure is the most significant bit on. If it is, then is it 81? If it is, then you're all the way at the right border.
Wait, I'm looking at the main routine. Is this not where that's at? Was it above or something?
Well, that's what the main routine does. It says LDA, load the accumulator with the most significant bit. If it's set, actually he has it. If it's not set, then you just switch to look left.
Oh, not.
But if it is set, then you keep going.
Okay.
Loads the sprite, compares it to value 81, and if it's not equal, wait. So compare right. Okay,
Yeah.
wait. If it's equal or if it's not equal? Wait.
Oh, this should be equal, shouldn't it?
That's what I was wondering. That part didn't make sense to me.
Look at that.
Hmm.
Hey, we're getting closer now. It's getting all the way to the right.
Yeah.
Seems to be.
You have to reset the sprite back to 0 once you pass it over.
Yeah, I noticed that. It seems to want to hop real far when it.
Yeah, so once you get over to that position, reset the position 4368 or the MSB, what was it, sprite 0, back to 0. So it starts clean at that position to move back again. It's only the last half of that high bit to move the sprite now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so
At least we're almost
what I
there.
do here?
Yeah, I think when you set the MSB, you go ahead and set sprite X to 0 again.
So it keeps moving. But you only want to set him one time. You don't want to leave him at 0. Because if you leave it at 0, it's just going to be stuck in that position.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
What I did in my original game is I set a flag and said, did this sprite pass to this position? Okay, turn off the flag now. There's probably another way to do it. That's how I did it. You could probably also make it increment the sprite, and once it's greater than 0, or if it's less than 0, then set the sprite to 0. Anything beyond that should move the sprite forward.
What if I just do that? I'll set it to 1.
It'll probably freeze him, but we'll see what happens. I'm guessing.
Yeah, it might freeze because set MS. Oh, it didn't freeze. Okay.
We're doing the same thing.
It didn't really help though.
It's in.
Is it the ball really jumping far to the right as soon as it hits that barrier?
Yeah, are you incrementing the sprite more than once somewhere?
See, the frame rate's kind of messed up. Like it's hard to tell. Like so, the ball is moving right.
Yeah, there
Does
you
it
go.
jump really far right there?
It jumped over like 20 or whatever. Like how far it's jumping. like 10 spaces.
Yeah, for me, every time it moves, though, like my frame rate's, I can't.
Can't see it. It looks like it's jumping 10 pixels or something.
So right where your arrow's at is jumping right there? Okay.
Jumping 10 bytes.
I think it jumps to about here.
Yeah. So once it gets the MSB, it's looking at another position for 53 through 48. So I don't think it's putting it back to 0. That's what I don't think it's doing.
Yeah, it's weird, because when you increment it beyond 255, it should just automatically put it to 0. Huh.
It doesn't. I noticed it doesn't do that. I've always had to switch it back to 0 for some reason. Because I think I don't know how that works, but somehow it doesn't. It's probably whatever's being said in that memory location, 53,264. Yeah, I'll look in a second. It says setting one of these bits to 1 adds 256 to the horizontal position of the corresponding sprite. Resetting one of these bits to 0 restricts the horizontal position of the corresponding sprite to a value of 255 or less. That's 53,264.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be bouncing, because as soon as you set the most significant bit, when it goes from 255 to 0, it should automatically be at 0.
I'll pull it up on my screen to show you what I just read here. Right here. This is what I just read. So.
Well, right, and that's what he has. That's what Darren's that value right.
He's got that changing method.
Right is already set there. So he's got it 81 256 plus 81 equals 337. And 337 is hitting the right border. It's getting to the right border.
Why is he saying 256 plus 81?
Because when you set the most significant, well, that's what you just read. When you set the most significant bit is 256 plus whatever the x is.
Oh, so we do need to reset that position back to 0 then, because it's skipping over that position. It sets it for a second there, looks like. And I don't get why it moves it all the way back over there.
Well, that's the next part of code is what happens when it's moving left. You basically got to check this most significant bit when it's moving left too. But the first problem is, why is it jumping?
I'm reading something else here. I just have to get the map into 64 book up again. Please tell me I have it here somewhere. I found something in the book, so I'm going to pull that up here.
Do you think do you maybe have like an increment sprite x somewhere else in the code? Maybe it's happening twice.
I don't have this on here anywhere. Oh, it's right there. I already had it open. This thing's slow. We're near the page. I'll show you what I found. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so where did I just see it in here? Right here. Here's where it talks about it. Actually, wait, no, that wasn't what I read. Oh, that is somewhere. Let's just tell them what it does. Actually, maybe I can search this. So read this section right here. If you forget the MSB register set bit divided when you end up in position 286 instead of 30. Horizontal position indicates the position leftmost dot sprite string dot.
Right. If you leave the most significant bit on, and you try to poke 30 into the sprite X, you're going to end up not with 30, but you'll end up instead with 286.
Maybe that's not what we're looking for. That's everything in that book. These fixtures are added to the horizontal position. This extends the range of possible horizontal positions to 5 left. Don't notice sprite horizontal position. Make sure all the both values horizontal position is be registered correct. Yeah, that's not enough information.
Are there anywhere? Do you have like multiple instances of ink sprite 0x, Darren, or just the one? Because it almost looks like when it jumps, it looks like it's doing like a bunch of increments at once or something. Uh-oh, Darren, you're muted.
Yeah, I don't hear him anymore either.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know if this is right. So I was checking for 255 and then doing a branch carry flag set to set it, and then comparing to 255 and looking if it was clear it. I'm not sure if that's right. Maybe this should have been a 254 and a 255.
Well, what that's doing is it's checking sprite position 53 248, saying when you get to 254, if you're greater than that, then set the MSB. Otherwise, it's going to check 255 after that, so 255 is never going to get activated.
So it never clears it?
No.
Well, it looks like your ball, as soon as your ball hits the right border, the first thing it does is the MSB just clears itself, and it's going left at the left end of the screen. Why is it skipping over so far when it hits the spot right there?
The seam.
Yeah, that's a good thing to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Inquiring minds want to know. Let's try to see if there's anything on the internet.
I think we're getting closer, though. I mean, this is definitely progress.
The only thing I'm finding is my videos now on YouTube. I know I'm out there.
It's in there.
Yeah, you're one of the most popular Commodore 64 guys on YouTube, Steve, because there's just not a whole lot of it.
Yeah, there's not. I think it's more the fact that people either gone on from it or they just don't care, or I don't know what it is.
Well, a lot of the Commodore 64 YouTube videos are like all the games, you know, the playthroughs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Not a lot of coding videos. I would say maybe 50 altogether.
I'm trying to find a way to move them away from that by maybe hacking games and showing them the purpose of machine language. I'm thinking about doing that eventually, maybe, to start taking apart games like when I showed you at the very beginning of this video. That was live code from, I think it was a Double Dragon. Did you see that video I put up there?
Yeah, your Double Dragon one, yeah.
Skipped the first screen, so I was able to win the game. So I think you never set this, you know.
You didn't win the game. The whole game locked up on you, man. I saw it.
No, but I played it later after my computer didn't lock up. And I have a video. I could throw it up there if you want to see it, but I got all the way to the end of it.
That's the ocean version of Double Dragon, right? Because there's 2 Double Dragons on the Commodore.
Yeah, I didn't notice the other one is kind of ugly.
Yeah. Ocean did that to a lot of games. Ocean did Donkey Kong also, because the original Donkey Kong for Commodore was kind of bleh.
Really?
Same thing with Double Dragon. They redid it.
I was just gonna show you where I want it. I have to mute this thing. Actually, this might have crashed. I have to go through a couple of trial periods here to find it now.
What would make the ball jump so far? Just setting that MSP. It doesn't make sense. You think it looks like it's jumping over about 10 pixels?
Yeah, or 10 or 20. I think it's more than 10. The ball itself is 8 pixels wide.
Okay. And you got it moving just 1 pixel at a time.
Yeah, yeah.
So after you set the most significant bit, you do have it. You set the sprite 0 back to, or sprite X back to 0, right away.
I wasn't doing that.
Like in your set MSB. Yeah, in set MSB, try that right before the RTS. Maybe put like LDX number 0, STX, sprite X.
Here's the where I won the game.
Maybe that'll fix it.
I thought I tried that.
See, there's
Yeah, I think you did, but I don't know.
where I won the game at. That's the last one.
Let me see. Let me see what you got here.
I need to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
That's the final stage right there.
I can't tell who's who. It's just everyone's fighting and they're all the same guy.
Yeah, there's 2 player. It defaults to 2 player when you skip the first level. So I had to use 2 joysticks to control both guys.
Huh. And I guess so at the end of the game you just fight your evil twins, huh?
Yeah, you end up fighting your twins at the end. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's really confusing.
And they're not easy to beat. I would have easily died halfway through. But anyways, on here it's a long fight. Right there, that's the end of the game right there. You'll see it fall from right. Actually, I think it already fell. Let me see. If it goes blank right here, I have to watch them fight for a little bit, I guess. Right here, blanks, and it'll show up in a second.
That hairdo, though.
I think it's probably music playing. No music. It's like a long delay. I think what it's doing is it's loading a screen right now, if I remember.
I would imagine it's loading a bitmap.
Yeah, right there. Okay, so see it showed up, and there's a tear. And it says the end. That's all it does. You get all the way through the whole game, and that's a complicated game, but here's some of the levels, like before this one. You fight these weird giant guys again in this castle thing.
So they did all that fighting, and now they got to share the girl? Is that how that works?
Pretty much. I thought this was the better one, like you said, though. It just had better, it's more fun to play, I thought.
Yeah, the graphics are better, the controls are better, the music's better.
It's not the same music, though. They never changed the music.
Oh, is it the same music?
Yeah, listen. It's the same music throughout the whole game. After all, you just want to mute it like this. You don't even want to hear it. It drives you crazy.
See, that's what drives me crazy about Commodore 64, because when I had it, having an NES as a kid, they were always real big on like every level has its own music,
Yeah.
So in a lot of Commodore 64 games, they just play the same song throughout the whole game. Sometimes they won't have sound effects, or a lot of games would have music with no sound effects, or no music with just sound effects. And I'm like, why do they?
It's the music again. Yeah. I don't know what.
In this game, you could hear both music and sound effects, but you could hear the sound effects like wiping out the music.
Yep, pretty much. I don't know. It's like some kind of. This is a pretty cool graphic I thought here. It's like a castle or something.
Yeah, I like that. What is it, like a curtain or something kind of?
What's cool about this game is you can never see the whole screen. You can like walk so far over, and then the bad guys appear, and you gotta fight them on that section. And eventually, you'll see sections and sections of the screen as you move over. I thought that was pretty cool. It's just something to look forward to. Except I always died on level 1. I can barely get to level 2 sometimes, and then I just die right at level 2. So when I discovered this hack, I was like, yay, I can finally see the end. Yeah, YouTube already posted it. That's why I didn't post it. Somebody already posted it. So I posted the video. Let's see what else is on here. This one's kind of interesting. Where they're going down the stairs. Let's go to the next level there. That's where they come up. I don't know what these giant guys are. What does it look like? Big, tall people.
Yeah, I noticed there's some glitches going on.
What do you see?
Like, I don't think their face is supposed to look like the bad guys. I don't think their face is supposed to look like that.
They got a mask on.
Like right there where it looks kind of garbled. I don't know.
Yeah, it's what they could deal with it. That looks kind of corny when he knocks him on the ground. Watch how it looks. Mine looks normal, but watch when he knocks this guy on the ground. Look at that. That looks horrible. They probably figure, well, it looks better, and if you stretch the sprite, it probably didn't look very good.
Right. Then there was a part where like an elevator took your two guys up, and like you guys were like floating a foot above the elevator.
Yeah, did it do that to you too? That's like way over here somewhere, I think.
I don't know if that happens every time, or if maybe it happened because you butchered the code. But I think it's right up here.
It's like right at the end somewhere.
Or it could have been because I know your computer was getting hot at this point. So maybe that was a part of it too. Maybe it glitched because of that.
I'm trying to find it. This ain't it. Right here, this is it.
Yeah, I don't think that was meant to be that way.
I don't know. I didn't even change that part of the code. It was just, I just started at a different memory address. And the memory address I start at loads the disk drive. And it skips the first screen, so I'm guessing it never initializes the registers. So, and I'm thinking what happens from a lower level perspective is it leaves it at whatever that value was in the life counter, and it's never reaching that branch. Does that make sense? So as a result, when my main goes on the floor, it never decreases the counter. You know, I fell off the wall. I was doing it on purpose a lot too, just to see how many times, see if I could actually kill myself in this game. And I could not suicide. I thought this was something to pass time while waiting for Darren.
Not bad.
Did you ever see my Power Glove video where I played that Commodore 64 game that the guy just made, and I'm like, hey, look, I found a glitch in how to get infinite energy.
No, I didn't see that. That's for the Nintendo?
No, for Commodore.
Wait, Commodore made a glove? I didn't even know that.
Let me see if I can get you the link real quick. Yeah, they just he released the game, and I was one of the first people to play it, and I figured out like right away. I'm like, oh, here, this is how you get infinite energy. Like not hacking the code, just glitching the game code when I was playing the game.
There's all kinds of glitches in Commodore. That's interesting. So I guess we can get back to
Well, he ended up fixing it. He found out where it was at, and he fixed it. So then he re-released the game, and I couldn't get infinite energy anymore.
Hey, check this one out. Have you ever seen this level? This thing is hard to get past. There's no way you could get past this thing and not die. Look at this. I could barely get past it alone.
I like that statue, but it's kicking your butt.
Yeah, it's hard to get past because you got to dodge the ball, you got to dodge that. This was a hard level to get past. And I tried.
Is this a 2-button game, or are you having to like joystick up to jump?
Yeah, it's a 2-player. You can do 1 player, but the hat skipped into 2 players.
No, I mean the control scheme. Is there a jump button and a punch button, or is you got to move up to jump?
It's like you hold down the trigger button, and if you push to the right, he punches. If you push up, he jumps. And if you're not holding the trigger button, then he walks around.
Ah.
Anyways, we can get back to the real matter of hand now.
Here it is, Steve. Here's the power glove.
And let me share your screen.
I'll put the link in the chat there for you.
Alright, hold up this. Oh, I didn't even see this video of yours, huh? Let me just turn it on here.
Alright, and then you run across, kill that guy, it might help. Now I gotta go fast here, you wanna really just drop down and run past all this stuff quick. And I really like this game. It's got the Mega Man meets Metroid feel for it. And Commodore 64 really needs a lot of platformer games like this. There's not a lot going on with it. Skip right past this part real quick.
Is this a joystick game too?
Or you gotta when you go
I had at the time I had the joystick on the keyboard emulating it. I just used the keyboard as a joystick, so I didn't have a joystick at that time. But yeah, it's a joystick game.
That's why we see your phone.
See that yellow up there? I think the glitch works. Let me see if I can make sure here. Yep. See, now I'm getting hit, and energy's not moving. Nothing's happening. See? 4 hits.
So this is an actual glitch. Huh?
Even when you head back out towards the beginning, I still got the infinite energy. See, I can go up and down and still have it. But if I pick up another power glove, what'll happen is not only will I no longer have infinite energy, but now I'll have, check this out. See, I got full energy, but I died 1 hit. The same thing applies here if I use the key to unlock the new area. I 1 hit wonder again, watch. Oh, wait a minute. I still got infinite energy. Oh. Here, let me get back to you.
Cool.
Will Smith and Donald Trump talk about Illuminati secrets?
I do really weird videos sometimes.
They have all kinds of weird stuff on YouTube.
Yeah, I made that video, then the developer watched it, and he's like, "How did you do that?" And he's like, "Oh, I was able to do it too. Like, basically, I just played the game, and I realized, wait a minute, I'm not dying. Like, why?" And then I figured out exactly how to do it. You just gotta get to a certain point without getting hit.
You actually spoke to the developer of that game?
What's that?
You spoke to the developer of that game?
Yeah, that game was made in 2014 for the cartridge game competition.
You were one. How did we
So
get that point here?
I made that video for him, and then he said he figured out what was causing it. He fixed it in the code.
Do you have his name, like his username?
If it's not in the description of the video, I know.
I'd like to hook. I mean, he's done that much. So was that running on a Vice simulation then?
Yeah, I was doing that on Vice. That game was designed to fit onto a 16K cartridge, and he was able to get 200 screens on there in like 10 different bad guys, and
So you can just code compression. That's cool. Unless he uses that tool, there's a tool out there for that.
yeah, he used it's called Exomizer, which
Exomizer.
yeah.
I got it somewhere.
I guess if you just Google, the name of the game is Power Glove, so if you Google Power Glove Commodore 64, you could probably get to who made it.
Yeah,
He's made more games after.
How did you contact him? I mean, did he send you a message or?
Uh,
Do you remember?
it was on Lemon 64 where I
Oh,
was talking to him.
okay, I'll get it that way. I just wanted to know how you contacted him. I can look it up that way. You know, it's like
And here's the website with the
for the
where
game.
the people are developing the game. Yeah.
This is what you were telling me about before, right? The game.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they just all these games just came out like just a couple months back now. Alienator.
Oh, there's pictures of them. Wow, this is awesome. There it is.
Yeah, it looks like he made a version of it for the Amiga, or Amiga 2 now.
Yeah, dang, this guy is like moving. Yeah, he's.
Okay, yeah, that's his name, Lazy Cow. Yeah, Lazy Cow.
Lazy Cow. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll see if I can hook up with him sometime. I'd love to be able to meet those people. I've always tried to figure out what happened to all these famous people that build all these games and for the Commodore 64. Where have they gone to? Remember that video I posted a few years ago?
Right. Well, if you scroll this web page up to the top there, on the right hand side should be links to the other competitions. I believe it was the 2014 competition.
Right or left? You mean the left? Oh, on the right. I'm sorry. So right here.
Yeah, try that. That's for the 2015. I think it links you to the older ones too.
And there's the cartridge. Did they create this cartridge for you?
Yeah, if you develop a game and you send it to them, they'll put it on cartridge and mail it to you for free.
Dang. Okay, I'm gonna make sure I save this.
They haven't started the 2016 one just yet. And then if you scroll down a ways there, you might be able to find a link to the. Well, from here you should be able to get the link to all the games. I like that one. That Vortex Pixels. That one's pretty fun to play.
That's awesome. I like the way these screens look. Some great. Oh man, I check that out.
I like that one too. The Quack. That one's pretty fun.
I don't know what that is. Oh, this is one you were telling me about, wasn't it? Before?
Pickles. Yeah, that one's alright. It's hard, man. It's hard.
I mean, it looks nice. I like the way it looks. Oh, let's check that out. Bug Hunt. That sounds like a game I remember back in the days. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know.
I think if you keep scrolling down, you can find a link to the older ones. I keep going down more.
These are all the comments. Is it all the way down?
I guess you can't get to it from here. But yeah, there should be a link right in here if you want all those games, and you could do your monitor on it to get the codes to them.
That's true.
These are all really small games. They're all single load.
You think they would have the listing somewhere?
That Mega Man game looks awesome. The Power Glove.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite games, the Power Glove. I think it's $10 for the cartridge, I believe.
Really?
That's the Amiga version. Where's the C64?
So what is this rgcd.co.uk? What is this site you're on?
It's a retro gaming something.
Right here. It doesn't. right there. RGCD dev.
Yeah, it's just that people who develop games for a bunch of the old systems. As you can see, the Commodore 64, the Amiga. Sometimes they'll do like a specking in there.
But the cartridge is actually for the.
And they sell cartridges, huh?
The cartridges are sold by SpritePad.
Dude, David, Android. There's an Android. Guy looks so young. I mean, it's just amazing when you see people and they're still doing this.
Yeah, I grew up in the 80s. I grew up with this stuff. I'm 45 years old. No, I'm not young.
I mean, if you didn't grow up with it, and I mean, maybe this guy is not as young as I think he is, but he looks young to me.
Yeah, those guys look too young to have grown up with it.
And they're doing this stuff, yeah, that's pretty impressive. Just like Bo says, nobody else is doing this anymore, except on Limit 64. I think the thing is, most people doing it, websites, they're not doing it online. Which is why I started my website, to try to connect with those people, but that's another story. I got spammed to death when I created a forum.
Yeah, your forum is horrible, Steve.
Yeah, it's pathetic. I can't control it. Every time I go in and I delete those people, they get registered back, and I don't know what to do. It's just a bad form.
There you go. There's a link to, I think it's to get the Power Glove game. I guess it's 21 euros. So I guess it's about $20 for it.
Not bad.
And if you scroll down, it shows you there. You get the cool little stickers and all that.
Cool.
Get the cardboard, cut out the, what else do you got?
Right here.
Cardboard, carbon. Oh, that's it. Okay.
Oh, that's a picture of the game.
So you can get either on cartridge or tape or disc, I guess.
Yeah. What's this? Box spray or something.
I think that's the tape. Or maybe the box it comes in. I'm not sure.
Maybe that's it. That book wouldn't fit in here.
And of course, there's the little cartridge there. I guess it comes in blue.
Nice. So when you make these games, can you put them on that yourself?
Well, Cytronic does it.
They can't send you like a cartridge. You could, like an EEPROM or something. You could put your own code on it.
Yeah, you could use an EEPROM yourself if you want to pay for the stuff, but otherwise these guys will actually just do it for you. Send them the game and say, hey, sell this game.
I've got an Easy Flash. Which
yeah, that's a good one.
USB. Actually, you can flash it right from the C64.
You got an example of that you could show us?
I don't have it. I don't even know. I have to go looking for it.
Okay.
Yeah, the Easy Flash, isn't that a cartridge where you could kind of put like an SD card in it?
So I've got the Ultimate, the 1541-2 Ultimate lets you do that, and the Chameleon 64. The Easy Flash lets you put a ROM image on a cartridge.
Oh, okay.
You can do it through USB. Is how I was doing it. So there's a program on your computer, and you basically just load the.
Is this it right here?
Yeah, but there's also a program that'll, like a PRG, that'll run from the Commodore that you can flash it from the Commodore too.
Nice. Maybe it's this one.
No, it's that one with it's got those buttons on it.
That orange one, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's this.
I guess it comes in different colors.
Yep.
Pretty cool. Yeah, I see the different colors, man. I see through one.
Yeah, that might be actually yellow or green.
That's pretty cool. Of course, we got to get there first.
Right.
We're going to get them talking about this. We probably should get back to it, huh?
Well, I'm definitely going to buy this Power Glove cartridge. That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I guess when you do in a comment or anything, it's something, but it's something. Once in a while.
I like cartridge games.
Oh yeah.
Super Bread Box. I see. That's a really fun one too.
Oh, this one? Whoops. Oh.
That's a real fancy game.
So they're just selling. You can buy. You can do downloads too, huh? And then so they got a download for $2, a poster for $5, or the cartridge for $30.
Nice.
And you know, the download, of course, you can put that on your Easy Flash or whatever,
Uh-huh.
or play it on Vice if you want to do it that way.
Oh, this does look good.
Looks bad.
I think that one came out in 2013.
Oh, wow.
You're playing now.
Platform shooter. That's pretty cool. All right, I'll have to get this one too.
Bunch of crazy stuff going on.
That is really great, though. That looks awesome. And how he's shaking the screen whenever that the alt weapon goes off. He shakes the whole screen. That's pretty cool.
Horizontal.
Super Bread Box.
That's pretty cool.
Okay, an official port of the 2010 something.
Oh,
But yeah, a lot of these games, they all just came out within the past 2-3 years.
Pretty cool stuff.
Well, that one's for the 2012. Okay, so it came out in 2012.
and it's a port of Super Crate Box. I've never heard of.
I think Super Crate Box is like a Android game or something, like a mobile game.
Yeah. PC game looks like. Looks just like it. Oh, this one's sold out. Oh no.
Probably you could probably still get the download of it.
That's true. It probably didn't run out of bits.
Right. That's the bad thing about Commodore 64 games, man. Because Cytronic, they'll make like 200 cartridges, and they just get bought up, man.
Yeah.
I like Guns and Ghosts too. That's good. Guns and Ghosts, actually, there's a actual GitHub of the whole game development process.
Oh, nice. Wow. Volume.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was got something else I was going to show you. You might have heard of this one.
No, what's this?
Have you?
Seuk Vault?
Yeah, they build their own.
Oh, that's a shoot 'em up construction kit. You can make your own games.
Oh.
Really fast.
How would you pronounce that? Seuk?
Suuk, I guess.
Seuk?
The main page is right there. Look at all these games.
So I had the Adventure construction set for the C64. This is a different one, huh? The shooting construction set.
There's some good games. You can do like horizontal shooters and stuff.
Oh, I love shooters.
But this doesn't give you the code, though, right?
No. This is you open it in Commodore 64 and you like drag and drop. You make the sprites.
I think there was one guy that was designing the actually.
Well, like on the Adventure construction set, you had a disk that you would load the construction set on, and then you would have to save your project sort of on a different disk, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same way with that one too.
You know, and then you would have like a data disk with your adventure on it or your program on it. The Adventure construction set was basically Ultima. You know, you could. It was like an overworld and dungeon.
Hmm. Yeah, there it is, right there. A full C64 game in 2013. That's the GitHub for the. Oh, never mind.
Oh, okay. I got it.
I was going to tell you guys about that. It's a walkthrough of getting setting up the screen, getting the guy to move around, how to get them to check for collisions.
Oh, yeah.
I think somewhere in there is a link that's right to the actual step by step. Like he did like 200 different GitHub pages of step by step.
Oh, that would be awesome to see.
No, it's right on there. The hex files. Hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to remember this one. I think, yeah, this is an old thing. This is just simple examples. There's one guy, he excelled, I think by tech maybe raster. He explained that raster is real to the.
Are you looking for the covert bit ops?
Oh, that's the one with the metal warrior.
Yeah.
That one. That's not the one now. This one is where I first learned about scrolling. Dang it. I can't remember. I should type this in language. Trying to see if I recognize the images somewhere.
What is it that you're looking for?
He does a step-by-step guide to game design for. I read some of the articles, and he's published a good 30 games.
What was that? He did a step by step.
Yeah. Especially listen. Give me a bucket where it is.
Well, that one right there is the full C64 game in 2013. That's a step by step.
Yeah. I mean, he actually like explains what I want. I mean, I went to that one before already too, but this one's actually got like a bunch of different things, not just like one. I'm trying to remember what the name of his website was. I saw this one before too. Dang it, what was it, machine language maybe?
You're saying he did a bunch of different games?
Yeah. I'm always trying to go look up on my links now. I get a habit in C64. Lucky for me, I stuck them in the right place. Should be in here somewhere. They're in this mess somewhere. Maybe I never saved them here. I thought I did. Commodore 64. Maybe it's under C64. Yeah, I think it's in here. I guess we could get back to the game while I'm looking for that. So did you change anything else in it yet, Darren?
No.
People are like,
There's what it's doing.
It's still doing it? Okay.
That's further than I was. The other thing I wanted to show you was, I guess, what I learned from our last session
I'll do it.
with the play field. now I'm able to draw play field. And what I cheated, I guess. But what I did is I set up, I pre-calculated the screen memory addresses for the start of each of the rows of bricks. So what was key for me was learning how to read the bytes and then use the, oh kitty, use this indirect addressing mode to be able to directly go to these addresses. And the other key here was that calculating these addresses and putting them in the right order, because it reads it in reverse order.
Right.
All right, kitty.
Yeah, what's that? You did the indirect index. So you put in the 0 page, you put your memory location.
Yep. So that's where I have a high and a low byte for the memory location that I've got mapped. I've already pre-calculated out where each row starts. Same thing with color addresses.
It's a good way to do it. It worked.
Yeah, it got me around the problem, which is 18-bit math, or doing math on 2 bytes at once.
Right. Yeah, when I was trying to teach myself how to do hard scrolling on the screen, I tried doing it using indirect index, and it works. But it's like the slowest way.
Oh, really?
It's a lot slower than just a regular LDA, SDA. So to move the whole screen using indirect indexing, it takes like a whole frame. So it's almost impossible to do it that way. I mean, it moves the screen, but it takes like a whole big chunk of the raster time to do it.
It does?
Yeah, because indirect index, it takes like 4 clock cycles each time you do it, each time you call it, or something like that.
Oh. I was wondering if zero page is supposed to be faster when you do that stuff. If it gets to it faster, it's closer to memory. And try to use it somewhere else. Anyway, I'm trying to look up something else too.
I think because say if you do like just an LDA, SDA into a memory location, that takes what, 6 clock cycles for the whole thing. But when you do an indirect index, first the computer goes to the 0 page, which takes a clock cycle to get the memory location. Then it jumps back to the memory location, which takes another clock cycle. I don't know. It ends up being slow. But it's a really easy way to. For drawing a screen like that, it's probably the best way to do it, because otherwise you gotta.
It says 2 bytes it takes up. And then same index A, it tells you the number of bytes each memory takes up. Because it's always the amount of the count. So like an index has 2 counts in bytes, so it'd be 2.
Right. Normally I think it's memory location 251 and 252. You could also use 253 and 254.
So if you look at my basic program, I do it a brick at a time, and I think I'm really going to have to change this so that I do the same thing, because I want to be able to arbitrarily draw a brick, or actually I need to arbitrarily erase a brick. That's really what I need to do at any point. I can't just do a row at a time whenever I'm going to be running the game.
Right.
So I think I'm going to rework this play field so that rather than doing a whole row at a time, I just do it a brick at a time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, once the screen is drawn, you pretty much like where your ball is at on the screen. You just read the memory location for the chars, and if the ball is at a memory location where there's a block edge, you could remove that block.
And that's where Steve had given me this program here, which you were alluding to earlier, where you've got a sprite, and then you can see what the char data is in the background.
Reads sprite character.
Yeah, that'd be just like that. Because that tells it the color memory ends.
Yeah, so this is in basic right now, so we'll have to get something like something like this will have to be done in.
That's where I got stuck at. Remember we were trying to work on that last time, and
Yeah.
trying to scrolling game, I couldn't get that to work right. Of course, scrolling and trying to figure out where you are and scrolling on the screen is a totally different dinosaur. Because you're also looking at what screen position are you looking at now? Your screen just moved. This will be a little bit easier.
I'll be right back. I got to check on Kitty.
Kitty, I already. Or, excuse me.
Yeah, I've never quite got that far yet, like determining a sprite to where it's at in the char blocks.
Oh, this is just something I learned earlier this year. Some guy in Limit 64 taught me. He actually is the one I told you been writing. He's writing a really cool game on there right now. Let's see if I can find it. It's like the most helpful because most people you go on there, they just they critique you and stuff. Oh, you don't know what you're doing. It's like, come on, dude, get off of here.
Yeah, I don't like that too much.
I know they're just like haters on YouTube, you know. What's the best way to get rid of a hater? Ignore them. They go away. Trust me, I had hater friends in real life. I ignored them. Here. Okay, so let me see if I can find this guy. That's the most popular in the Mid 64. I know I'll be able to bump into him. I know how I can find him. I'll just look up my posts and I'll find him that way.
I'm back. I had to kill a spider for Kitty.
Hey,
So you were on Lemon 64 asking for help for something, and people were saying to you, "Come on, man, you don't even know what you're doing."
yeah, I've had people say, you know, you should just go try something different. I'm like, okay, so not bad. Yeah. Designing a scrolling game, I don't think anybody from a beginner level can do that. He was just making fun of the way it looks, you know, and he said the raster. I'm like, you know what, first of all, I didn't write the raster routine, I found it in a book.
Who is this guy?
Just somebody who came up with Lemon 64. Once in a while you get those people, they come in there, they just think better than somebody, you know. I don't try to take credit from anybody. But anyways, let me try to locate this.
Well, that doesn't sound cool at all. I've had good luck with Lemon 64. They've been pretty helpful to me.
Yeah, I'm not saying no, the majority of them are nice, but once in a while you run in that one person, they're just like, maybe you shouldn't even be doing this stuff. So I'll find him. He's right. There he is. There he is, right there. Look what he wrote.
Spider J.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my screen. It's not getting large or something. Lemon 64 is all screwed up. Maybe it's my browser.
Code.
That's the guy right there.
Well, that's helpful.
Yeah. And then, but what he was trying to say is, and I realized what he was saying later, that I shouldn't have saved it like that. I should have just used the TAXDY to pull the values back off the stat. But I found that code somewhere online. That's what I tried to tell him. I said, it never is perfect, you know, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, I'm going to find that other guy because he was the most helpful guy ever. Right here he is. Ozzy Phantom. I love his name, Ozzy Phantom. What is wrong with my screen? Is it maybe, I don't know, doesn't it look really weird on Limit 64 here?
I think Limit 64 is just like that, isn't it?
No, it never cuts off the top like this. You know, what just Google
Looks
Chrome.
really weird right now. It's because I've seen it like that, where it's like they have the form on the left side, but I never seen it cut off quite that bad. Huh.
Anyway,
Maybe they're updating it or something, and they got the code all screwed.
refreshing it. Yeah, if I refresh it, it's still not going away. I was trying to get to here so I could search him.
Hit the control key and the minus on your numpad. I think you might just be zoomed.
Oh, you're right. That's right. My fault. That's right, because their website doesn't really stretch to the size of the screen.
No, they've got the size hard coded in their CSS. It's not very nice.
Yeah.
To do that.
Anyways, this is what he's been working on, Squid Jump. You know, he's never stopped on it. It's like he's still working on it as a No, he's not. He was. Last post September 5th, 2015. Well, I give him credit. He went from 2014 to 2015. But here's his game right here. Right there. Check it out. It's a fun game. There's a PRG there.
Cool.
Rolling game, too. I can probably
The Bo Squid's game.
Right? It's like someone made a game about me.
I like to his name, Master of the C64. I'll give him that. He really knows his stuff. And he's the one that's not his race team position and stuff like that.
That's his ranking.
Yeah, that's tied to how many posts he has.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he's one of our first. Oh, yeah.
1,000 something posts.
Yeah, what's his post count there?
Where's that at?
It's under his name. I can't quite see it.
I have to zoom in again.
It's
Oh, 1,019.
1,019.
Dang, he's done that many posts.
And he's in Australia. I guess that explains the Oz.
Yeah, that makes sense. But he was really helpful. And he was the one, he even showed in his code, this is where I first saw it in his code, and I'm like, he knows how to do this stuff, and then I contacted him and got that basic program going. He's got a website? Oh, that did work.
I downloaded the PRG, it looks like.
Oh, that's so, okay, well, we could open that anyway, then. I thought you had a website, too. It wouldn't surprise me. So I downloaded it. Where is it? Always use this app to open. Oh, great.
Yeah, don't do that.
Windows 10 doesn't.
Oh, you gotta love Windows 10 right now.
Golly, come on. I hope it didn't block it.
It's probably in your downloads folder.
It's gotta be. It's right there. I just need to move it. Just stick it somewhere where it's familiar place. What's it called again? Squid something. Squid jump. Oh, what is it called? Squid. There's no disk image for it?
Well, PRG is not a disk image.
So I need to attach it to. How do I load it?
There's another menu option to directly run PRGs, I think.
In Vice?
Yeah.
Let's see, my Vice is acting up right now. Is it auto start?
Can't you just drag and drop the PRG right on top of Vice and it'll do it?
There you go.
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Oh, that's cool. There it is. I don't have my joystick hooked up. Yeah. Not initialized.
I see a spinning donut on your cursor.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. What am I looking for? Keyboard joystick. Xbox is on. Maybe he doesn't have it hooked up to the joystick. Okay, I'm so used to doing. He's probably got the arrow something. This thing even running?
Yeah, that's what I wonder. I don't think it actually loaded.
It says 51 FPS on there, but or 30. Whatever.
Running?
Yeah, but his cursor's still spinning.
Keyboard's not responding.
And did he only use? Oh, there you go. Something's moving.
It's because you have to hold the button to move it.
Uh,
Yeah, and it jumps when you do that. Watch.
and he's not. Is he not using the right part of the screen past 255?
It looks like that's exactly what he did. You just block that off.
So,
Whoa.
yeah, the longer you hold it, the higher it goes with velocity. I think it's what's the right one where it goes off the screen now, because this already went off the screen. And my man just got lost. He went to the bottom. So this wasn't the version. This was probably the older version.
Yeah. That's a good looking sprite, though. I like that squid. Those bubbles need to move, though, in the background.
They have to go to next, to the last page. So I was making fun of him, but he's probably still working on it. Let's see, 2012.
Oh, kitty.
Well, doesn't it load by the most recent to the latest? Isn't that like the most recent post right here?
I think you're on page 2. You gotta get to like page 8.
Oh wait, I thought I was there.
I think you're on page 3 now.
Oh, so this next is only taking you forward, it's not taking you to the end. You can't go to the end then. You click the 4. That's it. Let's see if we find another download. There it is. Squid 23. Dang, he's definitely working on it. Now I should be able to download that and drag it in.
Yeah.
I don't know where it went to.
Hey.
Right there. Oh, he's got a title screen. Check it out. Look! He's changed so
That's a long way from that other version you just had up.
Sure is.
So much. I forgot about it. See how it's scrolling too?
Yeah, he animates.
I love how you hold it and it like fires up like a bullet. It's hard to get up there. It's harder than it looks. If you go too far down, it dies or something. I guess you're supposed to get these people. I don't know. Uh-oh, I died. No, I thought I did. There's no sound in it. Dude, where's the sound?
He's got a score over there on the right now.
Yeah. He's got all the code examples. You can download them too.
Well, that's his answer to the 255 most significant bit issue. You just block that whole screen part of the screen off.
What did you do?
The whole right side of the screen is the score panel, so you never have to worry about the most significant bit for
Oh, where's it going? Well, maybe you didn't. I don't know. I never thought about it. That's a good point. That's pretty cool, though, huh?
Yeah, it looks really good.
And the fact that you can go up and down too. Watch if you go back down here. He goes up and down before he die, though. No, he doesn't die.
pretty fast scrolling there.
And he's pretty good. Easy to put it on a cartridge. What if I keep holding it down until die? There's a timer.
I like his font too for the letters.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. He got a different character set going on there. I don't know. This thing seems to go on forever and ever. I just thought I would show it to you. I just realized my screen isn't sharing again. Oh, nice.
Oh no, I'm watching you.
Yeah, but the people on YouTube weren't seeing me. Oh, there's the.
Uh,
Oh, that's how you win, huh?
Success. Wait, nope.
Not up there.
That's
But
one little single piece of platform up there.
I don't see anything else above it. Let's see. That's it. That's probably as far as you got. Let's drop all the way down.
There's a lot of gravity for being underwater, man. Oh,
Oh, so he does die if you hit the ground. I get it. That's pretty cool. It doesn't do nothing else though. That's it. The game just crashed.
Crashed, huh?
No, no, but he's still working on it. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, check it out if you ever want to check it out.
Squid jump.
And look at that! Look at these gigantic explanations of stuff. He's really good at explaining what's going on, which I thought was always really cool. The water is a fun feature that needs to be plotted in large map where we scroll also in a visible range. So what do you want to do next with it, Darren?
I'd like to get the ball working.
Okay, we're going to keep working on that part.
I mean, we don't have to.
No, I just want to know what we're going to do.
That's what I'd like to do. I don't know. If you had something else in mind, you know, this is you're running the show here, man.
Yeah, remember this is for you guys.
Did you turn off to have the ball going vertically, or did it just stop doing it?
Yes, I did. I was just concentrating on X at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I figure I'll need to do just X anyway for the paddle. So that'll be after I get the ball working, then I'll get a paddle sprite and then work doing 2 sprites at once.
Okay,
And then joystick also for the paddle sprite.
can you also put in that code so we can click on it, please?
I couldn't hear you, Steve. You're garbled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you say spin that?
Could you make that out, Bo? I couldn't hear him.
A lot of echo. Oh, mine for me too. Oh no.
I put in.
I have it on GitHub, so there's a link in there for GitHub.
Oh. I didn't see that earlier. Okay.
Updated 10 minutes ago, so I pretty much have what I got.
I guess I shut down CDM again. I know I did that.
Yeah, for some reason, when that ball crosses that seam, it jumps like 20 pixels.
That's why I wanted to have a closer look at it. Running out of names to call this now.
If you want, you can go out and get the whole project. I got the whole project up there. You can download as a zip.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'm here. So Breakout. Let's see. No. Do you copy this whole code here? Or you have to select it?
I guess you can select it.
And I can take a look at it.
Are you sharing your screen, Stu?
Oh, you're not seeing my screen? Oh, it's still showing your screen. Okay, that's cool. No excuse now. I can see both screens now.
Yeah,
I don't know why it skips over there. When it gets past here, direction set left.
Yeah, that's when CMP right is checking if it hits the right side border. And that seems to work right because when the ball hits the right border, it does turn left. But why does it jump at the seam?
I was trying to see what this is doing. So this 53 to 64 compares it to see if it's a 1. Go left, otherwise go right.
so that only works because there's one sprite that I'm looking at, right? That's not going to work whenever I go to 2 sprites. That's where I should do the bit mask like you guys were doing before, and 1, right?
Actually, I should have. Which one is your X register? Is that this one? Sprite 0X?
Yes.
Okay. I want to see what's in there.
I'm going to guess it's a number between 0 and 255.
Yeah.
Is that a safe bet?
Pretty much.
Should be 0 and hopefully not 22 or something.
Yeah, I guess where you broke it there, it should be 0, right?
Yeah. I'm just trying to see what does it show here. Let's see if it goes down far enough. It's got a 0 in there. Okay. So it's happening right after that then, because it's getting a 0, which is correct. What's going on after it gets here is what I want to know. So after you get the ball dir set right, it jumps to the raster and it starts over again, right? And JSR move ball horizontally, going down.
Yeah, that's checking to see if it's going left or right.
Going here, right, to move all right?
Yeah, if the direction is set to 1, then move right. If it's set to 0, then move left.
Oh, I did it backwards. Wait, why did it do that? It stopped right away.
Well, because as soon as it moves, it's braking now.
Oh, so it's immediately going to that every time. Okay, so there's no way to really test, like once it starts moving past the 0 point again. I guess we could just make it test it. Right?
Well, in the set MSB is whenever it hits the seam, I guess is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah. I'm going to say branch equal or branch not equal. You gotta do a jump. Okay, it's not equal to 0, and we should still keep moving. Wait, let's see, this bridge is equal. We want to jump out of the break. Equal to, I think I'm looking for 1. It doesn't start at position 0, but when it gets over there, it should be reading To see if I'm trying to see if it even goes from 0, 1, 2, and where does it go from there? Looks like it might be. All right.
Well, it doesn't start at 0. It starts at left, which are it starts at left, which is 4.
Mm-hmm. You see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to see what the position is once it passes over that MSB.
Yeah.
That's where it's throwing up the value somewhere.
I thought you could do that. So the set MSB is only called whenever it is. But you want to go a little bit after that, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I'm not sure. I wanted to make sure. It's still setting it for 0 here. Did I change it? What did I do wrong?
I noticed the sprite disappears.
Oh, I see.
Oh, when you do a break, it turns the sprites off, right?
I didn't want to do it there. That was my fault. I wanted to do it right there. Yeah, I'm trying to make. Yeah, the break will stop everything. Just like doing a reset, but it keeps the code intact, keeps the registers intact. Allows you to see what's going on in memory. Okay, so now it's at a 1. So it is hitting 1. Let's play with it a little bit. Does it get to a 10? Seems to be getting to a 10. What was the other value? Was it 81?
81, yeah.
Oh no, it's not gonna. That's right, because
It has to be 81 with the most significant bit set.
yeah, I need to check the MSB. That's right. All right, I have to check them both, I guess.
So looking in the machine language for beginners, they had an example of how to do double comparison, which I thought might be helpful. I don't know.
I think that might do it. No, what did I do wrong there? Is it MSBX?
MSBX, yes. MSBX.
That's what I got there. It's never getting to 80. That's interesting. Or it's just never reading my code. So if it's not a 1, skip over it, because it sets it a 1 when it flips to 255, right? Let's do a quick test. Whoops. I just lost the whole thing. Where did my hang on? Let's just go to. It just disappeared. Right.
Try Alt Tab.
Yeah, I got too much stuff up there. Find reset this. Right. Hello. Oh, that's weird.
Make sure to enable the sprite.
This was the enable. Yeah.
Try 255 then for that.
For the
Instead of 7, try 259, 255.
I don't know where the sprite went. Unless it's just the way Vice started, I guess. We had that other code running there.
I set the memory pointer in there somewhere.
It is. I just wanted to see how to do this. Okay, so that is setting it correctly. That means now it should be, if you set this to 0, it should be right there. That's what we want to do. And then we just want to increment it. That's fine. Up to whatever. Where's it? Oh, like that. That's what we want to do. That's our mission.
Yeah.
Our code is not doing that. So I was doing that so I could check this. So this is saying if it's set to 1, which it should be set to 1 by the time we get here. If it's not, go to over, skip over. But if it's set to 1, then we should be able to check this code. Let's make sure it's checking this code. Oh, no wonder. It's never checking the MSB here. Did you notice that?
It does. Because, I mean, the ball does go over into the right-hand side, but it just skips a bunch of pixels when it does it.
I mean, but this routine right here doesn't appear to be called. Let me just see. Maybe it does. Maybe it's just something wrong with MSB. Let me see if it breaks. Okay, yeah, it's getting called, but it's never checking it at this code section for some reason. When you get to move all right, I got the same code that you guys had, but it's never comparing a 1 in here. Move all horizontally. Let me see how it gets here. Move all right gets here because of... Where's that code at? Right here, right? So once the program starts, instantly it's going to go to move ball horizontally. So it's going to go down here and check the direction. And it's not left, it should be going right. So it should be going right here, which it does. For some reason, I can't figure out why it's not reading this now. It should be reading it once it's set.
Are you never setting the most significant bit now?
Well,
yeah. See, you broke up where the compare is and where the set most significant bit is. You've got a label over in there now. Look at line 126. That's where it gets set, right?
well, I was doing that so it doesn't immediately stop until it sets the most significant bit, because we don't want to check it until it
But
gets...
I think it's now. It's not getting set ever.
That's why I'm trying to figure out where you set it at.
Go down. It's on the line 126.
Yeah, where does it get set in your code, though? Is where I'm trying. That's where I need to stick this code. I can move it.
Yeah, I think the routine is set underscore MSB is where it is.
Right here. So it is in this code, but it's skipping over this section. It should be going right here. Jumping over. Actually, I don't even need this. In the 80.
Here, if you look in chat there, that's what my move ball right looks like. It's just those 3 lines of code.
Okay. Because this was up here earlier, I see.
Right, so since you moved that down, I don't think it's ever getting set now.
Oh, okay. Wait, are you missing something on that? You got increment sprite 0, but what is it? Because this has got to check what's in the register. So you just have to load the value to be able to check what's in it. But I notice in yours you just have increment sprite 0. Where does it ever check what is in the MSB in that section?
That's where we were saying that the INC will set the 0 flag.
Yeah.
So it seems like the branch compare does a subtraction.
Yeah. It checks it. So I'm trying to
Yes, yeah. As soon as you do an increment, then you do a BQ. It's going to check is a 0 flag set. If yes, then branch to set MSB.
Hmm.
So you probably want to switch that move ball right back to the original code and put your break into the set MSB subroutine.
Yeah, I did this with a sprite. There are problems here, but I could easily go back. But you got there's too much. Like that. That's how you originally had it, right there.
Well, now if you put a break there, it's going to stop as soon as the ball moves 1 pixel. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
So maybe we need to check it down to here then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going to check it, but then I was thinking that no, you wanted to check after it had been set outside.
Yeah, that's my fault. I wanted to check it as soon as it's at that position 80 after it's set the MSB, but this is what I was looking for. So if it's equal to 80, we'll exit, which will basically just do the break. That won't screw up anything there. I see RTS, so we should be good.
There it jumped.
It's never stopping it though. It's never reading this position 80.
Well, at the time that it sets it, that's going to be 0, right? I don't think it's ever going to be 81 or that.
So maybe, well, how is it? Oh, well, anyway, so we need to figure out what it is at that point then. So it's never reaching 80, I guess you could say.
No, at the time you set it is because it overflowed, and that value that you're looking to compare to 80 is always going to be 0 because you're only going to reach this set most significant bit whenever sprite 0 is 0.
Right, that set MSB is only called as soon as it switches over to C,
Right.
so it's always going to be 0, right?
Right? It's never called whenever there's an 80 in there.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out position 80. Anyway. It's never reaching position 1 either.
What is 0?
Set MSB is always 0, though. It's never going to be any other value.
Yeah, shouldn't be anyway.
Okay, reaching 0. Our problem is after it hits 0.
But I think you want to find out what it is right after this gets set. So right after this gets called, right?
I'm looking.
Right, because as it's leaving, when you RTS out of set MSB, we just found out that sprite 0x is equal to 0, so what happens right after that? Even though you even got LDA 0, SDA sprite 0 at the bottom of the routine right there.
Yeah, we added that to see if that helped, remember?
Right.
It didn't help.
So when an RTS, that goes back to the main routine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it should go back to
The JSR.
to move ball right, which is another RTS, to horizontal movement, which has RTS back to the main, which I think jumps to raster.
It's like a ghost.
Yeah, it basically is bottoming out there and reiterating.
So I figured it out. It reaches 0, but what if we did this? That should work. Okay, so that's how powerful it is. we're going to exit again, restore it, and register again. To 0.
So you said RTS is back to horizontal right, which then RTS is back to.
Yeah, because what that's just doing is just checking once it's beyond 0, because the branch carry is now set, then tell us what the value is, but it's not going to tell us somewhere here going after this. Right after it's 0, it's jumping over. You're like, let's let this run. It'd be cool because it's the value to while it's moving. See it? Now it's just with it. That's interesting.
I'm back, sorry.
We really need to get a number printer going.
So okay, so set MSB is good. It's whatever happens after that RTS that happens that makes it jump that much.
That's what I was discovering. I wish we could print a value to the screen we could actually see it. That's why at the very beginning I was hoping we could do a number printer to get it to work.
Okay, sounds good.
See the value. Green. You want to attempt that? Let's call it some number printer. Pick a location. I don't know what's after the top of the screen. I need to do some math here. 2034 times 4. $1,074 sounds like a good place to start. And what you have to do for these, you have to set these for the ones, hundreds, tenths place for the numbers. I'm going to get lost on now. Because when you can add to these numbers, but and we'll try it anyway. So we're loaded sprite X. Sprite X again. Actually, you probably don't even need these other ones. See it moving? But it's not. It's going to. We have to convert it because right now it's just going through the ASCII character set. That's why you have to. I think.
Yeah, he had that data table.
This might be off. Yeah, it's printing some numbers, just it's not printing all of them. See how fast they're printing, but they're printing so fast you can't see them, of course. You also have to slow it down when I go to read it. Right.
Yeah, you can slow down WinFice to, to.
Oh, that's right. We could just slow them. Good point. I was going to look up the delay routine. We'll need that eventually, but we'll just slow it down for now. Well, how do we do that without running the program? Can we do that? Or still?
I believe it's under options, and it's game speed.
I have to go here.
Yeah, go to maximum speed.
Maximum speed.
And set it to like 10% or something.
I think we did that before, and it was super slow. Okay, now we can see the value. See what they're doing is they're counting to 0, and they're flipping back, but there's still parts of the characters they're going through. But it's not going through every character. I could just remember how we do this. I know they start at 48. Oh, great. That's what that is. I gotta do this every time, huh? Running too slow. I don't know if you can see the screen or not. See how it's flipping back? It's almost, we almost got it now, but now we have to get the next bit. We don't know what the other values are, unless you know actually. You see it showed a 9 in here, so we could look up the actual 9. Oh, let's just get this to work. So the OR is the one that sets the bits. I might be using the wrong one. And the AND, the one that... Oh no, that's probably showing right.
Yeah, you can't do it AND 16. You can do it AND 15.
15? Okay. How many letters is it going through now? It's going through the whole alphabet now. Now it's only going through a partial of the alphabet. So you got something going on here. So what is it doing? Counting 15 characters?
Yeah, if you do AND 15, it'll just always count from 0 to 15.
So
Over and over and over.
count just the numbers. That's what I'm trying to make it do. Look only at the numbers.
If you AND 15 and underneath that, if you do a ADC, I believe it's maybe 32.
What's the 30?
I believe it's 32. That gets you past the alphabet into the numbers, I believe. No, not quite. Got you into the symbols.
Oh, so maybe 48? Because 48 is where the 0 starts.
Okay, yeah, 48 then.
Yes. So what would the AND is like picking the top 15 and the added carries kind of figuring out where it starts? It's adding to it, basically. Let's see how many numbers it shows. There's still a couple more on there that they shouldn't be showing. See what I mean? And the 0 is missing too. How many extra ones we got here? We need to, how do we slow this down even?
No, it didn't even skip though. It showed the 1. What the heck? But yet the sprite still jumped.
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
So I'm trying to see those extra characters, a question mark, and those other 3 characters. How do we get rid of those? You have to change one of these values again, right? It starts at 48, we got that. But isn't this counting over 15?
This will count. That'll count between like 0 and 15.
Okay, so 9, right? Or 10?
Yeah, you can try that.
Oh, now it's not doing anything. Look at that. It's only flipping between a couple numbers there. that's only showing about 3 numbers.
Yeah, because when you do and, you got to think of it in terms of binary. And
I guess I'll just have to do my little math table. I'm just lazy. I don't like to do that stuff all the time. You know, like where you have to set up the and you set up the add with carry, and then you look at the result. First, you load the sprite data. Why am I so lazy? Okay, I know that I have this in a book somewhere. I just remember where. I've seen them use this before. And then use the and. I can't remember the exact thing it was. This is probably just going to show the alphabet. Let's see how it's actually showing the alphabet now, at least. Maybe you need another one. Oh, no. That's too many. 2. Because it's multiplying, it's dividing by 2, and it's taking those values and masking them with the 15. Did Darren come back?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were even there.
if you leave that and 15, you take out those LSRs, it should show you like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K.
Copy add for carry, you mean?
Yeah, leave that out. And if you run it now, it should show the alphabet.
Now, how do we make it go backward? Because that's where the numbers are. I think they're backward. Let me just make sure.
And then, of course, the @ symbol is 0.
Yeah, it would help to know where the numbers are, sir. They're before the alphabet. They're about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 before the alphabet.
No, because the @ symbol is 0. So if if you poke 1024, 0, it puts an @ sign on your screen.
You're right. Okay, I'm thinking the print CHR. You're right. So if you start on the 1, A, 48, 0. Actually, I was right. It said 48. So we need to start at 48. We basically we're gonna have to go from 48, I guess. How many bits are made up of 48? $32 plus 16. Oh. Where's my...
Yeah, 32 plus 16. So 2 bits.
Okay. That's right. So that's why you 42. Did we do this? And some crazy stuff now. Well, we got the 0. It just leaves the 0 on the screen. Because it's only setting the first bit.
Yeah, if you do an and 1, that turns off all the other bits except for the 1.
Okay.
Same thing with an and 8, that'll turn off all the bits except for the...
Is that it? That's what I'm getting. It's always showing the that. Yeah, I just stop being lazy, just start doing this. Okay. Binary.
Well, I mean, if you take out that or a number 8, and then just run it, and see what ASCII value shows up as soon as the ball crosses the seam.
Say that again? Took out the or.
Go ahead and run it now, and then just see what shows up on the screen as soon as the ball crosses that seam.
Oh. So you're not worried about it? I was hoping to get the numbers to work.
All right, here we go. Getting close.
Couldn't really see anything.
Did you ever see it show an @ symbol?
Yeah, I did. I think I did.
Because if it shows an @ symbol, that means it was at 0. Because I see H, and then it was H when it jumped too. But then of course my frame rate's a little watching this screen.
Yeah, there was an. But it's already showing. Oh, watch, if I slow it down. It's showing here every time. You see that?
I want to make sure it shows the @ symbol like right when it jumps.
Oh, right when it I'd be happy to get you. We need to scroll shot anyway. What am I thinking about? What's right here in front of me?
I couldn't tell. Did it show an @ symbol?
Yeah, it well, I guess I have to get there again. I'll just try to speed it up and stop it when it gets right there. Let's see if I can stop it right when it gets there. Oh, you're not going to be able to see it because the thing's going to be in the way. Yep, it showed it. There's somewhere around here when it showed.
Okay, then I think you probably want to follow those RTSs back then.
Right here?
Because you go to set MSB, and we know set MSB is setting it to 0.
Yep.
So now it's doing an RTS. So where's that RTS go?
This one?
The one for set MSB.
Oh, well, that's the only one right there, this one. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to figure out this whole time. Where's it going after that? Well, essentially, it's going back to this one.
Wherever it goes right back to
That's
move
right.
ball left, which is another RTS. So where does that RTS go?
This is
Ball right. Sorry.
this is going to continue from this one. Move all,
Okay. So and then let's see here.
move all horizontally, yeah. Right here. So it just goes right back there to the beginning.
How many times in the code does ink sprite 0x show up? Like if you do like a search.
I search for it.
Yeah.
Once. I think it has something to do with the value it's passing back into 53.248 somewhere. But what's really weird is once it gets past that 0, it looks like it still moves normally if you run it and watch it again. But how do we know if it's actually getting to that 0 point and I have to slow it down again? When it gets here, I'll give it more time to get over there. Okay, that's good enough. When it gets here, well, maybe I can pause it here. Actually, I can pause it right there. Did you see how it jumped right there? Right when it got to the 0, I think that's where it's jumping at. It's jumping. So it's happening somewhere wherever the value is being passed into the sprite 0x. So this is our problem. How many times is this being set? That's what we probably have to look at. There's a left here too, but he says it's not going to the left routine. Or is it?
Yeah, when it hits the border, it turns back left, but we haven't reached that far yet.
But this is only
We're having an error while it's still going right.
but this code right here only executes one, right? When it first runs. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's supposed to just set the initial location of the ball. And it's setting it to be up against the left-hand border.
I'm wondering if this is
And that's before the raster routine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
doing something here for a second here. So let's see where it does the MSB again. And it's still jumping, so it's actually incrementing the entire time, so we don't need that.
Those lines make no difference either. 133 and 134 can come out.
Yeah, those are the ones I was working on earlier. I see all these right here.
Yeah, because 133 and 134, it's not. It didn't do it anyway for some reason.
It's already 0.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it has something to do with that increment. Either way, I've always.
I'm gonna step away again. I had White Castles for dinner. I apologize, you guys.
Whew.
Finish White Castle. We don't have that out in Arizona. We have, I don't know what we have out here. Some kind of weird burger places. I cook my own, really bother with it. What do you say we can have time routine working? Then we can see what's really going on. So we did this to a 15 earlier. Oops, what was that? And it's just showing the alphabet. Let me see something here.
I muted Darren while he's away because there was a lot of echoing. Like I hear you, then I hear you coming through his speaker, so I muted him for now.
I'm cheating now. I'm looking in the book. Are you guys hot where you're at? Like the weather?
It's just starting to get warmed up now, finally.
It's like 95 or something here today.
Ooh, oh no, I'm Midwest. I'm by Chicago. We're nothing near that yet. We're 60s.
You know, Arizona, we get that weird weather sometimes.
We'll get warmer like that closer to like July.
Yeah, our July, 112, 114.
Oh man.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep. We're still trying to get this number print to work because I think this is going to really tell us, eliminate a lot of the mistakes we're making and seeing what's really going on. And plus, we need a score counter eventually.
Well, did you see what that other guy was doing? He had a lookup table.
Which guy?
The first number printer that you were looking at, the example you had from the book.
Oh, I might have that here still somewhere. Let me just open up another copy so there's this one. He was doing the hex. What did I call it? Print numbers.
Well, I don't think we don't care if it's hex or not. Yeah, there it is, right there. Yeah, see, he starts at 30, it looks like, and then goes to 39, and then goes back to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would show what 0 through 9, and then like A, B, C, D, E, F.
Do you think that might be the answer?
Yeah.
Just create a table. So copy his code.
That's what he was doing. I mean, we don't care if it's hex, do we? I mean, we just want to see that it's 0, and then what is it past 0, right? We can convert it.
Make this less complicated, huh? Work out the hex stuff later, I guess. I just can't read that.
Work the decimal from the hex, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we will need like a score counter, right? Or even a ball counter.
Eventually we will. That's a good point. We could still see it in hex and just have to translate it, I guess. So his worked earlier, but he's loading in, this is the start value, so this will have to be a sprite.
What's PHA and LSR? What do those do?
Push the accumulator saves the value in the sprite register, so it returns it back here later because here he's reloading the value.
What's that command PHA do?
Push the accumulator on the stack, whatever value's in here, it's going to save it so you can use it later.
Yeah, that PHA saves the accumulator, then that PLA loads it back later on.
Oh, okay. What's the LSR?
Division,
Shifts all of the bits to the left,
right?
or to the right, yeah.
Which divides it.
So basically it's like dividing by 2.
Oh, look, we actually got a number counter actually working now. Look at that. Sort of. Yeah, because it's actually printing their own numbers in hex, but yeah, slow it down, I guess. But some of them don't print. You notice that?
Second digit's not printing.
Is that what it is? That's not going to help us. Yeah, some of the values are not doing it right. Oh, there you go. You going here?
What is it doing?
Well, here it's taking whatever's value in here, whether it's 0 or whatever on the screen, X value, saving this. So let's say if
And
you
then it divides it by 8.
whatever, it's right, 0x. And now it's got it on what's called the stack, and it takes this number, whatever it is, and divides it by 8. This is divided by 2.
Yeah, this is expecting a 2-byte number though, and we Sprite X is a single byte with the most significant bit. No, it's not quite what.
It's 16, isn't it?
Well, it does say they either use low or high byte.
Divided by 16. 2, 4, 8, 16. And this is saving whatever's in the X register, but we don't have.
Yeah, TAX
here.
puts the accumulator into the X register.
But we would only be looking at one digit, right? We're only looking at one byte.
Yeah, pretty much a low byte. Only.
Right, but he's got 2 digits printing there.
Well, here's why.
I think the second digit is just garbage, right? It's whatever is the high byte of whatever's next to Sprite X, Sprite 1.
Well, like if the number is 255, it'll show as FF. They're supposed to.
I was going to answer your question. Numbers are side by side. Make sense? So these will be 3 digits. You got to change each of the individual digits. That's why there's more than one. And
Yeah, 8-bit number in hex is like a 2-digit thing.
Yeah. It's not going to be able to print like BASIC can do that, so it's actually 3 digits right there. That's not 1.
Yeah, and that would be FF in hex.
I'm saying, no, each of these takes up a position, so we have to change that individual position. That's why he's got 2 of these here. I think it might have something to do with this. Didn't I change this earlier? I changed this earlier, remember? I did. Oh, man.
That might be why it's giving goofy values back, huh?
I can't remember what it was again now. Maybe I remember what it was. I was at 16. I was 10. That's it. There we go. But it's still not working right. It's the hex is back, but...
Oh, it was 15. It wasn't 10.
Was it 15?
Yeah, to get your 16 digits.
I thought it was 10. It's still printing a funny character beside it.
How many are down there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I found that on Limit 64, wasn't that where I found that?
I don't remember.
I go back and see the other project was. Yeah, I found it. It was F. No, I was way off.
Ah, so it's 16 then.
There it goes. Okay. Now we gotta slow it down when we get over there. And watch it very carefully. It jumped way up there.
Yeah, it jumped straight to like, what, 10? Yeah, yeah, it's going from 0 right to 10 or something like that.
Can we slow it down even more than that?
Yeah, I think if you do custom, you could put it whatever number in there you want.
Okay, let me get it going again. Oh shit, I just missed it. So I know me and Darren tried 1 and that was crashed it, so probably should do 1. Maybe 7. Okay, that's good. Now we can see it.
Yeah, it went from FF to 18.
FF to 18. How much is that? $18 is 24. And F is 15. So 24 minus 15.
$24 is left.
It's jumping 15.
Order.
Jumping over 15. I like how the first numbers are working. Did you see that? 35, 36, 37. Oh, you know, I just now read on this page. This guy was trying to answer somebody's question, and he was asking to print a number, and this guy's like, hexadecimal output isn't what he wants. That's what he created, was a hexadecimal output. So later he responded with some different code, and this is some massive code. I'm going to try to copy this over. Goodness sake, this thing is gigantic. Obviously we got a bit on the screen. I think I should just save this one and do another one. That's code. Oh great, now we got to convert it all over. It's going to give me errors, I know it is. Oh, just those lines. Nope. Me and Darren had this problem. Remember, what was that last week? Remember that, Darren?
Yes.
He was trying to take your old program, Bo, and which was written in, what was that language you wrote it in? 264 Studio. You had to put all these spaces in.
Sorry.
I was trying to show him that cool scroller you created before, but we couldn't get it to work. Why is it saying this? Why did he do that? He actually wrote that on the screen, unless that's just pseudocode. Yeah, I'll show you the page I'm looking at. This is the page I'm looking at. You guys want to pull it up?
Yeah, isn't there a kernel routine that you could JSR to that'll print to the screen?
Wait, there is.
I think that's what he has there for JSR print to screen or something.
Really? I wonder if we do that. So you think that'll print the numbers? Here's when you're talking about how to use it.
I mean, the other way to do it is to have it jump to BASIC, and then just write the program in BASIC to write the.
I'm trying to remember this one. This is dial B, is it? In fact, I think I got this right here somewhere. Here somewhere. 65520. Oh, I still got all these errors, darn it. Why did he do? Oh, so he wants the hex number to convert. Hex number to convert? No, this is what we want. Get rid of all this crap. You ask one question, everybody, it gives them all the wrong answers. Anyways, I'm just going to do away with this one, I guess. I don't want to lose the one I just added.
And if you want, I think if you want to jump to the JSR to that kernel routine to print to the screen, you first got to set the cursor color, and you got to set the cursor column and the cursor row.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, did I just erase this one? This was in that example where you have to set 783. That's what we were doing earlier. I have that basic example right here. 782 is I think the X, or 781 is the X, and 782 is the Y. Yeah. Should work. Dude, you got it. Except the only problem is it's going to flip back. the hexadecimal still for some reason. But maybe it'll work when it gets over on the other side. Let's see. At least we can see what the values. That's all we care about for now.
Well, we know that it goes from FF to 18 all of a sudden. See?
And that is what I have for my left starting position is 24.
Wait, where's that at? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Do you think it's loading that in somewhere?
Somehow. I don't know how, though.
Well, let's find out.
Just-
I forgot all about that. You said that.
It's just that that's the same value, you know what I mean?
Right. Maybe do a search for left and see where left shows up.
I hit the wrong key and it started erasing stuff. Where's my hidden control F? It disappeared somewhere. It's probably hidden on the screen somewhere.
Oh, you gotta pay that $50 fee to get the full version now, man.
It was hiding in the other one. So left.
Is there there's a paid version of this? CBN?
No, I was just joking. You have to pay to have the flying function.
I knew he was joking me. So right here.
Let's see.
Right here is where it... So it never puts in the left anywhere, I don't think. It compares left. But it...
As
here-
long as it does it before the raster routine, it should be okay.
Let's see. Well, right here is where it's comparing it. So do we even really need this? What if we shut this off for now?
Well, compare left is if it's checking to hit if it hits the left border.
So we don't need that right now because we're not moving left anyway. Can we just remove that, see if that's the problem?
Well, that look left is what you were doing to skip. What'd you call yours?
Skip.
I think you might just call it your skip, but that's basically what that look left is doing.
Oh,
It's looking to say, is the most significant bit set? If it's not set, then we're going to skip down. We're going to skip the next couple bits here.
oh.
You know.
I just want, that's it right there.
Yeah, compare to left says does sprite 0 equal left? Is it hitting the left border? And if so, then
At 24, skip over. Do something else.
It just changes. It should just change the direction, though. It never sets. It should never set it to that value. It should just.
right. Look left just switches a direction back and forth as it hits the borders.
Yeah.
To try
It
it.
never directly, adds that value or does anything to that other than, initially.
It worked. We got it. Apparently that was interfering with it. There's something else going on left, but we can fix that later. It goes all the way across now without jumping. Oh, didn't leave it on the screen long enough. We just run it again.
So it
What?
so it didn't jump to FF to 18 again?
Nope. Went all the way across. Perfect. It's just stuck going left now because of the direction. But we got our first goal accomplished here.
So in the main routine, looks like the issue is in the main routine then.
Yep.
Well, it looks like that comparison was doing something to.
It was still looking at sprite 0, 24 position, and at that point, I don't know why it was doing something with it. It was going to this ball direction set right. I don't know, whatever you got going on down here, I guess.
Yeah, because it checks the sprite 0 x, and if it equals left, which is hitting the left border, then switch it to the right, go right.
So what's the next?
But I don't know why it's setting it to it. That doesn't make sense.
Oh, well. What was the next thing you wanted to do?
Well, this isn't really working. It needs to
Yeah,
bounce.
that look left has to be there. Has to be in there.
It has to bounce back. It has to check the collisions on the walls, right, and change the direction whenever it hits.
That from
Right.
that? Okay. What if we did this? There's no code again. Check sprite 0. But we want to check the left wall,
Oh.
whatever position that is at the left wall. Or the right wall, sorry.
That is that BCC. That has something to do with it.
And this just means if it's less than.
Ah, that's what's happening. As soon as the ball hits the seam, it's less than 24.
Yeah.
So that's why. So for some reason it's jumping.
But we don't want it to say less, but we want to make it say maybe greater.
Oh, it's jumping to the raster 24 times.
So maybe BEQ instead of.
Okay, we'll just check that position now.
Yeah, you want it to. If it's equal to 24, then switch directions.
Value, that's right, okay. Well, it's still hitting 24, though. We still got to change that 24 to something else.
Well, 24 is the left border.
It is?
Yeah.
No doubt it. I just want to see something here.
Yeah, change that BCC to BEQ.
Get this back on the screen.
So what it was doing is it was spending 24 cycles in the raster routine. Is why it looked like it jumped. It looked like it added it, but really it was just not being shown because it was waiting, right?
But not left border.
Because when you were doing branch with carry clear, it was as long as sprite X is smaller than 24. It's just switching directions back and forth until it finally gets all the way over.
Yeah.
It's about 62 or 63.
Well, no, the left border is 24. The right border is 81.
Oh yeah, I meant when it gets over here is what I meant. When it gets to the right border, when it gets to 63.
Well, so my sprite is.
Well, the left border is not 63 though.
Yeah, my sprite is skewed to the upper left-hand corner, and it's only 8 pixels wide, whereas the sprite is usually, 24 pixels wide?
Right.
Oh, that's what you're saying. About the same size as the other one there. Hey,
You changed the left border.
yeah, at least
So,
it's this time.
yeah, so if you change, what was it, line 88, just change the BCC to a BEQ.
88. This one to, what?
Yeah, it was set to BEQ, but now the left border's offset. We want our left border to be 24, right?
So we want to change this one, the right one?
No, up at the top there you had left equals 63 or something like that.
Yeah.
We want left to be 24 though.
You want it back the way it was?
Well, yeah, the left border is at 24.
Because the sprite is smaller. I'm just wondering, because earlier when I did it, it was at 63.
Well, that's the right border.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting it mixed up. So we need to change the left one. So I
The
changed.
left border is 24. We want the left border to be 24.
Just run that for a second, Steve. You'll
I
see
changed the wrong one. That was my fault.
it work.
I think I changed the wrong one.
Ah, so it was that BCS needed to be BEQ. Okay, cool.
Yeah. But now we need to make it start going back this way. When it gets here, it's flipping back over here. Once we get there, we don't want to flip back until we get to 0.
We want to flip back at 81.
It's incorrectly clearing the most significant bit.
Yeah.
That's why it's jumping back over there. So it's not correctly. It's not calling the clear MSB at the right time.
Yeah, so at that point, we haven't wrote the code yet when going left, checking the bit yet. So that's the next part of the code we got to get written in there.
And this is what we already got this working. So now it's going.
So going right is all the way fixed. Now we just got to.
Check this out.
Now there's nothing wrong with look left. We just haven't written the code for it yet.
Now that makes sense. That's what I'm working on now. So this is where it's going to go right here when it gets to the left border. It's going, not the left border, I'm sorry. Is that right? No, no, it's this one. I'm looking at the wrong one. So ball, direction, set, left. This is the one that we're going to be using. So this one right here. This is where we need to work on. This is just going back to main.
That is changing the direction. That's just flipping.
We don't want to change the direction yet then, until we get to 0.
No, we want to change directions at 81.
You don't want to do anything in that routine, Steve. That routine works fine. You want to go up to look left. That's where we're working.
Oh, I was trying to figure out like when the sprite gets all the way over here in the corner.
Uh-huh.
We can start going backward.
That's when it compares to right. So.
That's in the look left routine, right? Yeah.
Well, when it hits the right is whenever it goes and sets the direction to left, right? So.
What does this section do here?
That checks the wall. That's checking left and right, or actually, it's checking.
So now the code that we just did for moving right, we got to do again for moving left. Pretty much the same exact code again.
For the right.
Yeah, but what it looks like, what's happening is it's incorrectly clearing the most significant bit. So I think that the main is wrong.
I don't think you wrote the code for that yet, though, did you? I don't think we got that far.
Okay.
I think we got as far as soon as the ball hits the right border,
changes direction,
it turns left, and that's where we're at.
And now we're moving.
Putting it back.
Yeah, go down and look at. There should be one called Move Ball Left. Look at that. There it is.
Right here. Just start checking.
Yeah, it's just instantly jumping right to it. Okay. So this is where we're at. Now we just got to write the code for this part.
Oh,
yeah.
You did earlier.
Well, we're not even calling that anymore, or we're not supposed to anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So that's what we were doing before. So we're no longer calling that and move right. You know?
Yeah, and move ball left, you got it just every time, just jumping right to check MSB.
So we taking
we gotta change that to better match the move ball right routine.
Yeah, so it needs to be a B and Q clear MSB.
What goes through? I'm sorry, I get lost here.
You gotta make it kind of match the move ball right.
Oh, up here. Okay. Set MSB or clear MSB?
Set or clear.
Clear MSB.
And that JSR.
Do we need that?
That doesn't go away.
That can go away. All this goes away.
Yeah.
Sorry, write it down.
Yeah.
See what it does. Boom. Now it's stuck there. We gotta clear the bit. At least it's outside. I knew it was gonna do that because I have them set it. Once it gets to 0, or the MSB is down to 0, then we have to reset.
we need to clear it again, right?
Yeah.
When it's going left.
And that's supposed to be here.
Now, looks like what's happening is the look left routine isn't checking if the MSB is set or not. So as soon as it's hitting 24, it's turning back right again.
So it needs to check and make sure that it's already set.
Yeah, you don't want to change directions at 24 unless the most significant bit is already cleared.
So somewhere in this. The decrement in the sprite branches equal to 0 for MSB.
Yeah, I think it's in the look left routine we got to go to.
Yeah, we don't want to do it in the move. We want to do it whenever we're doing up in the main.
Oh. Where's that at again? Right here.
Right
we want to look left to kind of look more like how look right looks.
Oh, so we're going to set a value like this instead of 1. We have it.
It needs to check the most significant bit too. Right now it's not, right?
Yeah, we want to check that it's clear, and then only switch directions if it's already clear.
Yeah. We'll need like another skip routine, I guess.
Probably so. Try to see what you got here. 53 to 64 is equal to 1.
So I think we'll need to do that again, right? We need to load the most significant bit in the accumulator and compare it.
Right.
It goes right here. Otherwise, it goes to the right.
I did a bad thing by using negative not equal to there. I think that's easy.
Do you have the look right routine?
No, I don't. Yeah, see, I don't have. I think that's the other skip that we need. So I think right after look left, we need to load the most significant bit. We need to compare it to 1, and if it's not equal, then we need to skip.
So it's
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
right here.
Above that, basically, you need to do that after look left.
Okay, so this code down here is just when it's moving.
Well, our ball is already bouncing left and right. It's just we need to make sure the most significant bit is clear before you bounce back to the right.
Right. Yeah.
Code right there is when it's moving to the right, right? Isn't that what that's?
Right there.
I think the look left routine is what's checking. So in the look left routine, you want to say first is the most significant bit clear.
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing you want to do first. So go ahead and push enter right there. And we want to write a routine to check the most significant bit, make sure it's clear before we do the rest of that.
I was checking 0. And where do we go? There?
I was going to say, well, like above, we compared it to 1. So that we would,
EQ or 0, but not do it together in a short fashion. So if it's at 0, but it's still at a 1, it's not at a 0, right?
Well, remember, we're using the 0 flag to check when it crosses over. So we pretty much want that same thing.
yeah.
Oh.
The 0 flag will be set again when it's when it's going left.
So now you don't want to do a B and Q there. You want to do a CMP 0.
Alright.
And then if then you want to basically don't want to set it. You don't want to change direction, right? So you just want to, I guess, jump to the raster.
Yeah, if it's equal, you just jump to the raster. That sounds about right.
Where are we going? Just down here, create a routine for this?
Yeah.
I think what is it? BNE raster, branch if not equal to raster. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Try that.
Yeah, because that's saying if the MSB is set, then just don't worry about switching directions.
Ooh.
Cool.
It comes back.
It kind of flickered there, but
Ah, nice job. You did it.
all right. Now paste in that code.
Okay. Oh yeah, all this to take for a moment. Be dumb enough to stuff and then we're right back.
I'll be right back.
Technically, I wanted to argue a point to see if I'm right. You don't need to compare 0 because it doesn't need to check it when its branch is equal to 0. That's just something I knew from before.
Hmm.
But we won't tell him that.
Good deal.
It's just a way. So let me copy it. Okay, so please.
Okay.
You guys go.
Thank you.
Welcome. Work on that. You can get that working.
So now it looks like we're ready to put the vertical movement back on.
Yeah. We can.
Oh, okay.
Well, when it was moving left, did it flicker when it hit the scene?
I thought it did, but it's tough to see on his screen, right?
I didn't see any. Let me just make it larger. It looks good to me. It flashes every now and then. Looks good to me.
Cool. Yeah, I would have been really confused if it was flickering at the scene now because we're only moving the sprite by 1 pixel every step anyway.
Yeah.
So if it's flickering, it's got to be like a Commodore 64 glitch or something, you know.
Yeah, pretty much those chips they built. Okay, so we can just turn off our number print now.
So I think in the main routine there, if you gotta do a JSR move ball vertically underneath that B&E.
And a new one.
Is that the name of the routine?
He doesn't have.
Oh, okay.
We were just working on. Of course, I know. Now the question is where we're going to go about and doing this. But once it hits a corner, we're going to start moving it in a vertical direction.
Well, I don't think you want to put it in there. I noticed that whenever I use the branches, I only can have so much code between where I branch to.
120
And you're putting it right in the middle of the most significant bit, which on the vertical movement, we won't have to worry about most significant bit at all. It doesn't ever go over.
Well, that's branches, so we're not doing that. You mean like branch to it.
That's fine, but you were putting that routine in the middle of set. Yeah, so you want to put it after the set most significant bit because the other routines above it have branches, and you only got so much code that you can put in between where you branch and where you're branching to, right?
And then
Well, I think with JSR you could jump anywhere, but if you do like a BEQ, it's like a limit of how far you can jump.
Right, and that's what we're doing is we're doing BEQs to the most significant bit routines, and he was putting his code right in between.
Right.
So that's what I was saying. We don't want to put it there because you only get so much code before you can't branch.
otherwise you'll be doing a bunch of stuff like.
I don't know. I mentioned to you that I discovered that problem, and you knew exactly what it was. You even knew how many bytes you had there.
After you do something like jump 1, jump 2, that's how you solve that problem, but
Yeah.
that's a mess.
It's like 128 bytes you get? Is that correct?
Yep, something like that. 128 one way, 127 backwards, or whatever.
It was 127 for the country.
So I had a really long joystick routine that I was running into that problem with.
Oh, yeah.
Joystick.
Yeah, because then you got to do a BEQ to another subroutine that just does a jump.
Mhm. It makes sense to keep it.
Or a JSR. A BEQ to JSR, and yeah.
So,
It's fun when that happens.
when we're hitting the wall, what are we doing next?
Well, this should be a lot easier because
Yeah, vertical is easy. You don't even got to worry about a most significant bit now.
yeah, you just got to check what the direction is and increment or decrement.
That's what I'm saying. Where are we? When are we doing the verticals? Like,
Go look at horizontal. You'll do the same thing, but instead of looking at the X direction, you'll look at the Y direction.
I guess my question is going to do both at the same time. Oh, so I see. So since it's doing both of them, then it doesn't really matter. So we just start moving it down the screen.
No, you want to check. You want to look at direction Y, and if it's 1, you want to increase it. If it's 0, you want to decrease it.
Why did you do that at?
You want to move up. If it's 0, you want to move down.
Yeah, okay, yeah, see, go ahead and go all the way up to the top to where all the variables are at.
I see what you're doing. Just kind of repeat and copy the code, basically. We're trying not to duplicate whatever we did up there. And then here's this would say move ball down.
Right, but instead of looking at dir X, you want to look at dir Y.
Oh, that's right. Okay. And this is down and up, right? Which is 0.
0 would be moving up, and 1 is moving down. Because 0, 0 is the top left.
Okay, I got it now.
So to move up, you decrement. Get closer to 0 to move up. You don't need to do anything with the most significant bit.
Okay, let's check that out. We have to check the corners up. I was going to go off the screen.
Yeah, I think at the top there you could find what the variables are for those. I think it's like what is it, top and bottom or something like that?
Yeah.
Did you put those in there?
No, we
Yeah,
checked
top,
for the
yeah,
walls.
left, top, bottom, right, there they are.
Yeah, we checked for the walls. Now we need to check for floor and ceiling.
Yeah, we did. I'm just trying to figure out where you're going to check those.
Well, if you scroll up, there's a section in there that says check walls. Put it under that. Check wall collision.
Right here?
Yeah,
That's
that's all the stuff that we did there. So scroll down. Right before jump raster.
Yeah, I think it's like look left and look right have to be redid.
That's right here. It's going to be sprite 0Y. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I need that, look left, look up. Look up, look down, maybe?
You don't have to do anything with the most significant bit here, so I mean, literally all you need to do is check: did I hit the floor or did I hit the ceiling? And if I hit the floor, then I want to go up. If I hit the ceiling, then I want to go down.
That's what that is.
No, you don't need routines called look up and look down. You just need to check.
Yeah, so no, you're in a good strat. So instead of CMP left, what is it, CMP top? I think that's
Yeah,
the variable.
Hit up.
top.
No, it's not up, it's top. Yeah.
Oh, top. Yeah, the neck, I didn't quite get that. And why?
And then we'll want to make one for BEQ ball set dir down.
That's going to reverse it the other way.
Yep.
Then we have to kind of do this for the other one. Right? I'm changing all this down to our bottom.
Well, you want the ball set dir down. Well, see on your lookup routine, line 154.
Yeah.
You want to change that to BEQ ball dir set down.
Ah. Yeah, right.
And you're going to want the ball dir set down routine to look a lot like the ball dir set right routine.
This one's like this, you mean? That's what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
You just erase all this.
Yep.
Oh, I see what you're doing now. I wasn't getting that. I'm like thinking like you're just using that Durex to keep in Dur-Y to keep where it is and all that. Keeps track of it.
So for line 159, you want to change that to SDA dir underscore Y.
Oh, that's right. So we got the down, the up.
And then we're going to want to look down routine.
Like that. So now we need the ball doors up, down, whatever. Oops. Is this a 0? This one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that good?
Give it a shot.
You never call those, do you?
Did I?
I don't think you ever call those.
Right. So I need to call
So what is that? Back up in the main routine?
down to look up.
Yeah, the way you have it, you have to call look up and look down.
And
I
you
would-
want to do that in your main routine, yeah?
Yeah, I wasn't going to make those separate routines. I was just going to put them in like I did for checking the walls,
This
floor and ceiling.
I gotcha.
They're right here.
No, just keep going up. Keep going up, Steve. So keep going. Keep going. So it looks like line 100. Look up, or what is it? ARS look up, and then ARS look down.
I was trying to find a shortcut. Okay. I didn't want to do that, but all right.
And I wasn't going to make routines. I was just going to put that code right in here, you know, like I did for checking the walls. You get check floor and check ceiling.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Upside down.
We can change it later. I guess we just get this part working.
Yeah.
Boom!
No.
Uh-oh. Tap's not being checked. Why is the top not being checked? I checked up and down.
Now at the end of the look up routine, does it return back? It does, okay.
Yeah, something's wrong. It's not clicking. That's one of these is backward. Decrement sprite 0, move ball up. Move ball up, move ball down. Ball down. Look up, look down. Are you sure Dur-Y is 0 for down or 1 for down?
Yeah, because you're incrementing on 1.
What are we
think. I don't know. Look at your.
Why are you comparing 0 to 1? Oh, okay, that's right. That's for the direction. So,
Right. So you're saying if it's 0, then you want to move the ball up, which is a decrement.
and that's going right here.
If it's 1, you want to move it down, which is
Start here at this point instead of doing it up there. We can just do it here instead of up there in the main routine. We don't need to check it till we get to the top part, right?
Sounds good. Give it a shot.
And then do the same thing for the other one. Um, you want to take out the other ones. There we go.
Woohoo!
Boom! Mission accomplished in only a matter of 5 hours.
yeah. Hey, spin that one.
Alright, cool.
Now you got full pixel accuracy to move the ball up and right.
Yeah. Next, I'll have to put a paddle in there. Another sprite.
Oh yeah.
And I'll have to do full X on the paddle too. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Great accomplishment, man.
That's sweet.
Where's the multicolor sprite?
If you go to the GitHub,
Uh-huh.
the whole project, there's a bouncing ball at ASM. Got the multicolor sprite in there.
Alright. Right there.
That's it right there.
Oh wait, yeah, I just have it. Oh, there it is.
So click on C64 Breakout to get back up to the whole project. You should be able to just download as a zip. Yeah, there's the button up there on the right. Download a zip.
Oh, now it's if I see it.
Yeah, that'll get you the whole project file.
Just so I can get to the sprites. Ball sprite?
That was Bo's. The one that I have was I put it in the program. So if you look at bouncing ball.asm, it's byte data in the top.
Oh, so you never did, I thought you actually did like a SpritePad or something. I guess you could just do it in SpritePad, right? Anybody good at SpritePad?
Well, I mean, you can just copy the bytes from that program and have it, you know.
It might let you open it. I'm not sure. That way.
Open up bouncing.asm
Here?
in the download folder. You downloaded the zip.
Oh, I was load it in this. So download.
Bouncing ball.asm.
If you open that in SpritePad, it might give you the ball, and then a bunch of garbled stuff after it.
Well, I was just saying open it up in C64 or our program studio, CDM program studio.
Select the other one.
You can copy the byte out of the program.
I don't know how to select the other one now. Oh, more apps. No. Look for another app on this PC. Thank you.
Oh, you don't have a file association for ASM?
Nope. So maybe I could drag it into.
You can open up the whole project file, the CBM PRG, and then that'll give you everything. You might have to unzip it first. I don't know.
Yeah, probably have to. Or I could copy it here, maybe. Back on the C drive. So I need to create a new. I can just paste it right here. Hopefully it's not.
Open project.
I had to close that one. I didn't want to make sure it was saved. So open will still save. Oh, I see it. I'll close the other one. Okay.
The first one on the list. Right. Go back.
Got it. So this is the byte data.
Yes. That's ball 2, though. You want bouncing-ball.asm, which is the next tab over from that one. You're on the wrong file.
Oh, I see what you're saying on this.
Yeah, so go down to the next one. Or it's the next tab over. Yeah, there you go. That's because you have increased your font size. CBM Studio crashes on me every time I do that.
Right. There's a bug in it, then basically.
Yeah.
So how do you fix it again?
Don't increase your font the way you're doing. Set your font size and preferences. Don't actively plus and minus it with the zoom.
Oh. So do I need to just like put it back or something? Will that work?
The only thing that worked for me is closing it and opening it back up, and not having it, not zooming, and going to the one that I want.
No way to do it there, I guess. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe there is a better workaround. That's just what I do.
Which one was it again? Oh, we didn't create a project, did we?
Open project.
Yeah, I thought we had created one. All right, so it's on this one, right? No, it's not this one.
Here it is.
Now, don't touch anything and just click on it.
Go to bouncing. Yeah, just go to the next tab over.
I see.
So there's the byte data.
So how do we get this into SpritePad? Oh,
Why do you need it in SpritePad?
edit it and animate it and create more than one.
Oh, okay.
Use that. What's your memory?
Is there an import?
It's going to just do byte.
Go to import.
It's going to do raw data.
Auto detect.
Oh, I guess we could try it. What was it called? Caesar Breakout Master. Oh, actually, it did load. But see, it's not going to let you. There's no file for it. Is there? The bouncing ball ASM.
Just load the ASM and see what happens.
Watch this. That's what we're going to do. Oh, yeah.
That looks cool.
Some cool graphics there, but does anything look like a bouncing ball? No.
That's interesting just to see what it would do. It was basically taking all this data and trying to convert it into SpritePad and loading it into memory.
Made a bunch of jungle vines.
Yeah. So we probably have to.
Well, it did say you could import from a PRG, so if you compile it, Maybe you could open the PRG file,
Compile here.
compile the bouncing ball that made sense.
Maybe that there's G.
And now go to SpritePad and open the import the PRG file of it.
Oh, so it'll create a PRG. I see what you're saying. Where is it at?
I think you got to import though.
And we're going to do
You can
PRG.
set it to PRG. Yeah.
And we're going to use the same one. Oh, let's see it. This one, auto PRG. 47 kilobytes. Is that the one you're talking about?
Open it.
Let me just figure do this the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, you might have to do it by hand, I guess.
I'm gonna do this.
I think doesn't PRG CB on PRG Studio have its own sprite editor too?
That's a good question. Actually, I never thought about that. Yes, Sprite Editor. Oh, we might want to learn this then, huh? All this time to import, export. From listing, look at that. Dude, start from label. This is awesome. We might have to create a label for it though. We have a label for it. Alright, let's see here.
Looks like you typed it as sprite data.
Oh, I just typed in a sprite underscore data. Find sprite data. Oh, there's actually a find sprite data too. How cool. No byte statements found. Yeah. It's not a valid start label or invalid data.
I think you named the label sprite data instead of sprite data. Oh, it's okay. Well,
Byte underscore data. It's apparently not like in this or something. I don't know. There's a memory, there's a bitmap, binary file. I don't think that's it. Listing. Store data starting at sprite. Get this many sprites, key content, no more data. That's exactly what I called it, but it's saying not a valid start label or invalid data.
what if you put down star as the label?
Nope.
Okay, well. It did say you could load it from a bitmap file.
Yeah, but we still have to save it. This is just byte data. It's not.
Well, I mean, you could just run WinVice and take a screenshot real quick.
Yeah, I did that earlier actually.
Oh, okay.
When you guys talking, I was just getting ready to just draw it in. Wasting all this time. Just got a SpritePad and just draw the sucker. Where did I put it? Right here. I just copied it earlier.
Here, I'm sending you a file that has it in there. Hang on.
Okay, that'd be so much better.
I'm going to email it to you.
We can analyze this one to death.
If I can find it.
You notice that this increased the size of the sprite too. That's not interesting.
Yeah, it looks like it's set to a single color sprite now.
Actually, look, it actually put another one in there too. That's kind of wild.
Kind of like a fish or something.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I did have a SpritePad project. I have it in the GitHub.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that, dude. What do you see?
Oh, it did load the ball. It just loaded it half and half on one.
It wasn't, multicolor wasn't on, so I guess if we copied it. Paste it. Boom. Had a little bit of weird data at the bottom, but that's not a big problem.
It doesn't look right though. It's skewed.
It's skewed?
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure is.
Open the check your email. I just sent you the file, I think.
Open my email.
I don't want to do it on screen though. Do it on your second screen.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. See, I got in the habit of doing stuff on the screen now all the time.
Don't show us your email.
That's what you were mentioning last time, the advantage of having a second monitor would be. As I discovered tonight, there's more advantages than that.
I'll be right back.
Right, cool. So, what did he mean by it was skewed, though, Bo? Did you see something wrong with it?
Yeah, on the left side, it's a little higher than the right side for some reason.
Oh. Oh, you mean the way it looks or something? Okay.
Yeah, if you look at the little sprite, you could see it's kind of warped.
Because, I mean, if we just went in, we could always move these up and down. Would that fix it? And you can move these left and right.
Well, I mean, if you see the long black line all the way on the left, it's like a pixel higher than the black line on the right.
Oh, okay, this I see. I couldn't even notice what you're saying. So somehow that got a little bit. Maybe he made a sprite like that before. Who knows? I don't know. Anyway, that's interesting. Let me just download this. So eventually what I want to do later is get a better microphone. I have to go through the trouble we went through tonight. There's some really good ones on YouTube I've seen, but they're kind of like expensive and everything. You called it Ball 7. Folder called again. Breakout Master. And it's called Ball 7. Actually, he's got Ben here, and this has got SPD. Can we load an SPD file?
I think an SPD is a SpritePad file.
I thought it was a bin. Okay. I'll find out, I guess.
I'm back. You can't just double click on SpritePad. You have to open SpritePad and then browse to the project folder.
Yeah, you do. So anyways, we need to get this loaded in to the...
I sent you the SpritePad file.
Yeah, I have it. It's already, I already copied it to the folder. So now we need to get it to the screen. Let's make sure it's just the one we were working on earlier. Yeah, this is the one we were working on earlier.
So this one is multicolor, so you'll have to change that. And it's bigger.
Okay. I think I'm going to move this over here now.
So if you just wanted to put it in this program, you could have copied the data out of that other program. You didn't need the SpritePad.
I was gonna load it in with the ink bin thing. Let's see. Started this one at 8:01, so we just put it in there, I guess. Just delete out anything else. Because this is where you had the other data, right?
Yeah, you see line 27 and 28. That's where I'm setting the pointer.
Okay.
So I didn't like the bin file because it kind of obscures where you're setting that in memory because it's part of that bin file.
Yeah, you have to,
I liked knowing exactly where that was. So that's why I explicitly set those memory pointer things.
I see.
What's those bytes you got up? Oh, that's the 10 sys. Okay, I got you.
So what we're doing now is we're going to replace it with this, and I'll probably have to turn off the bytes here.
Where did you? Yeah, you'll have to change the memory pointer location too, right? Depending on where you had that bin exported to. Where did you have? What value did you set on your export on that bin?
Well, the bin is like a raw file. It's no different than a bunch of byte statements.
Oh, I thought it had the offset of where it started in it.
You could on SpritePad you could save it either way. You could save it where like the first 2 bytes are like an offset to tell you where to put it, or you could just do it as just a straight byte.
Oh, okay.
So
I think before we had it where it included where the pointer was or where the offset was, so we weren't explicitly setting the pointer value for sprite 0. It was like magic, so I didn't quite understand it until I did it this way and set it myself.
Right. So
I couldn't figure out where that was sitting and why you guys had come up with that 16.320 address to start the program at.
the 16320 was just an upgrade.
Yeah, for where you were sticking the sprite.
Yeah. You can use any other area as long as it's not in this range. You could use something even outside of like 820 or 830 or whatever. It's just want it to do your current. So you want to set a large zoom so the sprites also overwritten things, which is a little bit more advanced. So this one's not loading.
Well, SBD, that's a file that you open with SpritePad. You have to export it to a binary.
Oh, so I have to go back to SpritePad and do that. Is that what you're saying?
That's not.
Your ball's kind of messed up there.
Yeah, that's not the file I sent you.
That's the one I saw. That's what was in today at 12:27 a.m.
That's the file I sent you?
Yeah.
No, it had more sprites in it than that.
No, that's that skewed sprite you found when we did the screen grab or whatever you did.
Look at the title there. It says untitled.spr. You're looking for ball7.spd.
I looked in my email. So I got this one. Unless you send me something else. It's a SpritePad project. Yeah, I'll pull up the email.
You want to open ball7.spd in SpritePad.
This is what I got.
Download that. Did you download that?
It's already downloaded.
Okay, so go to SpritePad and open it.
Okay, that's why I'm at right now.
No, you're at export. Close that.
Okay.
Go to File, Open, Project. There you go.
Invalid file size. Yeah, I have to change this or something.
I don't know. It didn't open?
Nope. Says invalid file size.
Can you send it again? Let me send it again.
Yeah.
I'll save it as a new name. Close everything. Let me zip it up.
Hey, on another note, do you think there's only a reason why only one person's watching a YouTube channel when there's usually like 40 or 50? Is it set to private or something?
I don't know.
I can never figure that out. But they all don't see it till I post it. Do you know about?
No, it's not private. I went to your channel, and it was under. I went to your YouTube channel. I clicked on videos and clicked on live streams, and it showed up. And I clicked it, and I was watching it like before you started streaming for like 10 minutes or so. So it's not private anymore.
I just mean
Did you
private.
put like good tags into the video, like Commodore 64, whatever?
Yeah, I invited them. I just wonder, like, people on YouTube, they're always watching the videos constantly. Wondering, are they not able to see this? That's kind of weird. I don't get that. Eventually, they're going to. A lot of them are complaining they can't get into the chat, into the Google Hangout.
Well, there's 4 likes there, so it shows that there's been people that have came and gone.
I don't know.
There you go.
Okay, wait. Back to the. Where did it go? I just had it. It just disappeared. I just saw it a second ago. I just have to refresh it. I accidentally deleted it.
Maybe when that happens.
Okay. Invalid file size.
I wonder if you got it maybe imported.
What version of SpritePad are you using?
No. So imported as PRG or
Just auto detect, I suppose.
what were you
Yeah,
saying?
you guys might have different versions.
Yeah, what version of SpritePad are you using?
That's a good question. Mine's probably old. 1.8.1.
Yeah, I'm using 2.
Go back to compatibility.
I'm using 2 beta 1. 2.0 beta 1 is the one I'm using.
There's the fish again.
So change it to multicolor.
No.
And it's skewed, so it's probably the difference in the version. I think
I need to just download the latest version, I guess.
Yeah.
Whoops. I just closed it. I always thought I closed the Google chat.
Yeah, you might want to throw SpritePad download Commodore 64 into your search there.
Yeah, I was wondering why it wasn't finding it. Forgot the weird sprite pads. That's the one I got right there. Is that not it?
Try going back to Google and put 2 after it.
Yeah, that's the one I have. That's where I got mine. I just typed in SpritePad 2.
Yeah.
Click on the link that I put in the chat. Go to SpritePad.
Saw this before.
2.0 beta 1.
Gotcha.
Nice.
We'll get this figured out.
I put open when done and it's still not wanting to open. Alright, downloads. A pretty big program. I don't know why it's running so slow. Should have done some things here.
Yeah, it said to me it's 128K.
Say that again.
Yeah, for me it said SpritePad 2 is 128K, so it's a really, really small program.
Yeah, it shouldn't be taking that long, right? It seems like 6%.
Huh. It says 17 items though, so.
What's it say under more details?
Time remaining.
Looks like you're moving lots of files and not just one. It says you're moving 400 and something,
Yeah, I
4
clicked
megabytes.
Maybe, okay. Hold on. Let me just cancel this for a second. Dang it, my computer's acting really weird. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember Steve. You had the CharPad 2.0 going, but it kept crashing over and over.
I'm trying to see if copy it or something. It's just it's a file, okay. That time it worked. And there's just something wrong with it. Maybe shut down the other version. Oh, this is awesome. I like the way this looks.
A little different.
Yeah, totally different. There's ball 8, right? Show me.
Oh.
Oh, you got like a little eye going on here.
I think that was one of the I think the eyeball was one of the examples.
Oh, there's a crosshair.
That crosshair was what I was using for my joystick example.
This is awesome. So you can probably actually load in other stuff here too, which I'll check out later. But so now
Good if you look at their example projects, there were some pretty good ones in there.
example projects.
Yeah, you see in the folder that SpritePad is in, there's another folder that says examples.
Oh, I see here.
Yeah. Although you won't be able to click on them and open them, right? That still doesn't work.
Drag them.
I don't know.
Yep.
Drag.
It won't let you do that. So let's get this thing imported and we can come back and look at that. So import as raw PRG. Import sprite data. We're exporting, not importing.
Yeah. Before you export it, though, you want to change where it says quantity. You want to change that to just one. Otherwise, it's going to import or it's going to export a bunch of blank sprites. Hang on. Before you do that, see where it says quantity? It's over on the right-hand side, kind of between the two graphic windows.
You mean on here?
Yeah. So go over to the right.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
So to get rid of all these extra ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, you're just going to have a bunch of blank sprites.
Traces. Yeah. Good point.
Well, you might want to just do You might want to just do the one, right? You just want to export one, right?
Well, we're going to use these, aren't we?
Or you going to use all of them? Okay.
I just wanted to for a test, I guess we could, to show you about the animation thing. Alright, so raw PRG export. And Bo says this shouldn't matter. Just name it. Oh, I forgot to copy it over. My bad. Didn't I save it there? Make sure I saved it. I gotta make sure I was trying these folders down. What did I save it as? Breakout underscore ball dot bin. Breakout underscore ball dot bin. So why isn't it finding it? Breakout MSB. Oh wait. I'm probably in the wrong folder. Let's see. Am I in the wrong code? It's saying down here, breakout MSB C64 is where this one was stored, so I need to go down to that one basically. I guess I have two good. Yeah, I did. Right there. There it goes. You just have to activate the multicolor port now. I just do it right here. Set a multicolor in here?
I don't think so, no. It's in the 70s somewhere. 76. D01C. That should. Oh, I got it. Oh, it's white. It's got like a purple outline. Do you see that? Uh-huh.
It's also going off the screen now. Weird.
Well, that's because our...
Because it's size.
yeah, the size of it is bigger than the other one, so we'll have to decrease our right and bottom.
Okay. And before you do, I wanted to show you what I was talking about earlier, just in a quick example here. This might not work out. It might work out. In order to do this, code here real quick.
Could use the eyeball sprite and have it be looking in the direction that it's moving.
Yeah, I was going to try something else here. We can try that.
Right. Is that what you're talking about?
Looking for a delay routine. I have a code example in my book. I just looking it up here real quick. 887. Where is that sacrament? It's right here. Okay, I got it. This ain't exactly the one I wanted, though. Okay, I found it. If you ever want to slow down sections of code, you can do a delay routine. So just run a bunch of bytes, not do anything else. So this is all of cycles.
You could also just do like 4 or 5 raster routines or something, or a number of raster routines.
That's true, you can. Let's remember the code for this one. Label DLN. You always have to go back within that decrement. You can't go back up here, otherwise it'll never increment it. And then once you're done with that, you just use the other decrement. Equals DLN. That should work right there. Why was I doing this? Because I wanted to just show him a little bit of quick animation. We'll probably want to put it in the program later. We'll just increment the register for now. Just our delay. I'm not sure what it was. I guess. See, we need to control what it, do you see what it's doing? It's changing the shapes. So we'll basically figure out where the shapes are so we can scroll through those shapes and you can create animation that way. Not that we would need to do it with the ball, but we could do it with other things. I just thought I would show that to you.
This sounded like a fun idea Darren had, is to make the eyeball look in 4 different directions and animate it that way.
Yeah. Is that what he was saying earlier? Yeah, we could do that. We need to get the code. Create the SpritePad for that. Maybe just copy it somewhere. Whoops. You have to redraw the eyeball though, huh?
Yeah, I guess if you just make 4 eyes from that and then just move the green part a little over each time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just that move that middle part to the 4 quadrants.
You just move it over like this. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, you want to leave the white and the black in the same spot. You just want to move the middle part, right? The inner part of the eye. I don't know if you can do that in SpritePad. Looks like you got to.
We had to draw it, but we could do this and then redraw this. I was gonna like move the eye over here, over there, and make it look like it's rolling around or something. Just basically redraw it in some way. Too bad we couldn't copy sections of code and do it that way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just if you could copy that middle part and move it,
I don't know how good this is going to look if I do it this way. I need to see a picture of it because I'm going to lose track of what it looks like otherwise.
Or actually, I guess you just need one of them in the corner and then you can rotate it 4 times. Copy and rotate it.
one in the corner, and you
Yeah,
pick,
that'll work. Just move the green eye to one corner, and then 3 copies can just be flips of it. You
Yeah.
just fix the shadow again.
like that.
No, again, I think I was just talking about moving the green part, not the whole thing.
I was gonna say because that wouldn't really.
So
That's why I redrew it.
you can select a subsection and just kind of move the green section diagonally those 3 or 4 pixels, you know, to get it up in the corner.
You do a subsection. I didn't know that.
I don't know. It doesn't look like you can.
I don't see a copy.
Good, huh?
Copies the whole thing. You can't like highlight. I know what you mean. Like highlight like a crosshairs over it and move it somewhere.
Yeah.
That's why I just recopied it and drew it over here and just kind of redraw it. That's the only thing I could think to do. The question is, where exactly do we want to draw it? Do we want to draw at the top?
Actually, you can make it 2 sprites, right? You can have the white part, the background, be 1 sprite, and then overlay the green part that you can put at any, that you can just offset at the right X, Y to get it in the corner, right?
Yeah, and just have and then put a second sprite into the code and just have the second sprite follow along with the first sprite.
Right, but you can offset it, you know, into the corners depending on the direction. You don't have to have that hard coded into the sprite.
Are you saying we can rotate the whole thing?
No, you can make 2 sprites, right? The
I-
green, the inner part is 1 sprite, and then the white part is another sprite.
That's what I was doing earlier when I did this. I created 2 sprites.
Yeah. You see where it says overlay next sprite? Click that.
Got it. Oh, we also need to do something else here.
Yeah, so now on the one you're on,
Give me a second here. I need to do something else real quick here. So we'll probably know why I'm doing this. You know why I moved them? Because they're going to be one after the other. Oh, that didn't work.
well, on your leftmost eye, erase all the green and black and leave it as just a white eye with no eyeball.
Give me a second. I'm trying to. Say it again now.
Erase all the green and black. Go to the leftmost eyeball.
This one.
Yeah. And erase the green and the black out of it. And just leave just the white and the shadow.
That's what I had earlier. Like that.
And now on the sprite to the right of it, erase everything except for the green and the black part.
Erase the middle part.
No. You want to erase all the white.
Oh, make it brown, you're saying.
Yeah.
Transparent, yeah.
Very careful hand. This part too?
Then get rid of the shadow at the bottom now.
And get rid of that too?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to preserve it. That's why I went around it.
And now, go ahead and click back to your other eye and click on Overlay next sprite. Ta-da!
I never saw that before. That's kind of cool.
Now, to have it look in the direction that we go,
Nice.
we can just offset, rather than have the XY of the second sprite be directly on top of first sprite, offset it in the right direction.
You talking about this one?
And he means in assembler though, not in SpritePad. In SpritePad, we want to save just those two sprites: the white sprite and then the green sprite.
You don't want this one?
Nope. We just want the two parts of the eyeball.
Okay, so we're still gonna use ball 8 for all this. So we're still gonna need this in here and the eyes. But you're saying we don't need these two.
I don't think you need the ball anymore. Right, we were just going to use the eyeball.
So we're gonna create a light for it. Okay, that makes sense. This is a second one. It's not even. Like that.
Yep.
What do you want to call this?
Green eye.
Well, I guess, we can set that color to whatever we want, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's just funny when you're now.
The green is actually the primary sprite color there, it looks like.
Do you want me to say it? Actually, I could. Anyway, so what did you want me to do?
I guess you could just save it as eyeball sprite then.
Eyeball.
Okay. I thought you were going to use color. I did the wrong one. X word is what I did. That's why they didn't show up. Okay, so we got that in here. Now we just need to load it into its own. We can also use the same area to load it. It'll just figure out where it needs to go.
Well, that area you were using is at the very end. So the sprites I was having to go backwards.
Yeah, that 16380, you gotta reduce that number.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Well, see, what I was doing is I was just going backwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we leave it, delete it, whatever. It doesn't really.
See, that memory location is the very, very end of the sprite spot.
Yeah,
So when you poke 2040, that would equal 255. So we want that in there, and we want that.
We don't need this.
But we need the. Well, that's the basic bumper. We want that. That's important.
Okay, so maybe we need this one.
So we want to reduce that number by a few.
64. How many bytes are in a sprite? Is it 40 or 64?
64.
Yeah, 64.
So you want to reduce that number by 64. Because that's at the very end. You start going backwards from there.
Oh, reduce the number we had in here earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put a minus 64 right after that.
Well, there you go. Now you're thinking. It is 64 bytes in a sprite, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Calculating.
The reason I was thinking it was like 40 or 48. I don't know why.
Well, it's weird because the sprite actually takes 63 bytes, and then there's just an extra byte that doesn't do anything. Just so it evens up to 64 bytes.
So we got it running. There it is.
We need to set the colors.
Yeah, we can do that.
I was only setting one color.
It looks like a ball sitting on top of a lion saucer.
Yeah, the part that's black actually should be white. The part that's white should be green. The part that's purple should be black. If you look at the code, I was only explicitly setting the one color, and I was setting it to white.
Okay. So you already got the colors in here. Sprite 0 color.
But that's just Sprite. I don't have it. I don't have the two multicolors though.
Oh, okay.
I don't even what. Yeah, we'll have to figure out what are the addresses for the color 1 and color 2 of the multicolor. Or what do they call them? Even extra colors or? Bonus colors.
Right here. That's multi settings and
That's the enable one, which you have in there already.
or not. Here it is. 53.
Sprite multicolor register 0 and 1. Okay. Yeah. I was using hex for the other ones.
Okay. Roll 20. Another thing you can also do is you can use these registers. These are like the defaults that people in the industry use when they're coding. That's totally up to you. Wait, I think that should be.
Those are sort of standard labels for those memory addresses.
They are.
I guess I should learn those.
That's good practice.
What makes reading someone else's code easier.
Right.
That number. We got set all.
Oh, Bo, remember how you guys were saying that Commodore 64s are real expensive on eBay?
Ooh, tell me a good story.
I got a Commodore 64, 2 VIC-20s, two 1541 disk drives, a joystick, and 2 boxes full of floppies for $20.
Yeah, I heard you saying it, and you got it from Chicago, which is really close to me.
Yeah, I'm in Peoria, so it was about a 2-hour drive for me to get there. But none of it worked. Well, the disk drives worked, or at least they seemed to work. I don't know, they loaded programs. One of the VIC-20s actually kind of worked. It at least shows video. But the other two, like the C64 was missing a fuse, it wouldn't even power on. And same thing with the other VIC-20, didn't have a fuse in it.
I think you said something about you powered it on and it just shows a bunch of garbled stuff on the screen.
Yeah, just a bunch of junk.
Is it like garbled text kind of thing?
Yeah, it's like some of it is the background is set different colors, and it's just garbage. But cartridges work. So I got Jupiter Lander, it worked.
Nice.
Yeah, so I was thinking There's
I
probably
wonder if it's maybe
ROM.
the RAM, yeah, or something. Because if it's powering on and it's showing garble and stuff, I mean, sounds like just like maybe one or two of the chips are bad.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was kind of betting on like the character ROM or the basic ROM being bad. I put a post up on Lemon64, and then they pointed me to this other Sleeping Elephant Big 20 site. Definitely has a bad capacitor. That's one thing I can do is pull the capacitor out of the other one. You turn both of those sprites on. I think it's both of them.
Huh?
One in the enable bit.
No, I just had still not yet.
Yeah, that's supposed to be two sprites. What happened?
Yeah.
Maybe that's how it loaded the overlay sprite.
Oh.
That's probably what it did. I bet we got to do that all over again.
Really?
So I get just the SpritePad file. If you go back to SpritePad real quick,
So we can.
turn off that, unclick the overlay next sprite, and now save it again.
Or export it again.
Yeah, export it again.
Oh, like that? Like that? Eyeball two.
Huh?
It still didn't work.
Oh, you gotta turn off the other. You got two ink bins in there now.
Oh, good point. No. Yeah, this one, I mean.
That's why.
All this time I wasted time.
It had the old one in there that was loading first. There it is.
There we go.
So that's actually the second one.
Yeah. Point to the first one.
Oh, we need to change that memory pointer. See on line 35? That'll need to be decreased.
You said it's 5.
Yeah, set that one to 254.
Yeah. Or
Oops.
16,256 divided by 64. Which should be 254. There it is.
That's it. So we're going to open it or something?
Well, so somewhere I'm enabling sprites, and I'm just putting a 1 in there. You need to change that to 3 to turn them both on.
Oh. Where is that?
Enable sprites.
I just read it. Oh, no,
That's multicolor.
yeah, what's right?
Yeah, that one. Where am I setting that?
Right here.
Yeah, so that needs to change to a 3, which will turn on sprite 0 and 1.
Okay.
Then we gotta change the purple to black.
Yeah, I tried that. I don't know, maybe color in here.
You got a sprite 0 multicolor, sprite 1 multicolor, sprite 2 multicolor.
3 and 3. So 3 should be the bottom part.
Well, there's only 2 multicolors though.
Yeah, you got a sprite 0, multicolor 1, sprite 0, multicolor 2, a sprite 1, multicolor 1, a sprite 1, multicolor 2.
Oh. Oh, that's not. There's an easier way to do this.
And we need to set X and Y of sprite 1, but now we're only setting sprite 0. And what I was thinking for the offset is we can use the direction to say, you know, take 3 times the Y direction, 3 times the X direction, you know, plus whatever the XY of sprite 0 is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like if the dir X is a certain value and the dir Y is a certain value.
Oh,
Change
no, I was thinking that dir X is 1 and -1, but it's 0 and 1. So we'll need to check if it's 0, we want to offset in the negative direction.
Right.
And if it's 1, then we want to offset in the positive direction. Oh, man. I've been up since I got up at 3 a.m. this morning, so it's like 24 hours for me right now.
Yeah, about to say it's after 3 o'clock in the morning again.
Yeah.
It is getting late. So I got both sprites on here, but I still don't see it.
We never set it the coordinates for sprite 1.
That's right. This should have showed up, because I positioned it where the other one was. That's what this does. Sprite 0, puts it in sprite 1.
Is that in the main routine?
Yeah, right here. What's in red? 248.
No, but I mean, are you updating that sprite 2 in the main routine?
I did it before. It should still load it.
Because that's looks like that's the initialization routine.
Yeah, and I think you're probably setting it to 0, which is off screen at that point.
Oh, that's right, because you never set it for it. Okay.
I think that's the right spot. Go ahead and give it a shot. Might not be able to see it because I think you got two colors set to white.
There it is.
There it was.
It's not. It's awful.
It's not set to multicolor.
There it is. There he is. Why is he way over there?
I don't know. Figure it out.
Steve, what did you do, man?
I set X to X and Y to Y. But anyway, this.
Are you setting the most significant bit on that second sprite?
Hold on, let's get the multicolor. Did Y. Change this to. Say that again now.
You got to make sure the most significant bit gets set for that sprite 1 as well.
Maybe I have to load the sprite in for sprite X.
Well, you got to do the most significant byte too, though.
Yeah, see, that's where comparing to 1 isn't going to work with more than one sprite.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Well, no, all you got to do is when you set the most significant bit, just instead of, just set them for both sprites at the same time.
Set it to 3 instead of setting it to 1.
Right.
Where's that at? Right here. That's 3.
Yeah, that should fix that.
Well, you got to change the comparison too, because we're comparing to 1.
Oh, that's right. Where'd it go?
I see it there, but it's not moving. I
Okay.
think I see it there.
It went off the screen. This one right here.
Ah, there. Yeah, I think you found it.
still missing.
Still not cooperating. Huh? Ah, I think the little eye is hiding behind the big eye.
This?
I think we got the
The order wrong.
right.
Priority.
We need to have Sprite 0 be the small one.
You could also do priority over it.
Is there a way to set which one overlays on top of the other one?
There is. I can it up right now. Let me just go to my.
You could just change the. Well, with sprites, it's automatic. Sprite 0 is always behind. You know. I think you just got to switch which one is set to 255 and which one's set to 254.
Right here. Right here. There's foreground, display priority, right to foreground, right to sprite.
Yeah, sprite to sprite priority is always locked.
Somewhere.
So I think if you set 240 or 2040 to 254, and then 2041 to 255, that should fix it.
There you go.
I think it's 55, but we'll check it out.
Now you can't change priorities between sprites that are hard locked.
Yeah.
You can change the priority to the char graphics, but not between sprites. They're like sprite 0 is always in front of all the other sprites. Sprite 1 is behind sprite 0, and so on.
So we can't do this where they're going to show up at?
We just gotta flip. You gotta flip. Go. Like I said, you gotta just change.
Pointers.
Just change the pointers. The 2040 and 2041.
Yeah, where you're setting it to 255, change to 254, and change from 254 to 255.
Where is that at?
It would have been up above the main,
The main thing?
right around here somewhere. Probably up.
That's the top.
Scroll up. Right there. Pull down. Right there.
Oh, right here.
Yeah.
255.
So you see Sprite 0 mem pointer?
Yeah, what is it?
We're going to need another one for Sprite 1. I'm going to guess it's F9.
I think they're here. Just to be safe. It is.
It is F9?
Yep.
How did I know that?
And the next one.
Math.
So in here, we're going to store some. But don't we? Okay, just for something.
Yeah, LDA number 244.
244?
Well, that one needs to be
254,
255. Make that one 255,
The other one, 252.
and the other one 254. Is that right?
Nope.
No. Other way around. This better be right.
There you go.
Cool. Well, it's already moving. So.
Oh my gosh, that's what that overlay. Dang, that is cool. I should figure out which overlay.
It coded itself. Now you just gotta fix the purple shadow.
That is so cool.
And like change the eye color from black to green or something.
I don't know. I think it looks cool purple.
Yeah, I like it.
We actually want the shadow to go on the other side, don't we? Though. No, I guess the light would always be from the same side.
Yeah, because I'm moving around. We need to make it. So let's do that right. We need to break out this fight.
I don't know. I thought that looked pretty cool. I didn't expect it to automatically change direction like that.
Yeah, that wasn't coded in there. It just did it itself.
I wonder if we just had it off because we had it off center, maybe. In the in SpritePad, it wasn't quite in the exact middle of the sprite.
I forgot what color that was underneath it.
I don't know, because well, I think it's because he's storing Sprite 2 before Sprite 1, so it's always a little bit ahead.
Oh, okay. One is before it actually moves.
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah.
Calculate, you guys. This one, I'm just going to make a note. This is the one that's a shadow on the bottom. I got to redo all these.
So, Steve, there's only two sprites. So you should have Sprite 0 and Sprite 1 always, and then it would be Multicolor 1 and Multicolor 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, the number was off. It was supposed to be 25 and 26, not 27 and 28. And 0 is the...
Well, so that's not. So what you call Sprite 1 is actually Sprite 0 Multicolor 2.
Sprite much through 0.
So see where you say Sprite 1 Multicolor?
Yeah.
It's actually Sprite 0 Multicolor. I guess it would be 1. If it's Sprite 0 Multicolor, above it is Multicolor 0. You know what I mean?
And here you want 0?
Why don't you just put a 0 or a 1? Yeah, put a 0 there. And then on the next one, put a 1. And that's a 0, right?
Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. No, you're gonna have Sprite 0 and Sprite 1. And each one of those is gonna have a Multicolor 0 and a Multicolor 1. So that shouldn't be Sprite 1. That should be Sprite 0. 166.
So this one's supposed to be Sprite 0.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, this is Sprite 1.
That's Sprite 0.
Oh, okay. And the multicolors for Sprite 0. There's two different for Sprite 0.
Yes. It's got a color, and then a Multicolor 0 and a Multicolor 1. And then I guess there's the transparent background color too. There you go.
You're using it.
And then there's also a Sprite, and then there's also a Sprite 1 Multicolor 0 and a Sprite 1 Multicolor 1. You had that. Go back up there, Steve, if you still had it wrong. Oh, there you go. You're going to fix it now. All right. Yep, there you go.
Where's that? Why did you start it?
I think you put a break in there, didn't you?
I just removed it.
Oh, when we reversed these, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
So yeah, so Sprite Zero is the big one, is the white one. No, Sprite Zero is actually the little one.
I'll just break it out. There it goes. Now we should take it back. We don't want to.
That should be white, what you just turned green.
Now we're missing this part.
And then you want to change the Sprite 1 color to green. Not the multicolors, but the actual Sprite colors themselves.
That's when I'll put on the states. Do you get a copy for that then? Do you create those?
Yeah, there's one for the Sprite color. Yeah, there it is. Sprite Zero color. Sprite Zero underscore color. But that's the that's a different Sprite. That's not Sprite Zero. You want to set Sprite One, I think, is the.
This one. Right here.
Well, I think we need another. We don't need Sprite Zero color. We need Sprite One color.
So we're going to create a color for the.
Yeah, we don't have an address for Sprite One's color yet.
Oh, two whites. My fault. So we have background.
So you're going to want to go back up to the top and define a Sprite 1 underscore color.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now we need for the center eye part. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although it looks pretty cool purple.
It does.
Ever see how?
So if I were a betting man, I was going to say that is going to be. What do I think that's going to be?
Color?
30.
30?
No, go back up to the top. I don't think we got the address right.
Oh, you mean? I just used the.
Is it 28? Is that the right one? I thought it would have been. I thought it would have been D030. Would have been my guess.
Well, see, when it comes to sprites, there's a multicolor 0 and a multicolor 1, and all sprites share those two colors.
Oh, okay.
But then every sprite can have its own one unique color too.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but the background is still off. So we need to get that eye part.
Looks like the eyeball is set to black.
Let's find out.
Or the iris or whatever.
Let's enlarge it here. Oops. Oh, that one. Now you can see. It's blue in this.
It's a blue-eyed devil.
I think we're getting up on the color somehow. Right, 0, 1 color, 720. Just double check. It is 53,288. That's Sprite. 53,287 is Sprite 0, and 53,288 is Sprite 1.
What's that in hex?
D027 to D028 is what I have.
What value are you setting in there?
And
I think he set it to blue.
yeah,
Is that
0.
just- Is that what 2 is?
Oh, 2 is okay.
You want to change that to like 7? Is that green?
7 is yellow.
Yellow, 5?
Here's the color.
We're on the bottoms of the keys.
Color's right.
6.
6. 6 is blue. So we don't use this one.
5.
5.
Now try it.
There we go. Put the size back to normal.
I like it big.
You do? Well, we have to change it.
That's pretty cool.
We should make it bigger, or might be on a, I don't know, harder level or something. I don't know. What do you think?
What was that last thing, Steve?
I said we should make it get bigger, like on a harder level. I don't know. I was just trying to come up with something.
Oh, I got you.
He said he likes it big.
Mainly because I can see it.
Yeah.
For a short time, I had a SX64,
Really?
and my dad sold it on me.
Oh, those things look cool.
And that thing has like a 5-inch little screen,
Yeah.
so I always had to work with expanded sprites, because otherwise they were like
Tiny.
about as big as what that looks like on WinVice when the screen's little.
It had a different background color too, wasn't it? A white background?
Yeah, when you first power on, it had a white background and a cyan border.
Yeah.
What I'm curious about, though, is exactly why the green part of the eye is already looking ahead, though.
Yeah, that is weird.
I wasn't expecting that to be that easy. I
No.
don't even know how it happened.
How did that think? That was kind of cool how you did. It's like you knew what you were doing. You did it. Awesome.
Yeah, we can't figure out how it did it though.
Something was. But now you can see it's using sprites all the time. Why pad
Is it not moving? Is it just an illusion? No. It is offset, isn't it? Yeah, it's
That would be really fun. Yeah, but it's moving. You have to watch it. Is it moving the white border?
yeah, if you look right now, it's a narrow space above the green part. Now that's moving down. It's one row wider. So it's definitely getting offset.
I think it's somehow.
And I think it's like you were saying, Bo, that he's storing one before it gets incremented or something.
Yeah, like the one sprite's offset by a frame or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm doing? Throw a sound effect. Which one did you like before? The river.
We need to get just like a beep for Breakout.
Maybe by.
Yeah, what's that beep sound? It's like the drum.
You like that sound?
What's F?
That doesn't get me. That has to be slides. That's the water. Seems to be on the worst side. See, I think. That's what F is.
That's terrible.
Oh my god, my headphones. Oh.
That's in. You're farting now.
You might want to put your headphones on this one. This one's loud too. I didn't know you were wearing headphones. Emergency alarm. We can modify them. Which one sounds closest to what you want?
None.
What kind of sound are you looking for?
A bleep and a bloop, like in Pong or Breakout. Have you ever played Breakout?
Yeah, make the sounds like
It's a blip. I don't know. I could look at my Pong code in Arduino and tell you the frequency that I was using.
we can look that up. Modify these. Just regular. These can be edited. Oh, knows about the distortion. So, like when it hits a wall, what sound do you want?
Just a simple. I was using a simple tone, and I had one for whenever you hit a brick that was a sort of a bright, higher frequency than whenever you drained the ball down at the bottom. So kind of a blip for the high and a bloop for the low.
Like a bloop?
Yeah, hang on here, I'm looking in my GitHub to see if I can find the Arduino code, and I can tell you the frequencies that I was using for my Pong game.
That'd be great. We have a extract one. We could change that one.
Where's my sound?
Need 210. This is the one that fail sounds back in and modify these registers. These are the lookup values right here for the basic. So 18 is the control register. So if we need a control or a soft pulse for that to make that blue.
I think Sawtooth would probably be the best way to go for a bleep and a bloop.
I was using a square wave, and let's see here. The one of them was 523 for 3 seconds. The other one was 262 for 3 seconds. So the high one was the blip. Was a square wave of 200 or 523 for 3 seconds, or actually it's 3 milliseconds. Right. And I need to check to see what the frequency values are.
Because you can set frequency value.
Yeah, it's in hertz.
Yeah, oh, it's in hertz. Convert it. It does it here just in a second.
What does the SID take? Does it take it in hertz for the frequency?
Okay.
Oh, it can't because Arduino has a full 4.5.
Anyways, let me go back and change this one. So you guys are figuring it out. I didn't change it.
There's my Arduino code, and if I look up what tone does, it says it's a square wave. The
What is
frequency and duration.
what's the first voice?
I thought that would have been the opposite.
What is it?
I couldn't hear your question.
I shouldn't hear it. Paste it in there. We just got tone on the 5. What is the 3? What is 5?
That's the duration is 3, and then the 523 is the frequency.
Duration.
And then the second one is duration of 3262 hertz. That's in hertz, so I don't know what the SID takes.
There is no frequency. These microphones noise. Oh, it's whispering. So maybe what we'll have to do is modify these. This is the high and the low frequency plus 3 in this example.
I think you had a table written there under frequency. It was showing some kind of mathematical operation there. And you're right there in your PowerPoint, or not your PowerPoint, your Excel.
Which one are you talking about?
I think it was scroll down a little bit, and it says something about frequency equals something times something else hertz, and
Oh yeah, that was way down here somewhere. Where was that? Actually, it was up there. That's the part I was. Where did you see it? Here.
there it is. Well, that's the taxicade. I saw it under. It said frequency.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I typed it in. I just can't remember which one it is. Pulse. Right here. That one?
So then you gotta.
So it's going to be different whether you're PAL or NTSC because the clock is different.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Print this. These registers. I have no idea. It must be convertible.
Yeah, let's see. Math.
That's my math.
So I want to do 5
What is register value? It's the combined value of frequency register. I wonder what that means.
What's it say the NTSC clock is? 102270. Whatever this value is. What's that number they're dividing the clock by? One 6 7 7 7 2 1 6 2 2 2. All right, what's register value then? Combined values of these frequency registers.
The combined registers.
Are you sure that that division is right? Where did you get that number?
Click on the button. Map in the Commodore 64.
That number seems awfully high. What page? Let me see.
It's on page 159.
Yeah, that is a weird number. Well, I guess clock divided by that. Because clock is what, like 985,000? Well, you'd always end up with a value of less than 1.
All right, I got a value. I think that'll be close.
Tell me which is where to put it.
So it's 8,600. So for reg value, is going to be 8,600 to get a frequency of 524, which is pretty close to the 523 that I was using.
524, you're saying?
So you see that formula that we were looking at where it says frequency equals register value times clock divided by that constant? So to get a frequency of 524, I need a register value of 8,600, which it looks like that is going to be a 2-byte number, right?
Yeah, you just put that into the frequencies, low byte and high byte.
All right, so what's 8,600 in hex?
It's again 8,000. What was the number?
8,600?
8,600.
8600? Don't you have your calculator? Here, I'll look it up. I got my calculator up here.
I just used
So in hex, it's 2198. So you'll have 98 in the low byte and 21 in the high byte.
and add up the 90, 21.
2198.
No, that's not right.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, you see my screen.
Yeah.
So you multiply, this one was 11.1. And then you add it to the high and you multiply by 56. It's not giving the right number.
Do you want to do it the other way around? Is it reverse? Or maybe not here, I don't know.
54 cents. How did you calculate? First two numbers.
I typed in 8600 in the program calculator in decimal, and then I hit the hex button.
Oh, you just given. Does it show you the high number of bytes?
No.
That's what we're calculating now.
This is how I was doing it before with the memory addresses. Maybe I'm not doing it right.
We need 8600. So it might be plus 28. No, I'm wrong.
Well, if you put 8600 into the calculator in hex, that gave you the low byte and high byte
Yeah, well,
for the hexadecimal.
That's where I got 2198 in hex.
let me pull my calculator.
So I think the low byte is 98 and the high byte is 21.
Okay, so on my screen, if I go with 8600 in here, where is it showing?
That's in hex though.
You gotta put the hexadecimal.
Oh,
80. Yeah, now put 86. There you go. Right like that. Yeah, that's what I was getting.
where's the high?
215.
2198.
It says hex 2198. So the high byte's 21 and the low byte's 98.
It didn't calculate right now.
But he said it didn't add up whenever he was doing the math there in basic.
Yeah. 21 plus 98 is 25,109.
Well, I mean, basic doesn't do hexadecimal though.
Yeah, but we're just converting the decimal though. Figuring out the high bytes and low bytes. You just multiply one number after the other.
Yeah, print 21 times 256. Wait, what was the hex value again?
Oh, it's 3.
2198.
So you said 21 plus 56 plus 98.
Of course, you're not going to be able to get hexadecimal values here in basic because there's no A, B, C, D, E, F.
And I think you're onto something. You might have helped. There it is, 152 and 33. Those are the values.
But those are decimal values, not hexadecimal values.
Isn't that what he
Oh
tried
yeah. When you want to poke them in, you're right.
So
Oh yeah, so we should have taken 21 in hex. So if you look at 21 in hex and convert it to 0, or convert it to decimal, it's 33. And if I go and do, what was the other one, 98? In hex, and then convert it to decimal, it's 152. Yeah.
if I can try them out in the program here.
Yeah. So poke that in there and let it play for like a second. As a square wave.
Just have to rewrite this whole thing again. I still can't figure out how to do insert and vice.
I'm sure it's one of the keys, right? It's
That's electric. When you said triangle waveform?
I think for
square.
no, I said square wave, so you're gonna have to.
We don't have a square wave. We have random, pulse, sawtooth, and triangle.
You have to do, I think, a pulse with a square put together.
Add those two together.
Yeah. I believe. Not sure.
A pulse with a triangle, maybe? What are you saying? What would happen? A triangle, what?
It's yeah, I'll pull it back up here.
Well, yeah, Commodore doesn't actually have a square wave, so you have to combine either a triangle or a sawtooth with a pulse to be able to get
This section. So you combine pulse and square. No, there's no square. Pulse and what?
I think pulse and sawtooth makes a square.
Okay.
Or it might be pulse and triangle, either one. Or it might be something all different together. Maybe it's triangle and sawtooth together.
How can it not have a square wave? So what I expect to see here is square and sine, and I don't see either one of them.
15 plus 32.
Because that's what my oscilloscope says.
It's 48. So that's going to be about what sound. Up and off. Remember, this is the invite here. See how I kind of explain again. This SO right here is relating to this right here. So I just put these in here to show you what they're doing basic. So when you see this SO plus word, you just go down here and do this one. That makes sense? Anyway, it's easy to follow it down there.
Yeah, so you can basically adjust the pulse waveform to get close to a square to do the right low light, high light values for those.
Pulse plus so I just triangle plus multiple didn't work. I did bits 4 and 5, which is the triangle and sawtooth. Now I just watch which is 6 and 5, which is 64 and 32. We're not losing it, Darren.
What's that?
Are we losing it on this? What we're doing with adding these bits together? Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Okay. Because this, you understand how 5 and 4 is making, what was the number? 4?
Sure.
You add those bits.
It's 96, I think. Yeah.
Okay. And it's the wrong place. Yeah, that's why it didn't work. I don't know. But
No,
again,
I understand bits and how to do it in decimal. That's
okay, that's cool. Kind of weird sound. No, it's not. by,
I had trouble hearing you. Was the frequency really low?
there was no sound on it. It was dropping out. And the envelope,
These are pretty low frequencies.
oh, they are. Like really low. Yeah, like if you hear it when I ring it. So I missed like a popping sound. That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like a really fast decay.
Maybe I have to check it. Let's see here. I think it's good. Oh no, that's right. We have to add the decay on. That's right. Well, the decay is 0. We don't want to add on 0. I mean, we already have it. You can't add it. You can add an oscillator or oscillation. Unless there is a register. Let's see. SO plus 500. Oh, here it is. SO plus 5 to 51. Which should be good. You know what that'll be?
Play it for a second.
That's what it is. It only lets you take once and then it drops out. That's what it sounds like.
Sounds like a drum.
Yeah. It's this register right here is going to or possibly if I set this to 29, which is the waypoint over here. See, that's just the noise waypoint, the random noise. But it's there. You didn't have to.
How about the sustained release?
Sustained release. That one up. I think it's below 60. It's set to 59 right here. So this is the K, and this is the. I think if you put it together, it makes sense. I still got the. Thing again. Reverse it. Maybe we got these. The way they work.
Was that the Arduino I just heard?
Here. I just put a link in.
That's the sound you're looking for.
That's the blip. Yeah.
Okay. That pulse would work. Nope. Random noise pulse plus bit 2.
Now, based on this sound, I would say it's probably closest to the sawtooth.
Yeah. Kind of looks like a sawtooth in that picture they have of it too.
It does, yes.
Okay, so we the sawtooth. And I did a sawtooth by fill, which is 32. If anything either. So that way the noise is just drowning out something else. This is the SO. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's what's sick. So we are at, wait a minute. That's what it was. I had to hit one on. Now I'm getting yeah, earlier. At least we got a well, this one is let me just see this. Pulse plus 2, 6 plus 5, 62, 32. That's the pulse. 97 pulse plus the substitute in the isolator. Now we can triangle plus the escalator. Triangle plus 1, 5, 16, 32. Oh, 49. Your categories. I'm getting a different sound now. That's triangle plus sawtooth.
You just do sawtooth?
Just try that. Well, no. Bit 5 is 32, so 33. There we go. That's sawtooth. That sound anything close to it?
It sounds like a very high frequency.
Do we need to drop it?
Yeah, maybe drop that high bite down some.
Okay. But shall it be? Matter of fact, I'll just play with it here a little bit. I already tried a random value earlier. Try the high bite 3 here. That's the one you're.
Yeah, set the high bite maybe down to like 52.
I put a random value in it so we can print the value and figure out what the difference is, and then we'll play with it. I don't know, why is it doing the same thing every time? Should be changing it.
Yeah, if you change the low bite without changing the high bite, the frequency won't change very much.
Oh, it won't?
So make sure you're working with the high bite, not the low bite.
So I change it to 1?
Yeah, maybe drop V1 down to 52 as well.
Those were reversed, I just noticed that. I should have put them in order. I would have done that. I've done that right. That's a plus 1, 52. So I can make sure and okay. Check to make sure that's right. Okay, so 33 and high bite, so it's actually going to be 152 minus anything in between 152, we'll do it. Okay, now we should get random values. There we go. This is what you're going to get with this voice. Like music. You sure that's the one we want? Whoops. Okay, so that was the, what was that, the sawtooth? Yeah, it was the sawtooth. Yeah, that's the sawtooth. Maybe we could try the triangle by itself. Number 5.
I don't know. I don't know if a triangle would be the right kind of sound for a bouncing off the wall sound. Because a triangle is more like a flute kind of sound or whatever.
Flute. Or maybe mix the sawtooth with something. Do we want to add something onto this?
You could put the sawtooth and triangle together.
I did that one earlier, but we haven't tested it this way yet, so that's a good idea. So sawtooth and triangle is number 16. What we had earlier. They're really low. That's what I'm trying to talk to you. Probably not gonna work on that one, huh?
Yeah, maybe just try triangle then.
But that sounded kind of weird. 4 is number 617, it'll be. Uh-huh. It's that real low sound.
Oh, I guess I was wrong again. Triangle might be the way to go.
I want to hear the sound again. Beep, beep. Quite a challenge trying to figure it out, huh? What's funny?
It's sounding less and less like a drum.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, see, that popping noise is when you turn the volume, when you set the volume to maximum, you hear a pop. And then when you set the volume back to minimum, you hear a pop again.
Mango doesn't do it. That's the popping sound. What else? Next, Mango plus all. Does that do anything? It's just going down.
Well, if you set the pulse, you also got to set the pulse waveform. You got to use those two other bytes.
Yeah. So you have to do pulse, triangle.
Well, on your Excel spreadsheet there, if you scroll up just a little bit, it kind of talks about the pulse waveform. Yeah, there it is, the low byte and high nibble of the pulse waveform.
Hmm. So I guess that won't work then.
You kind of have to have a good understanding of the pulse waveform to be able to make sense of what to put in those places.
This test bit, number 3. Disable oscillator 1. That's gonna matter enough. +8. There's really only a few you can really work with then. The only thing I was thinking is we might need to merge them with other voices and change the pitch of other voices. Sounds like a horn.
Yeah, I think you got the decay set really long, is why it goes long. If you set the decay really short, it'll be like boop instead of a boop. You know what I mean?
Okay. So SO plus 5. So this I need to change right here to something different. Still too long.
Whew.
Mercy.
It's a work. So we'll drop it down. We get this. Let's drown it out now. We need to shorten it more. What? Let's go for 85. Ah. Didn't think it down, huh? Oh, did you?
That's pretty good.
Oh. There's the light. See what else we get. Let's throw them down. You know when you hear when I good?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, whatever that last frequency was a good frequency too. Or a good frequency range too.
I set them the values to pitch it in, figure out what's what. This should be it. Use that one. Throw that in the code. Yeah. There we go.
Pretty good.
We have bad eyeball.
So make it beep every time it changes directions.
Code's right. All we gotta do is just like the assembly. Actually, these lines right. These things values right up to 22. To write them down over here real quick. Six. Who keeps track?
Me.
So what I'm doing here. I'm doing this. 5, 6, 7. Apparently the voice 76. All of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, they're all there. And now we should be able to hopefully get to secure this. So you said when he hits the wall. So that's when it changes the MSB, right?
No, I think it's the set dir.
Set dir. Oh, that's the direction. I didn't know what to do the ceiling. What's in there? I think I have to have each time.
I heard the pop the first time I went when it set the volume.
Let me just double check again. That's so close. 5 and then like this one. That's 5.
You could name your name the variables like that. You could SDA S0 plus 5, SDA S0 plus 6.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I was just using this for the values actual book. It's the proper way of using it. But yeah, you're right.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Add to this value to the next one, correct? So it should read because I if I call this. I think it's the cutting out. We might have to clear it. Nope. It's going too fast. So somewhere we need to clear the volume once we're done with it.
Yeah, in the Arduino code, there's a tone, and then there's a no tone to turn it off.
That's exactly what I have copied over here in the sound. Just double check, make sure I did it right up here.
Now, in that basic program, earlier in the code, is there any other registers being set?
In this one?
Yeah.
This is just a... There's no other. But the only other thing I did is you press a space bar, it turns off the voices. That's what we forgot to do. Got to turn off the voices. You may have to change the voices.
I know you got to turn on the volume, set that to 15. Then you want to set your frequency. You want to assign your ADSR and your waveform, which you have as triangle.
Let's see where I put that code at. It's right there. It's at line 2000. So this is what we're not doing. We're only clearing the volume, so we need to clear all these voices then. I knew there was something I had to do. You have to do that at the very beginning. Set up a loop for this. Same screen. Let's start at ATTY. Nope. Same thing. Oh wait, did I turn off the other voice yet? Make sure I did that. There's something in here really quick. I have 5 minutes. Making sure I'm or did I have something wrong? That was wrong.
There's a flea market today. You think the chances of me finding a Vic 20 that works there? You guys go to flea markets?
In Arizona, we don't know that word, but I know what you're talking about. We call them swab meets out here.
What do they call them?
Swab meets. The first time I came out here, I bought at a flea market on my actual hotel. Like, flea market? What? That's what we call it. I like the first time I came out there and asked for some blue bags, threw me out of the restaurant. We don't call them dog tags, we call them boxes out here.
What do they call them?
You just ask for a box.
Not a to-go box?
Nope, just a box. What that means. Yes, for a doggy bag, I'm going to give you something else.
Oh, a doggy bag. That's right.
I forgot all the words.
Do they drink soda or pop?
Soda.
Soda.
Yes, for a pop. You might be asking for a okay, so I need to make sure that these are correct too.
Yeah, in my experience, I think pop is just only a Midwest thing.
Is it? I hear pop all the time. I guess I'm from the Midwest, so.
I know the word.
Last month at that flea market, I found Odyssey 2 game, Quest for the Rings. Have you ever seen that?
Huh.
It's a board game, and it's also a video game. If that makes sense. There's actual a board that you lay out with pieces that you move around, and then there's a video game that does all the combat sort of stuff for it. All the random stuff is done on the Odyssey 2.
Oh, a buddy of mine was asking me something like that. He got some of the board games that come with like a VHS tape that you watch while you play it.
Yeah.
And there's one called Atmosphere where it's like a scary board game. And he asked me and a couple other people who like to dress up to do like a current recording for the old 80s board game. It has like a timer counting down, and then like at random points you jump in and be like, whoever's turn it is, your turn is skipped. You know, whatever.
That's funny.
Let's see if I can find a picture of it here.
Yeah, so we don't sleep. Does that have any like someone else? Because the poppy, but for some reason now we need to carry the voice line. Do you think maybe I need a delay in the language? Would that matter?
What was your question?
I wonder if we threw a delay, that would make any difference between like a delay for the decay and release. I wonder if that'll work.
I guess you could set them to maximum, or set the attack really short, but then set the decay really long, just to see if any sound is coming. Because I've always hated working with the SID.
Really?
Because of what's happening with you right now is why. It's like
Pretty much.
It's like all the values are set. Why is there no sound?
I guess the delay doesn't do nothing. I was just thinking that way because we're now running in assembly language. We're not running in BASIC anymore. So don't these values already operate in assembly language from BASIC?
Yeah, I mean you're only executing the code when you hit the walls, so it's not being ran too fast. I mean the attack and decay is handled on its own.
That's what I mean. It's already run in the background, so it wouldn't. BASIC has no control over that.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the SID's like a coprocessor, right? So it'll run independent of the screen and everything.
I guess maybe it's something to do with the clearing the sound. Maybe I'm not doing that right. This is clearing 3, which clears all the sounds from 24.
Well, your volume. What's the highest volume you could do? That's a 4-bit value. It's between 0 and 15, right?
15 is the highest.
So what are you setting your volume to?
Oh, 24. Oh, thanks for noticing that. Watch it work. Let's see if it get time.
So we got the volume because you hear that pop, which means the volume's coming on.
Okay.
Next one we want to double check is is it set to triangle?
Is that the triangle? That's what this does. So fast. Oh, Oh my gosh. I knew what I did. You know what I was doing is I was putting ESO plus 4 to 33. That's hard. I don't even pay attention. Wow, that's what it was. Okay, 27 and 7. That's what it was. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Let's see if it does it. It doesn't do it after the second time, though. Does it release noise somewhere?
Why would that be?
I know you gotta set the attack decay every time.
And this is always on loop every time it's the floor.
Which one is attack decay? Is that ATD?
Yep.
Okay.
And the other one's sustained release. This one's sustained release. SUR. SUR. That's how you know it. Release, attack, decay.
So it made the sound one time and it won't make it any extra time. Oh, come on, Sid.
And the second one holds the voice, right? Holds the voice. What if it does? No.
What if you do that whole clear thing every time too?
Yeah, that's when do I clear it?
Maybe just put JSR clear sound into the your sound subroutine. So go down to sound.
Oh. Then we might not hear it. I mean,
Just put JSR clear sound right there.
Yeah. Bingo.
There it is.
Now, that pop is in there because every time we keep setting the volume.
Uh-huh.
So if you remove the volume register, just set that once. Then you get rid of that pop.
So remove that.
Well, you guys just do it once.
How do you do it?
So, well, see, in your clear sound routine, we don't want to set the volume to 0. Is there a way to...
Oh, you mean not that register?
Because in here you're setting the volume to 0, right?
Yeah.
If we could avoid doing that, it'll stop the popping. Okay.
Is it going?
Well, you hear it better than me. Is it popping every time, or is it just...
I don't hear it popping anymore. Let's speed it up and let's watch it. Oh, it doesn't make sense. Okay, we're like, maybe nothing. Oh well.
Yeah, you have to turn the warp mode back off.
Oh, that's right. Well, how did I get this? Oh, 200. Oh, it changes.
It's clock bound, remember? The clock was part of the calculation of the frequency.
That's right.
So now all you got to do is set it to also happen when it hits the sidewalls too.
Okay. Oh, that's right. There we go. So our JS needs to go into the sidewall. That's the X, the RX.
Now, in the game, it's only the paddle and the bricks that make a sound. And then there's a sound when it drains, whenever you lose a ball.
Okay, okay.
But this is a good demonstration.
I think it is. I wanted to get some people. So it's just on the side post. What's next?
Next will be the paddle and getting collision protection
Oh, yeah.
with a paddle. Well, so the paddle will need joystick control, which I think I've sort of started on that already. I got a joystick routine that I worked out.
Okay.
I need to modify it now that I know how to set the most significant bit up.
So what do you want it to look like? Just a line?
For the paddle, yeah, it's just a